Netflix aired a George Floyd joke.
You've done good, though, Kevin. The black community is so proud of you. Right now, George Floyd is looking up at us all, laughing so hard that he can't breathe.
How disgusting. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Comedy is made to push boundaries, but Netflix also aired a Charlie Kirk joke.
Tony reminds me of Charlie Kirk, in that he's definitely been on camera letting a guy unload in his throat.
How disgusting. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Comedy is made to push boundaries. But it's different. Charlie Kirk was the victim of a political assassination whose death left a deep scar on many conservatives across the country and became symbolic of growing fears of political violence against people for their beliefs. And he has 2 young kids. But it's different for George Floyd. He was the victim of police brutality whose death left a deep scar on many black Americans across the country and became symbolic of generations of mistrust towards policing. And he has a daughter too. But it's 100% different because your guys' joke But it's 100% different because your guys' joke was... Yeah. Whatever, I'm right, you're wrong. Ha, you're right that you're wrong. Except I'm a thing called righter than wrong. In my time, we call that wronger than right.
I'm weak. But hey, yo, guys, and we are back live. I actually did watch that the roast last night, and it was pretty good. I mean, I'll be real with you. I respect the jokes on both sides. People calling Tony Hinchcliffe pretty much a Nazi supporter. Tony Hinchcliffe coming up there completely demolishing everybody. Like, he had the best set. I'm gonna be real with you. Tony Hinchcliffe had the best set. I mean, every joke landed, so shout out to bro. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. Let's go ahead and start with some Iran updates.
President Trump is set to speak with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. As sources tell Fox, the two may restart military action against the Iranian regime soon. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst is live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Hi, Trey.
Guys, good morning. Regional intelligence sources tell Fox News they assess the Iranians believe they can drag out the current stalemate for at least 2 weeks. But the prevailing assessment inside Iran is that President Trump may resort to restarting military action, and Tehran is now deliberately pursuing a strategy of deception and delay.
Now, if you want to know why it looks like we're about to get back into war with them, well, here's the main problem. Iran has not conceded anything. They haven't conceded to stop enriching uranium. They haven't conceded to giving up their enriched uranium. That's at 60%. They haven't conceded on watering down their missiles or stopping funding other proxies. So all of our maximalist demands, they have rejected. And instead, they've returned their own maximalist demands of reparations, allowing them to control the strait, and of course, other things as well. And that Trump's just not going with it. So the problem is, it looks like with that, well, the administration strategy is, and which is the problem, is that we'll have to resume going back to kinetic strikes on Iran to try to get them to concede to to our demands and to pretty much water down their own.
The hopes that buying time will complicate any potential return to war. These sources say Iranian officials are looking at the World Cup and America's 250th anniversary as a backstop that could work in their favor. Tension remains high across the Middle East as the region waits to see if the war will resume in the days ahead. So far, efforts toward a diplomatic solution have failed, with Iran unwilling to make the necessary concessions to reach a deal. President Trump spoke on his return flight from China, indicating he didn't like the first sentence of the Iranian response to the U.S. peace proposal.
I bet not.
I looked at it, and if I don't like the first sentence, I just throw it away.
What was the first sentence?
An unacceptable sentence. Because they're fully agreeing, no nuclear, and if they have any nuclear...
Yeah, they pretty much said that they're going to keep their 6% enrichment for like 10 to 20 years. Like, do a memorandum of understanding. We'll keep our enrichment at 60% or keep the 60% enrichment, and we won't go past that as long as you don't attack us. And if you don't attack us for within this 10 to 20 years, then they will consider watering down that enrichment or giving up their 60% enriched uranium. But if we do attack them, then we're pretty much guaranteeing that they're going to push towards a nuke or getting nuclear weapons. And here's the thing. The Iranian parliament leadership already said that if we do resume kinetic strikes on them, that they will push towards 90%, aka they're going towards a nuke if we resume this war.
Of any form, I don't read the rest.
So 20 years is not enough for you. It's got to be a...
No, 20 years is enough, but the level of guarantee from them is not enough. In other words, it's got to be a real 20 years.
Overnight, President Trump shared a series of AI images on Truth Social. One shows the president standing at a control center that says Space Force with outgoing missiles on the screen behind him. The other shows him commanding the Navy with the caption, "It was the calm before the storm." This comes as the Iranians have accused the United States of changing their negotiating position.
An attack on our nuclear facilities has already taken place once, and they claim they completely destroyed them. Yet now they are once again talking about attacking the facilities. These contradictory statements truly indicate the depth of America's confusion regarding their objectives in this war.
On Saturday, the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group returned to the United States after a carrier deployment that was the longest since the Vietnam War. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth called the work of these sailors phenomenal.
Absolute resolve, epic fury. It's an incredible story, and the only story that should be told today is of the heroism and the skill and the professionalism of these sailors who went 3 times around the globe to defend that flag right there, which can only...
I mean, and here's the thing. Well, of course they had to get sent back. Nothing was being done. We couldn't do Operation Freedom, where we were trying to get these guys to go through the strait on the, trust me, bro, they weren't doing that. I mean, the blockade wasn't working out either. We aren't able to get the Strait of Hormuz open with all these naval assets in the region. So it is kind of a waste of time and a waste of money.
What this strike group does.
Morale remains high across the U.S. military as there are still tens of thousands of American service members deployed across the Middle East. Lisa?
Trey, as always, we appreciate your coverage. Thank you. All right, well, this morning, a new report out that President Trump's close advisors fear China may invade Taiwan within the next 5 years.
Yeah.
What are them telling?
I mean, why not? It's going to, honestly, F5 years, they might as well do it in the next 3 years. It's going to take for us about 4 to 5 years to restock up on our missiles. So if they're smart, they'll probably do it by next year or come to an understanding where they get us to pretty much just sell out Taiwan.
Telling Axios this. Xi is trying to move China to a new position where he's saying, we're not a rising power, we're your equal, and Taiwan is mine. Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired 4-star General Jack Keane joins us now. General, it's always great to see you. Appreciate you coming on. General,
Delighted to be here.
Always good to see you. I wanted to ask you about this. I saw this recently in a Fox News report, a war game conducted by the Center for Strategic and International Studies earlier this year simulated what would happen following an amphibious attack on Taiwan by China, and it revealed that the United States would likely run out of long-range missiles, precision-guided missiles within a week. We're pretty overextended right now in Europe.
Because we sacrifice, well, also we're overextended by giving out munitions to Europe, to NATO and all that good stuff. And also we're kind of straining ourselves with Iran. Like I said, we sacrifice a conflict with China for war with Iran. So that means that we now no longer have the munitions to stop China from taking Taiwan because we wanted to get into this conflict/war with Iran.
With Ukraine, as well as the Middle East with Iran. Do we even have the bandwidth to take on China with Taiwan right now?
Yeah, the answer to that is China has dominated us militarily in the region in every platform except submarines. But you don't have to go platform to platform with an adversary to deter them. We proved that with the Soviet Union. They dominated us 10-to-1 in divisions in airplanes, tanks, artillery, etc. But we had enough forward deployed capability, and we had the political will as well to effectively impose cost on them and put in question whether they could succeed or not. And that's what our deterrence is about in the Indo-Pacific region. We're not going to go platform to platform with them, but make sure we have enough capability there in Taiwan and also in our own capability and with our allies and partners. And with that, we believe that we can impose that kind of cost on them and put in question whether these war games that we've played, and to be frank about it, they're all in public sources. We have lost multiple war games time and time again when you play that game. But the reality is, I think the usefulness of war games, it shows us what our vulnerabilities are and what we have to fix. And we're about doing that very rapidly in the Department of War right now. And certainly the #2 appointee there, a man that came in with a business background, is taking complete charge of those business practices and putting everything on acceleration. So we're about fixing some of the shortfalls that we have. And certainly we have protected the ammunition that Admiral Paparo needs in the event that conflict
General,
breaks
real
out. And
quick,
he has revealed that in public. He has revealed that in public testimony as well.
Well, real quick, I want to get to Iran, but that report was from 2023. We've obviously become more overextended with.
Thank you. It's like, dog, everybody knew that report from 2023. You're reading a report before we popped off this war, which is absolutely insane. It's like, oh man. It literally shows how hard they're trying to sell this war and lie to you about it when they're trying to bring up munitions report from 2023 when we got current ones today.
Iran since then. Real quick, before we move to Iran, do you agree with that 5-year assessment?
The 5-year assessment.
The 5-year
President Xi
assessment,
is telling us, since he took power, that he intends to take Taiwan. He talks about this every single year. I don't know what the surprise is here. The reality is, so our audience understands, there's a geopolitical objective to take Taiwan because they believe it's theirs, even though they've never owned it since they took power in the late 1940s. But there's a second objective, and that is technological. The most advanced chips in the world are made in Taiwan. They make the most advanced chips for AI.
But here's the thing, though. It does look like we're trying to pull or trying to take away our dependency from Taiwan or of Taiwan when it comes to these chips. And if we take that away, then we're just going to let China have them. If we start actually producing more of our own chips over here or allow most of these Taiwanese companies to bring their money, their assets, their manufacturing to the United States, then yeah, we're just going to let them have it, because the main reason why we don't want them to have it is because of the strategic importance of they make our chips. If we kind of take that away, then well, we're no longer really going to care.
AI. And that is the objective here as well. Whoever owns that capability is going to own the future in terms of AI development.
Yeah, it's very important.
And that is the secondary mission here.
Absolutely. General, I do want to get in Israel here. Israel and the United States reportedly preparing to resume combat operations against Iran as soon as this week after peace talks stall. General, the Iranian regime is built for resilience. So how do you break a regime under that scenario?
Well, you kill them, number one.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. You guys are pretty much, you can't kill them all. And the only way you could do that is by putting boots on the ground. You can't do this from airstrikes. So if your idea is, oh, well, you just kill them, then all right, then you're asking for boots on the ground. But here's the thing, though. We're only going to create more IRGC members if we go ahead and just start recklessly bombing them, or if we put boots on the ground to stabilize the region. Like, all we're going to do is create more terrorists.
Take away their military capability, number two, and you break their will as a result of it. And
we've been trying to do that for 70 days and it's not been done. We even tried to explode their pipes through a blockade, and that wasn't even done. You guys completely forgot that they can still send their oil through the Caspian Sea, which was crazy how y'all try to sell that to the American people as if this blockade was doing something. But sadly, a lot of people can't really port to Iran on a map. So I see why a lot of people fell for it.
We're going to do all of that. We had 2 weeks left in the campaign. We're going to execute that. It's a combined campaign, U.S. and Israel. We'll go right back after the IRGC and what sustains the regime. The weapon systems that we haven't destroyed are certainly going to be on the table. The remnants of whatever nuclear elements are left. And then we're going to take down every revenue source that they have and put this regime on a path to not just military defeat, but economic collapse. That's what we'll see. And then we'll open up the Straits of Hormuz as well.
And it's so crazy. He doesn't even understand now. If you economically collapse these guys, they're only going to see us as the enemy. We're already shouting all over Twitter how we're putting sanctions on them and destroying their dollar and all this good stuff. And that was supposed to be like a facade. We weren't supposed to say that out loud. It was supposed to be a facade we use to pretty much get the people of Iran to blame their government, so to overthrow their government for their hard economic times. We're out there on X bragging about how we're putting sanctions on them, trying to destroy the regime's, economy. Well, the regime's economy is the people of Iran's economy. You're only turning them against us when you say it out loud, that you're putting sanctions on them, trying to destroy their currency.
Real quick before we go, we've taken out many of their leaders, as you pointed out, kill them.
So it's not that I'm against it. It's just that when you say it out loud, you kind of ruin the whole reason for it.
Take them out, which is what we've done. But we've also taken out a lot of the leaders who can make decisions and enforce those decisions from a diplomatic standpoint. Do you think, is diplomacy dead with Iran?
Well, I think President Trump has exercised an enormous amount of strategic patience here. He was given some indications that these guys were willing to make a deal, and he's given them 5+ weeks to come forward with something. And obviously what they were doing, their objective was, I think, to delay, not to make a deal. And the president has ran out of patience. I don't think there's any deal.
Here's the problem, that both sides wanted to make a deal, but both sides' maximalist demands, well, could not be met. And here's the problem. Our maximalist demands, the fact that Iran's able to walk away, shows us the reality of what's going on the battlefield. That apparently we haven't been doing so well as, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump has been reporting. Have been reporting, if we can't get Iran to concede to our maximalist demands. Like, this is what you guys got to understand. Understand the common sense of it. If Iran's able to walk away and return with their own maximalist demands, that means we don't really got them where we want them. That means they still have cards they can play, and they do. Them closing the Strait of Hormuz is actually a pretty big card, an Exodia level type card that it has a whole lot more importance that you're willing to give it. It's not just oil, but it's fertilizer. It's the internet cables that's laid under the Strait of Hormuz that's also being held hostage. It's a lot of things that's going on when it comes to the Strait, and the fact that we haven't been able to completely destroy their Navy. We haven't been able to get rid of their air defense system, nor have we been able to get rid of the constant threat of those drones. And there's still a threat to our regional allies, or our Gulf regional allies. So this is the problem here. It's been 70 days and we have not done anything to make Iran a weaker power. Actually, Iran might come out of this a fourth world power because now they're able to control a key point of the global economy.
Be made here. And the problem I've always had with the deal, even if the deal is perfect, what we do with any deal is we have to give them money to adhere to what they want in the deal. They want their frozen assets to be given to them. That's $100 billion. They want sanctions removed. If we ever did that, what are we really doing? The regime not only survives, but we wind up financing their recovery.
And you see what they're doing. They're pushing for more. They're pushing for the war to resume. They're pushing for more kinetic strikes. They don't want the ceasefire no more because they understand that, guess what? Nothing has been done, or else Iran would have conceded already. Obviously, their military isn't destroyed. Obviously, there has been no regime change. We haven't took off the release of the Strait of Hormuz, which is one of their key cards there. And once again, missiles and drones are still operational. So, yeah, I can see why these warmongers, these neocons, are pushing for it, because they've realized that nothing has been accomplished within 70 days.
It's a good point.
So that's why they're interested. That's why they're interested in a deal. They don't just want to survive.
No. We're interested in a deal. Iran is pretty much telling us to our face that, look, we're not accepting nothing less than our control of the Strait. We're not giving up our enrichment, 60% enrichments, because we kind of proved to them why they need it now. But, and of course, they want reparations as well. So when Iran is out here showing their ass like that, able to ask for those type of demands, it lets you know that we don't have all the cards and they still feel like they can hold us out. And since they feel that way, I guess the strategy would be to, instead of just conceding or trying to meet them in the middle, it would be just to try to keep, blow them into submission, or to resume strikes till they're willing to concede. And I'm not sure if that's really going to work, because if we keep striking them, then they already said that they will push towards 90% enrichment. And if we continue, and if we go ahead and commit to power plant and bridge day, well, Iran's going to commit to power plant and bridge day throughout the Gulf region, and it's going to destroy the global economy. And trust me, we're going to start seeing $10 gas in America if that's done.
They want to be able to recover.
We're
not going
appreciate,
to do that.
Yeah, that's a great point. General Jack Keane, it's always an honor to see you, sir. Thank you for bringing your wisdom and insight to us.
But all right, let's go ahead and get to the next video right here. And guys, don't forget to double tap that video and double tap the screen and like the video, guys. We are currently going through a shadow ban, so let's show YouTube we got engagement through double tapping that screen. All right, let's get right back into it.
Diplomacy and negotiation. You don't have kinetic warfare right now. You don't have missiles flying around. And so we've got to allow the administration time to finish this and sort it out.
Yeah, the clock is ticking for Iran to negotiate a deal, and sources confirmed to Fox News that President Trump may restart military action. And hello, everybody, and welcome to the final hour of tonight's big weekend show. President Trump is warning Iran that time is running out to make a deal, following a phone call between the president and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Military options are on the table, while the next wave of attack will reportedly be far more aggressive. They could come as early as tomorrow. Joining us now is Mike Sorelli. He's a Marine, a retired Navy SEAL, and I changed the order here, and host of the Unsung of Arlington on Fox Nation. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yes, sir. I consider you a friend. We spent some time together here and there, doing great stuff, by the way, with Fox Nation. A couple of things you have coming down the pipe, and just proud of you for telling the stories that need to be told. When we look at Iran, we talk about the stories that need to be told. You and I fought that 20-year war, those 10 two-year wars, as I like to say. We worry about making the mistakes of the past. We also see what's happening and see how it's different. What's your take?
Yeah, I think to compare it to Iraq is like apples and oranges, just two completely different scenarios. What we see here in the 39-day ceasefire is, guys, we are doing target refinement, ISR pattern building, cyber attacks. We are in a better position, and Iran is behind the power curve. Additionally, during those 39 days, Iran is communicating, they're moving, they're repairing, they're hiding, and they're really exposing critical nodes that we didn't know before. So we're stepping into a different situation.
They started exposing the fact, while they was pretty much trying to get back those missile launcher sites that was pretty much buried in their mountains. Yeah, removing the rubble from those that we weren't able to destroy completely. It kind of exposed like, oh, you guys got a whole lot more places to shoot missiles from. That's why our intelligence said that they still remain about 70% of their pre-war missiles, aka they've only used about 30% of their missiles while constantly still creating some underground. I mean, that's the problem there when I say, these underground like factories, cities, missile silos. Yeah, that's a huge problem in Iran that you can't really solve unless you put boots on the ground. So if we really want to take out Iran and, take out the threat, then we would have to put boots on the ground, which nobody want to do. And I don't want to see it. Most of y'all don't want to see it. But here we go. Here's Fox News pushing it.
We restart attacks with, the blockade in place, further economic strangulation. What's going to be interesting here, and here are the two things I'm interested to see. If we restart attacks, is it going to be a coalition-led attack, meaning are the Gulf states going to get involved, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar to a greater extent? We know UAE just had a nuclear plant hit. And then second, are we going to conduct the systematic elimination of the IRGC oppression mechanism known as the Bajij? Are we going to go after them? Because if we do, and you remove or eradicate or degrade the Bajij, that probability of the Iranian people stepping up to take back their country increases.
I was going to ask you something else. Now I want to ask you something a little different. So bear with me. I might have two questions for you. You intrigued me with that, though. So I don't disagree that that would be something that would need to happen for the Iranian people to rise up and be able to take back their country and restore it to what it once was. This Persia, this idea that it could return to that is so aspirational. But we've seen this play out before when you have a power vacuum. And then you've got a worse element that comes in. I don't know if there is worse in the IRGC and the Ayatollahs and all of that, but do you have any concerns about that? If we were to take that additional step, could it end worse?
And you're referring to Afghanistan, Iraq,
Libya.
Sometimes we go with the theory of the devil you know is worse or better than the devil you don't. With Iran, I don't think that is the case. I think with the Persian people, and you want to keep the Iranian military, not the IRGC, but the traditional Iranian military.
Bro, you foolish. Bro, I'm sorry, but the Iranian military is basically the IRGC, guys. I'm sorry, but they're basically the same thing. It's like, bro, if you're going up against the Iranian military and the IRGC, trust me, they're not different. There really is no separating them. And the IRGC is bigger, bro. That's a whole 1 million-man army with women in it. It's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So there is all about the protection of Islam, while the Iran army, trust me, is more about patriotism, trust me, just like our army or our military, but they're basically aligning with the IRGC. They still believe in the protection of their country, and you bombing it and threatening to bomb energy plants and bridges. I'm sorry, but you're not really putting the military on our side. Like, God, come on now, let's use common sense. Remember, I mean, most people join the military because they love their country outside of the leadership. I mean, our military men are the same way.
In
So it's
place.
really foolish to sit there and think that we're just going to get the Iranian military to go against the whole country and the IRGC. Like, come on now.
And intact. One of the biggest mistakes we made in Iraq was we got rid of the Ba'athist military.
Yeah, we were almost too good.
Too good. And it turned out to be a strategic miscalculation, which left no internal security and then a vacuum for terrorism to come in.
As we wrap up the Iran topic, I want to ask my second question before I move on to Cuba. I want to ask about some reports of taking Karg Island, also having operators go in and remove the nuclear materials if Iran doesn't want to make a deal. Good idea, bad idea? How does that shake out?
Well, I call Karg the scoreboard that we've been keeping a close eye on. So is there a probability that special operations, the Marines, the 82nd Airborne take Karg Island? Yes, that possibility is high. The nuclear material? No. That won't be the priority right now. It's the
I mean, here's the problem though. If they try to take Karg Island, it's gonna be a disaster. First off, how are you gonna stop these guys from just firing all the missiles and drones they won at you guys while you're trying to land on Karg Island? Like, really think about that. Like, you're gonna waste more munitions on that mission alone. You're gonna waste a lot on that mission alone. Then once they land on there, well, who's to say that Iran just don't let these guys land on there just to entrap them with missiles and drones? Like, I'm sorry, but it could turn into the Ukraine battlefield real quick, or at least a replica of it, where it's just drones flying around blowing people up.
degradation of the regime, because that will stay in place. That's going to be an excavation project. Let's handle that first. And if we can get this regime to either play ball or fall, then we can go back to the nuclear.
Taking Karg Island, not a problem. Being a target on Karg Island is a problem. It's resource heavy defending it.
Mike, I want to turn to Cuba now. Protesters there are taking to the streets while fuel shortages trigger blackouts. CIA Director John Ratcliffe met with senior Cuban officials to discuss possible U.S. support, but only if the communist country makes fundamental changes. President Trump is confident they will come around.
Is Cuba going to turn to us and make a deal?
I think so. I mean, look, I've been hearing about Cuba since I'm a little boy. They've been saying, what's going on with Cuba? And I think we'll be turning it. Marco's been very effective, and the whole group has been very effective. It's, I think they're going to have to come to us. It's a failed nation. It's a totally failed nation.
And they're taking the aid now.
Yeah, they're taking the aid. They want aid. They need help.
But Axios is reporting that Cuba has acquired more than 300 military drones and is discussing plans to use them to attack U.S. bases and assets if a conflict breaks out.
Okay. So open conflict with Cuba. They're just not trying to go softly into the night like I kind of thought they were. But here's the problem. We actually did commit to Cuba. We're going to take them out just like we did Maduro. Like, that's going to be pretty easy work right there. Now, I mean, here's the thing. They might be a little bit more prepared than Maduro was. I'll tell you that. So maybe just a little bit harder on the fact that they're prepared for this. But trust me, it'd still be an easy win. Shoot, it's way easier than Iran. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, Mike, given that, which scenario is true here? Are they going to take the aid? Are they going to make the fundamental changes? Or are they planning an attack on the U.S.?
So I've got to say this first. We didn't send the State Department. We sent the CIA. And if that's not symbolic, 60 plus years after the Bay of Pigs, that was a very strategic message by President Trump. So the drones are concerning one sourced by both Russia and Iran. Would Cuba make the fundamental mistake of attacking the United States? It would be their doom. I think ultimately, too, we're bringing law warfare into this this scenario with Raul Castro and the downing of an American plane where 4 Americans were killed. If he doesn't need a better example, it's called Maduro. We can't find you. We'll come in and get you. But, for Cuba, what Trump has done is put them into a position where this regime can fall without a shot fired. We saw Maduro in Venezuela go down.
I mean, yeah, right now we're crushing them through a blockade, so they can't really get that much energy. They're going through rolling blackouts, the sanctions, their economy is completely destroyed because of said sanctions. And here's the thing, though, that we always kind of miscalculate, because we did the same thing in Venezuela. As easy it was to remove Maduro, we still didn't remove, I guess the regime in a way. Remember, there's people right now in Venezuela that are armed militia groups that are asking for Maduro back. So we still haven't removed, I guess, the love of the regime, sadly. And I think it's going to be the same thing in Cuba, because a lot of these people don't really see the regime as the reason why they're suffering. Because remember, the regime used their propaganda to frame it as, oh, it's the Americans are the reason why you're suffering. Remember the sanctions, this and that, American imperialism. They want to take us over, so they're destroying our economy. You know what? I mean, they kind of got some truth to that. I'm not even going to sit here and lie. Like, they're kind of cooking with that. But this is how they pretty much keep their people on their side, is framing it as, oh, America bad. Look what they're doing to us. And I mean, they're kind of cooking, because we are doing it to them. Let's not play stupid here.
Now Iran, another source of financing and material support for Cuba. They are isolated. The best scenario for them is to play ball, or they will lose this regime, period.
Mike, first of all, thank you for your service. This is a patriotic time, and thank you for stepping up and serving our country. But the second thing is, you've got this a new season coming up on Fox Nation of Unsung of Arlington. Tell us about it. What will we see this year?
Yeah, this is season 2.
Yeah.
So I was thrilled to hear it was renewed. I've got to give a thank you to Fox Nation and Fox News. There is no other news network. I'll tell you, Joey and I know what station was playing overseas. It was Fox. You guys have always been committed to veterans and the military causes and our fallen. So thank you for
Navy
that.
SEAL set TVs, just
So, this exists to remind Americans that real people with real names, real families gave their tomorrow for our today. And those names matter. I remember we were at dinner 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. Every time, our brave military men and women go out there in the Middle East to fight for whatever the hell we are now for. I'm be real with you. Every time we go out there into the Middle East, it never really comes back with a good return on investment. Like, we go in there, we invest billions of dollars, we invest American lives that are lost. We can never get that back again. And for some reason, we either end up in the same predicament, or we end up in an even worse problem than what we initially started out with. So this is what kills me, when people in the military support these wars in the Middle East, because it's like, bro, you guys should know better. You guys seen what these wars have done to your own men, your own comrades. You've seen what it's done to your country and what's done to the economy, yet you'll still stick there in your stubbornness and support this. It's crazy.
We remember that part, but you mentioned two names.
Yeah.
Greer and Hawley.
That's right.
Two of your teammates.
Floyd and Daniel. Yeah.
I remember those names. They mattered to him. They mattered to me. They should have mattered to the American people. The thing about Arlington is, it's not just a cemetery. I say it's America's ledger for freedom. And each of those headstones are a receipt that was paid for freedom. That is a little uncomfortable to think about. But as you hear these stories of these amazing men and women that we cover, they're inspirational. And the greatest thing we can do is, the greatest monument is not a marble headstone. It's actually turning inspiration into action. They believed in this country and what we could be and what we can be. It just takes all of us to commit to that. And so this is an inspirational, motivational piece to remember our fallen, and hopefully get the American people to say, what more can I do for my country, my community, my family, my company, to put us in a better place? So very humbled at the fact.
Well, here's one: not have them think that this war is a good idea so they can keep on wasting our treasure and our taxpayer dollars. I mean, that's one thing you can help out with. But you don't seem to think that, that leads to anything good. I mean, think about it like this. If Trump actually did the no new wars, we'd still be focusing on the affordability of Americans. Inflation would still most likely be on the downtick, and we could have still had the Dow at 50,000. Like, we could have had all this without the Iran war, but guess what? We can't have none of it with it. And then, of course, there's the whole Epstein files add in as well. Like, well, what did you pop this off because you wanted to hide that because the heat was getting the heat was there? Like, let's be honest. Like, we got Howard Lutnick line. They're now starting to bring it back up again and all this good stuff. And then boom, all of a sudden now they want to throw alien files at you. It's kind of crazy how much distractions are coming out at once.
That I got to participate in a small way in this series.
I'm so excited about it, man. I haven't seen the first season. Full disclosure, didn't know about it. I'm going to go watch it. I'm going to post about it. I'm sure you got some stuff from Section 60, our section down there, from our generation, but then the whole place. And, those marble tombstones that you talk about, that's what makes the whole place so solemn, is that no matter who you were, no matter your rank, no matter the award that you received, it's that same grave marker. And it's so humble, and it's the humility of it that makes it stick. If you can't make it to Arlington, there's national cemeteries all over all over the country with the same tombstones. Brother, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you all.
United States Marine. Also did a little Navy SEAL stuff. But listen, that's season 2 of The Unsung of Arlington. Streams exclusively on Fox Nation starting tomorrow. Let's check it out. I'll watch it. He stopped by to see us, had some great answers. Tommy, I'll go to you first. You can pick any of the topics. He had a lot to say about Iran. I love the point he made about they sent the CIA to Cuba. And then, of course...
But all right, of course, we know the CIA is operating in Cuba. But all right, now let's go ahead and get to some international news. Let's see what they're saying here over here on Al Jazeera. And guys, don't forget to like the video, guys. Appreciate your support. Any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can super chat that in. Right now, like I said, we're going through a shadow ban, so it would really help out if you guys would like the video.
President Donald Trump has warned Iran that time is of the essence as peace negotiations between Tehran and Washington appear to be deadlocked. In a post on Truth Social, Trump wrote, "For Iran, the clock is ticking and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence." Trump's warning coming after Pakistan's interior minister met Iran's president in Tehran. Mohsin Naqvi says he hopes Pakistan can bring the negotiations to a successful conclusion. President Masoud Pezeshkian has praised neighboring countries, including Pakistan and Iraq, for not allowing the U.S. to launch attacks from their territories. Al-Madad Al-Ruhayd reports.
Yeah, and that's a huge development right there. Yeah, like Saudi Arabia has pretty much told us no. I guess they green-lighted us back, but now they're telling, well, they green-lighted us before, but now they're telling us no again, saying that, look, we're not, if you're going to resume a war with Iran, you can't use our military bases, and that's huge. A lot of these Gulf countries are realizing the fact that, yo, we can't protect all of them. And we weren't even able to protect our biggest assets in that region, which was our military bases. A lot of them were bombed to hell and now are uninhabitable, inoperable. Like, that's a huge problem. And now America's being seen as more of a liability to be allies with than an asset. And that's what's being proven throughout this war when it comes to concerning our regional allies, our Gulf regional allies.
Now from the Iranian capital with more on Trump's warning that the clock is ticking for Iran to make a deal.
What we are seeing right now is a new round of a very sharp and threatening language from the United States President Donald Trump on his Truth Social, saying that the clock is ticking for Iran and Tehran must move fast or face consequences. This type of statements and messages are being received here with a very clear message of defiance rather than concessions. The Iranian spokesman for armed forces is speaking to journalists on Sunday afternoon about this repeated threat, saying that would only lead to what he described a new round of crushing, a new or severe blowing or severe blows on the United States if there's any new round of confrontation. And he went further than that, saying that if there's any new aggression on his country, that would only be met with what he called a new offensive and unexpected scenarios against the United States assets and bases in the region. So the tone from both sides right now is increasingly hardened. But from Tehran perspective, this is a very much of deterrence posture, signaling readiness rather than compromise. At the same time, what we are seeing right now,
Axios and it actually is wild, but actual reports that President Trump is expected to discuss options for military actions with officials on Tuesday. And like I said, here's the reason: because Iran is still maintaining its maximus demand, saying that we want our reparations, we want control of the strait, we want a really complete release of all of our sanctions. And not only that, we're not even going to talk about our nuclear enrichment with you guys. We're going to go ahead and put a 5 to 10 year pause on those talks. And if you don't attack us, and if you abide by what we're saying, then we'll talk about watering down our enrichment. So, and that's that's a crazy act from Iran. So it kind of lets you know that they're still in a position, well, to demand things from us. And our maximus demands are kind of going one ear and out the other because they still maintain control of the strait. They still maintain hundreds of thousands of missiles that they're holding our Gulf allies hostage with, by the way. Hostage with. So if we can't remove that threat, then Iran's going to maintain these maximus demands.
Readiness rather.
And I mean, here's the thing. I mean, we could try to sit there and see if we can bomb them back into submission, but we did that with Epstein Fury. We dropped so much munitions. It's almost like, bro, we're running low. So what else can we possibly do but what? Power plant and bridge day? And if we do that, then Iran's going to commit to doing the same thing throughout the Middle East to our Gulf allies like Qatar, UAE, Oman. Like those guys are going to get decimated, and there's not going to be anything they can do about it, sadly.
Then compromise. At the same time, what we are seeing right now, the diplomatic window is narrowing further and further as the rhetoric from both sides continue to escalate. المقداد الروهيد الجزيرة طهران.
Saudi Arabia has reported 3 drones were intercepted after entering its airspace. The Ministry of Defense says the drones came across the border from Iraq and were destroyed. Riyadh warns the military has the right to respond at the appropriate time.
Makes sense because one of Iran's proxies, I forgot the name of it, but yeah, Iran has a proxy in Iraq, of course. A whole bunch of Shia Muslims are there that they can low-key send off at any time. I mean, Saudi Arabia, I feel so bad for them because they're low-key caught in between 2 of Iran's proxies. They got Yemen over here in the south that with the Houthis that can fire off rockets into Saudi Arabia. They've done it before and landed. Then you got Iraq over here who can send in drones and missiles from their area right into Saudi Arabia. So if anybody's feeling the heat of this war, it's Saudi Arabia. Like, I feel bad.
In place and will take all measures to defend Saudi sovereignty. Meanwhile, the United Arab Emirates also says it has the right to respond after it was targeted by 3 drones originating from its western border. One hit near the Barakah nuclear power plant, causing a fire in an electrical generator. No injuries were reported. The International Atomic Energy Agency says radiation levels are normal. The UAE Defense Ministry says it's investigating who might be behind the attacks. An advisor to the president says it represents a dangerous escalation. Natasha Turak is a journalist in Dubai and says the plant is a key component of the UAE's energy infrastructure.
The Baraka plant is really like a crowning achievement for the UAE. It went into full commercial operation in 2021. It has 4 reactors, all of which went into operation, the 4th reactor in 2024. And it's the first and the only nuclear power plant in the whole Arab world. It was a $20 billion project built with the help of South Korea, the UAE and South Korea jointly. And it provides about 25% of the UAE's electricity, as well as about 57% of domestic household power. The Baraka plant also plays a key role in the UAE's climate and net zero by 2050 goals. Now, the UAE already partakes in what nuclear energy experts call the gold standard of civilian nuclear partnerships, which is the US-UAE 123 agreement, or for peaceful civilian nuclear energy cooperation. So this means that the UAE can receive nuclear materials, equipment, and know-how from the US while precluding it from developing dual-use technology by barring things like uranium enrichment and fuel reprocessing. So it's really been kind of upheld as an example for the world and how to develop a safe and peaceful nuclear energy program.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Nobody's attacking the UAE. Nobody's calling the UAE this evil regime that needs to be destroyed. Like, nobody's saying that about the UAE. Like, trust me, if we worked with the UAE the same way we worked with Iran, they would have the same setup. I guarantee you. But nobody's trying to overthrow the UAE. Nobody's calling them an evil monarchical regime. We're calling them out for what they're doing in Sudan. I mean, so let's be real. Look, if you have a good relationship with us, you can do whatever the hell you want, okay? But here's the problem. But this will also goes into my point that if we low-key worked with Iran the same way we worked with the UAE, then yeah, we could have this type of setup with them. Honestly, if Trump would have just kept up the JCPOA, we could have the same setup with them. But no, you had to F it up, put the sanctions back on, start bombing generals, and then get surprised when they're 60% enrichment. Crazy, ain't it? Oh, yeah. And shout out to my man Noah Jordan. He's like, see you at boot camp. Once BB gives the green light, they're shadow banning you since you're keeping up. Yeah, since you're keeping us up to date. Keep the grind going, big dog. Bro, I already know. And you know what's killing me? I don't know why when I woke up today, I was like, every time something like critical happens in politics, or with this war, I tend to get hit with a shadow ban, and it's irritating, but it is what it is. Because, guys like keep it going. But it low-key is irritating. I'm like, oh, so we're about to get back into kinetic strikes, and all of a sudden your boy gets shadow banned. After calling it out for like, what, a couple weeks now? Like, that is insane. And then right when we're here, with all my points being vindicated, I can't even get the engagement that I'm not going to say I deserve, but that I've been usually getting to sit there and rub it in their face like a dickhead. Like, I'm going to be real with you. It's tough, but it is what it is.
It is also, of course, part of the UAE's vital power infrastructure and just the latest in what has been a series of attacks on other parts of the country's energy infrastructure, in particular oil and gas facilities.
Earlier, I spoke to foreign policy analyst Adam Clements and asked how the attacks will affect Gulf states' relations with the United States.
As a result, Gulf states are definitely in a hard place right now, trying to understand where it can go for its historical security guarantees and umbrella with the United States. And maybe in the past, for some states where this became more transactional before the Iran conflict, maybe it'll push them more towards the U.S., or it could push them away and become even more transactional.
Now, Adam, let's have a look at actually the war now and where we are. I mean, it does seem like despite Donald Trump posting that time is, or should I say the clock is ticking, that we are in effect in a stalemate currently. And what would it take for something to give here?
I think that both sides have to be able to declare victory in some way. I think that Iran can already declare that victory, at least as much as it hasn't lost. It's been able to stand up to the United States and Israel, and the regime hasn't fallen. For the United States.
Exactly. And here's the thing, though. I do understand why people get pissed at me, or everybody, or honestly, everybody that shares my opinion on, you know what, it doesn't look like the U.S., is winning. Me, I'm not going to sit here and say we outright lost, but I'm saying we sure as hell ain't winning. And every time I say that, a lot of people lose their shit. And I'm just like, all right, well, great. Argue against it. Tell me how we're winning the war with the regime still in power, the Strait of Hormuz still closed, and once again, Iran's not conceding to any of our maximalist demands at all. And now we're thinking about resuming strikes because we can't get what we want in order to make these guys concede. So we're gonna have to bomb them into concessions. And here's the thing: that's what we try to do with Operation Epic Fury. I was about to say Epstein Fury, but you guys know what I mean. The problem is we didn't even get that done with that. And then we capped about the results of Epic Fury the entire time. 90% of their missiles destroyed. Intelligence report come out. Actually, they still got 70% of it. Oh, entire Navy at the bottom of the sea. Oh, no, actually, they still got 60% of their Navy. A bunch of kamikaze speedboats and speedboats with missile launchers on them. Still a Navy, guys. I know y'all want to downplay it and be like, but Seth, they're speedboats. Still a Navy, and they're still using it to control the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. So it's kind of crazy how y'all even had that argument still, but it is what it is. This is why people say that we're losing. I'm not going to sit there and say that myself, but I'm going to say we sure as hell ain't winning, and we sure as hell ain't gained any real ground. I mean, if people want to talk about we killed 3 successions of leadership. No, well, first off, really, if you really want to be honest, we've only killed 1. We killed the Ayatollah that was Ali Khomeini, and we replaced him with the man's son, and we haven't got that guy out the way. So really, we've only killed 1 layer of leadership, and because the overall ruler of Iran is the Ayatollah. So when he sits there and say, "Oh, we killed 3 layers of leadership," where? Please tell me the second, third Ayatollah we took out. Please let me know.
President Trump probably does need to find some face-saving way to declare victory. I think this had occurred in the past. The administration gave a lot of political space at the beginning and throughout the conflict to try to give it space to declare victory. And so I think the problem now is, has it passed a point of no return? Is it being forced into at least responding, given the amount of rhetoric? Given the failed diplomacy, is it going to feel like it has to respond to save space to some type of military operation, be it an air campaign for a few days or a week, and then it can declare some type of victory? The problem is, of course, perception or political rhetoric versus reality could be entirely different things. And I think the big thing here that we should watch is the continued discreet or overt public messaging from Gulf states, because without a doubt, Gulf states have suffered tremendously economically, and not just Gulf states, but other states that require require or need or reliant on Gulf oil petroleum flows in Far East and South Asia.
There's a body of thought, Adam, that Trump will likely absorb pressure and just really soak it up, as it were, and wait for Trump's political calendar to become more difficult for him.
Rashad, I think this is right. There, of course, an international focus always has some type of reflection or some type of roots in domestic politics. And so you're absolutely right that the price of a gallon of gasoline or inflation could certainly hurt Republicans and his supporters and his base as we're going into U.S. elections that take place every 2 years.
Yeah, but let's be real, though. Trump has already expressed that he just don't give a damn. He already said it. He's like, I don't care. Like, bro, when it comes to, ending this war, negotiating with Iran, I'm not even thinking about American affordability. So let's be real. If you think Trump actually cares about what you're going through when it comes to the unaffordability that's growing, no, he doesn't. It's all about Iran not having a nuclear weapon that they was never going towards, nor do they have. So, hey, it is what it is. And if they are going towards it, well, guess what? It's only because we popped off this war with them.
And out of cycle presidential elections here in the United States, that certainly could happen. As well as there are definitely fissures and cracks in the MAGA, the Make America Great Again.
Man. Oh, and shout out to my man, Jet. Yo, shout out to the real supporters in the chat.
Establishment or any of his supporters as far as trying to understand or being frustrated as why is the administration gone about at some type of war that seemingly doesn't have clear objectives or political objectives and what.
Like Jet, look, bro, if I can answer your question, I think it's because we're literally about to start strikes back with Iran. Like, you remember when the war popped off, I got shadow banned? Yeah. Like, bro, every time there's like an important political like movement, I just tend to get shadow banned. It's kind of weird. And it happens on like these 2 weeks increments. Like, I have 2 weeks of great engagement and 2 weeks of just taking away engagement. So this is why I always say, guys, like, make sure you guys follow me on Rumble, Kick, other platforms that actually practice free speech. Rumble and Kick are probably the two best ones. I'm really trying to migrate people to Rumble and Kick because, once I actually get a good enough audience on there, I promise you guys, I'm going to start shortening the YouTube streams because apparently I can't say what I want. And they're willing to literally strip my audience from me, pretty much trying to get me not to talk about what I'm talking about and want me to just go along with the agenda that Fox News want to feed to you. And I'm not doing it. So since I don't want to do that, I probably will face constant shadow banning periodically. And it is what it is. So if you can help me out, go ahead and just subscribe to Rumble, bro. Just go ahead and subscribe to Rumble or Kick. It don't really matter. Either way, at least you'll get the notifications. At least you'll be able to hear me every day when I go live. And you don't have to deal with the constant censorship that YouTube is going to put over me every time we have a pivotal moment in politics. But hey, what can I say? I'm a fighter. I'm here for it. And, hey, they ain't going to stop me. But I am trying to grow on Rumble and Kick because they are honestly the best platforms for free speech. Like, period, point blank, the best ones. No competition. But all right, though, let's get into Alex Jones.
Trump as the person that could be fighting. You obviously supported Trump as the person that could be fighting the establishment early on. Yeah, here we are. Do you ever feel like it's like just kind of, I wouldn't say giving up, but kind of lost faith in the system, if you know what I mean?
Hey, and shout out Luna. She says, been a tough journey, wanting the best for this country and adapting to reality. Yeah, I know. And I know, Luna, you were definitely, hey, look, we're all supporters of Trump. But as I'm pretty sure even you're seeing things progress and you're just like, yo, what's going on? Like, one is not what I voted for. We're not getting what we want. The American people are hurting and Trump is telling us that he don't care. I'm just caring about Iran right now. And we kind of stated how these conflicts in the Middle East doesn't do anything but hurt the American people down the line through, of course, the exorbitant spending of taxpayer dollars and the loss of American life. just don't see any benefits of this war for the American people, nor can we name any real accomplishments of this war. And I know how a lot of people do want to stick with Trump, but it's very hard to stick with the man when we're not getting what we want whatsoever. Like I said, mass immigration has been stopped. The transing of kids are still allowed as long as they got the parental consent. Of course, inflation's ticked up, gas went up, and we got to deal with that reality that what we voted for, we're not getting. Now, I'm not saying that there can't be a course correction, but the way things are going, man, is like Trump is crashing out over this.
A lot of people have felt this one really hit him hard because they thought this is the time finally they can break through the unelected officials that call the shots behind the scenes that we keep talking about in that mystique way, and that we want to try to get rid of so we can elect our own officials, or Americans can elect the officials that make their decisions that the American people want to see. And then they get this, what we're seeing right now. Have you gone through a process like this?
Obviously, with anybody, you've got mixed feelings and different levels of cold analysis and emotion and nostalgia and what you'd like to be versus what is. But I knew that Trump was anti-establishment and that he was either trying to take over the establishment or he really loved America, like he said, and wanted to turn it around. But I knew regardless, because I really wasn't naive even 10 years ago when I first endorsed him, about putting all my hopes in him or trusting him. In fact, I said like 10 years ago, I said he has a spirit of...
Oh, yeah, and shout out Luna. Yeah, everything changed in Trump after Charlie. No, literally, because Charlie was literally the last guy that was keeping Trump out of war with Iran. He was the last defense. The last defense of the Make America Great Again agenda was Charlie Kirk, sadly. I know a lot of people don't agree with Charlie Kirk on a couple things, but I'm going to be real with you. As much as that guy spoke out against Islam and all this wild stuff, at least he understood that going to war with Muslims wasn't going to get us nothing that we want. At least he understood that look, he may not mess with those Muslims, but at least he ain't saying let's go F with those Muslims. The problem with the neocon is that they're saying don't F with those Muslims while let's go ahead and get into war with those Muslims. It's absolutely insane. And then once Charlie left, we started seeing people like Mark Levin, Lindsey Graham, who Charlie Kirk hated, by the way, and then Laura Loomer, who Charlie Kirk stayed away from, by the way, all getting around Trump. So all the people that did not like Charlie Kirk, honestly, went against almost half this, well, I would say his foreign policy, went against everything what he stood for when it came to foreign policy, are now surrounding Trump. And nobody sees that as weird now, how he's just taking this whole new stance towards, no new wars and all this good stuff, taking a whole new stance towards allowing immigration and allowing these corporations to do whatever the hell they want when it comes to AI and immigration. I'm sorry, but you just can't sit here and call us, oh, what are you moving to the left when this is in our face? It's in our face. They're saying it in our face. Like, so what do you expect us to do? Sit there, close our eyes, cover our ears, and be like, oh, we love Trump now? Like, what?
About him, like he's got the Holy Spirit, but also the devil. He kind of flickers in and out. And I've said that on air. You look at Alex Jones says Trump maybe the Antichrist. I've said it many times, even before the betrayal. He's got a devilish look to him, but also he does a lot of good things. His aura, I don't actually see an aura, but use that as an analogy, kind of goes red to blue. It's like flashing, back and forth, good, bad. And so I saw him as a disruptive force, that all these really bad forces were coming after him. They were upset. He had a lot of good policies. He tried to do a lot of the policies up front, got some better Supreme Court justices in, but was naive. He even admitted that, didn't know how stuff worked. And then as he learned how things worked, being persecuted for the 4 years he was out of office, I think by necessity, I'm not defending his decision, he joined with some of the big deep swamp elements and decided to join with the military-industrial complex that's just as pro-war as the Israelis at many levels and the Israelis. And so people ask, do you feel like Tucker's apologized for backing Trump the last 10 years? He was way better than the other guys. We were totally open war and the rest of it. No, I mean, Trump's gone sideways now. And so now we're opposing him. So I think Tucker's wrong to apologize. So,
yeah, I think Tucker was wrong to apologize too. Because I'm just like, look, bro, like, here's the thing. We weren't wrong about the America First agenda. We were just wrong about Trump being the carrier of that agenda, being the one to enforce it. That's what we were wrong about. We weren't wrong about how, oh, yeah, if we actually start honing down with tariffs or we actually start deporting people, this could actually be better for the American people. It's like the whole Make America First Again agenda is not what we're abandoning here. It's Donald Trump that we're abandoning. It's because he's not going with that agenda no more. He's going with the neocon agenda. So there's really nothing wrong. I don't regret voting for Trump in the sense of, oh, well, remember, he was actually speaking for what will make America better, what will be putting Americans first. Once he went outside of that, I disassociate. But there are some people who is willing to watch Trump continuously crash out and be like, oh, well, you should still be with him or you're a Democrat. And I'm sorry, but that's the same fear mongering that the Democrats are using under Biden. Oh, you're ridiculing Biden? Oh, what are you, what are you, MAGA now? What are you, a Nazi? So it's kind of crazy how MAGA is like low-key doing the same, or I would say replicating the same behavior when they're hit with criticism about Trump than the Dems did when they were hit with criticism about Biden. And if you guys are going to do that, then I'm sorry, but there's really no real debate in the MAGA movement no more. And now you guys are a cult, because if somebody disagrees with you, they're now all of a sudden a leftist. And you guys are making fun of you're making fun of Biden supporters. The Democrats are doing the same exact thing that y'all guys are doing today.
I've not been disillusioned by Trump going sideways, because I figured that could happen anytime. What I have been disillusioned by is how many Trump supporters, it's still a minority, maybe 30, 40%. I thought the left was cult-like, following lies their leaders. You know, as soon as you go, hey, Trump promised not to attack Iran. Hey, Trump promised not to do this. He promised to ban glyphosate. Now he's giving it protections. And
and I'm telling you, it was like, that's probably the one that kills me the most. As soon as I said, well, you remember when he says he's not going to attack Iran, no new wars in the Middle East. And then the copium for that argument was showing me an interview from the 80s. Thinking that was actually a good argument, when we got current interviews from Donald Trump in 2016, probably even further back than that, expressing that, getting into the Middle East is not a good idea. No more new wars. No more. What was it? No war with Iran. And now you guys gaslight us by saying, well, look what he said in the 80s. He's always been critical. Well, let's remember what happened in the 80s, from the 80s all the way up to now. Constant conflicts in the Middle East. I mean, you can say from Libya, Somalia, Afghanistan, all that stuff that happened. Don't you think that Trump would, kind of course correct a little bit? Don't you think it'd be really dumb of him to sit there after all those problems and maintain that same position that he held in the 1980s? Yeah, that's why he was smart enough to change that position after he's seen how bad it worked out for America. And it's crazy how you guys are picking up that same old position that he had in the 80s, thinking that is valid today after all of the consequences that we went through getting involved in the Middle East. From the 80s to the 90s, even in the early 2000s, you guys should really know better.
They're like, you are a Qatari agent. You are an Iranian agent. You're scum. And they talk Democrat talking points back at me. Oh, I'm glad you're getting shut down. I'm glad this and that happened. And this, to see them shift into mindless cult mode and then try to back Trump when he is then saying, listen to Mark Levin, the never Trumper, and listen to Lindsey Graham, the never Trumper, and listen to all my enemies. And you're not real Trump. You're excommunicated. And these people that are our open enemies, they are. Well, I don't want to be at your cool kid, Jeffrey Epstein class table. I was never MAGA. Make America great again. That sounds great. How about make America free again? How about make America virtuous again? And from that, comes the greatness. So I was never MAGA. I liked it. Okay, make it great again. But I'm all about 1776. So when Trump's like, you're not MAGA, well, you bet, because I'm not whatever you change with the wind and say it is. I have my integrity, and you wrote in on that, myself and many other populists. So, but at the same time, to watch him, I mean, I agree with you. I don't think he has dementia yet. I think he is exhausted sometimes, overworks. I mean, if I worked as much as he did at 79, almost 80, I'd be a vegetable. But a month ago, I don't care about Medicare and Medicaid or child care. We're a war economy. That's all that matters. That's a quote. And then he said a few days ago, he said, I don't even think about Americans' personal financial problems. All I think about is war. And then he said last night on Hannity,
crazy statement, by the way.
I'm not worried about America. I'm worried about Israel and all these other countries.
Crazy statement, by the way. And it kind of shown how, like, I'm gonna be real with you, when they say Donald Trump's controlled by Israel or he's controlled by Bibi. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. When you sit there worried about all of Israel's problems, like, let's keep it real, guys. Donald Trump shouldn't be worried about their ballistic missile capability or Israel's proxies. I know it's surprising for you guys, or surprising to hear that, but that's just the truth. When it comes to what's, I would say, critical for the United States, what threatens our safety would be their nuclear program. I'm not denying that. But we had that under control with Obama with the JCPOA. And if we can get back into that, then that's nipping one of the main problems in the butt right there. And we can let Israel worry about their ballistic program. That's a threat to them, not us. And the proxies, that's a threat to them and not us. And here's the thing. These guys created 2 out of the 4 proxies of Iran. They created them through their aggressive action. So I think that we should let them solve it. And if they want to continue this aggressive action in the Middle East that's creating these terrorist groups, let them take care of it. And let's stop letting them drag us into it. Because that's what we constantly let them do. And this is why people say we're controlled by Israel, because we constantly let them control us and bring us into their conflicts, overthrow governments for them that benefit them, but that hurt us. This is what people mean by we're controlled by Israel, because we're not even working within our own self-interest anymore. And if you want to sit there and blind yourself that we are, okay, but I'm sorry, but look at the scoreboard.
I mean, he does because he knows now he doesn't have to be reelected. And maybe he was a nasty, mean, evil pimp the whole time. And now that he doesn't need us, we're an old hooker or whatever, he just breaks our jaw and,
Oh, my bad. Shout out to my man, Noah Joyner. Let me see here. If I go ahead and pop this one up, he says, YouTube is censoring it. We either need to wait for our current government leaders to die out, or we need to overthrow them. We are one species. The government positions are public servants, not demons. And it definitely ain't, lords, kings, or anything like that. But I swear to God, bro, the way these politicians act, you would damn near thinking we're living back in the medieval ages, like we got lords or something, and we got to report to them in order to get what we want. And if we don't, we're just ass out. Too bad. Like, bro, this ain't the medieval days. We actually, they're supposed to be serving us. But instead, it's like we're begging and pleading for them guys, for these people to help us, while they're putting Israel above all of us, sadly. And I know people hate when I go off on, say you're being conspiratorial with the Israel thing. Dog. They're literally putting in anti-Semitism laws, speech control laws that are being supported by Republicans. Like, you can't sit there and say that, bro. At a certain point, you can't sit there and say that they don't have some type of control. Donald Trump admitting Muriel Edelson donated hundreds of millions of dollars. And here's the thing. She's still supporting Donald Trump through overthrowing every one of the Republicans that dissented against them through redistricting or the big, beautiful bill. They're putting millions of dollars into these little elections. And it kind of makes it seem like, Donald Trump don't got to listen to nobody, because guess what? He can pay for everybody to get out. He could pay for everybody to get pushed out of their seats. So what power do we really have as the people when Donald Trump only cares about Muriel Edelson, who can just put millions of dollars behind every seat, every congressional seat, and get their guy in and get our guy out? Like, what power do we really have at this point anymore, if that's the reality of it? If all it takes to convince the American people is some really nice AI propaganda videos bought by your favorite PAC group? Like, are you serious? Is this really representing the American people? Of course not. But for some reason, I guess as long as Trump's favorite guy is in there, you guys are willing to go for the corruption.
Pumps a few rounds into us and throws us in the river. Maybe he is just way more evil. Maybe I was naive. Maybe he is horrible, because he's treating us like some hooker that turned tricks for 10 years for him and let guys put cigarettes out on us and took 15 clients a day. We got all these diseases and we're beat up and rode hard, put away wet. And then now he just walks us out to the river and just, punches us in the face, says, I hate you, breaks our jaw, pulls out a revolver, pumps rounds into us, and kicks our dead body in the river. Because that's how it feels. He's like, I'm not America first. I don't care about poor Americans. I don't care about your economic plight. All I care about is Israel. It sounds like he's demonically possessed to me. But then I want to still support some of the good things he's doing in Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. But then when you ask the question, really, the stuff he's been saying, Mario, this is insane stuff. You want to lose the midterms? They're already running ads with, I don't worry about the average American's financial problems. I don't have time for that. I'm not worried about your Medicare, Medicaid, your child care.
Bro, I'm telling you, it's like he's giving when the Dems sit here and say that said you're helping them win the midterms, you're causing division. Nigga, do you not hear what this man is saying in front of our face? He literally says that, oh, I don't care about child care, man. Who cares? I got war with Iran to deal with. You guys deal with it. Bro, you ran in on trying to bring down child care. Now he's saying, well, I don't care about American affordability. I got a war with Iran to deal with. You don't think they're going to use that in the midterms? It's like Trump is giving the win to the Democrats, not us. And the fact that you guys are literally that, I'm being nice about this. The fact that you guys are literally somewhat that gullible to sit there and say that, oh, it's our fault why there's division and not Trump's, is crazy. You're literally saying that you're not willing to hold the leadership accountable for going outside of their promises. You're just going to blame the people who are calling it out, saying that we're dividing the party. Like, no, he's dividing the party with his decision making, with his actions. Don't blame us, blame him.
I got Israel to take care of. You can composite those three clips together. He says that word for word.
Yeah. But also, Trump speaks his mind, and sometimes when you speak everything on your mind, you tend to misspeak accidentally.
Yeah.
So is it possible that he just misspoke? And also, is it possible that the decisions that he's made that have disillusioned a lot of people, including myself, is there also the possibility, it goes back to my original question, that maybe he had, in a way, had no choice? Again, that's a person that could be living in paranoia. That's a person that was almost shot in the head, that was almost assassinated on more than one occasion. Is that also a possibility?
Tucker knows Trump 100 times better than me. And people that don't know, Tucker's dialed into everybody. That guy's a workhorse. He knows everybody. He says Trump is held hostage by Netanyahu with blackmail. And I think the evidence is overwhelming there. So what exactly it is or what it is, and I'm not trying to give Trump a pass. I'm just saying, even if he's held hostage by them, why does he have to rub it into his oldest supporters? Not that I emotionally am a scorned woman and I can't take it. No, I'm like, why does he make statements that will hurt him and hurt the Republican Party? I mean, if I was sitting around like John Podesta at a war game, if we could make Trump say anything we wanted, what would it be? Say he doesn't care about any of his constituents' financial situation and only Israel matters. Yep. Say he doesn't care about Medicare and Medicaid.
Yep.
I mean, it's like.
Say criticize the Pope.
Bro.
Yeah.
Criticize the Pope and have MAGA literally go against Catholicism. While MAGA also praises Catholicism for the Crusades, but I think a lot of them don't even realize that it was the Pope who ordered the Crusades. So it's kind of like, damn, so you're going against the real steppers of the Christian faith? So, and that's crazy, by the way. So the real guys who willing to step for the Christian faith, you guys are turning against, because it wasn't the Protestants ain't do nothing. I mean, the Orthodox guys ain't do nothing. It was the Catholics that turned into the real steppers that invoked crusades, which I disagree with. Could I disagree with any killing done under the name of or under the guidelines of religion, it be Islam or Christianity? But it does seem like people are kind of moving away from I'll be real with you, probably the realest group of Christians we got.
I mean, it's exactly. It's he's doing everything he can. And I agree, he's not stupid. And so you answer my question, I mean, answer your question yourself. I don't know. I just know that all I do is read news 18 hours a day. And the old Trump, the media be like, he's lying about this. He said that. I checked the quote, wasn't true. They'd say he was lying about something. I'd check it. It would be generally true or true. A few times he got it wrong, but very high record of accuracy. Very straight shooter. It's like there was a brain transplant 6 months in to 2025. And there was a clear change, like he's going the right direction overall, and then he starts going this way. And so I don't know. This is the great mystery. This is the great mystery. All I know is the mullahs aren't falling anytime soon. The straits staying closed. Oil's exploding. In all the actuaries, you bake that into inflation. That kills our recovery. America was on the verge of bankruptcy. We go bankrupt, and that makes BlackRock very, very happy. And so...
And why do it?
I mean, I got to say, he says things so perfectly horrible.
Bro, here's what kills me. It's like I predicted all of this was going to happen. Even before the war popped off, I was saying, guys, if this war pops off, like, bro, affordability is going to get out of hand. Like, gas prices are going to go up. Like, inflation's going to tick up. And everybody was saying, shit, you're being a negative Nancy and all this good stuff. And I'm like, no, I'm being realistic with you guys. I'm seeing the writing on the wall, and it's not looking good. And I'm getting all the attacks in the world. All right, great, whatever. I started trying to give you guys an informed opinion, or not an opinion, but informed, dossier, or just give you guys the straight out facts on what's going on inside of Iran. I'm being called an IRGC supporter. I tell you why Iran low-key can't be overthrown through military strikes. strikes IRGC supporter. I explained the complexity of Iran's political system and why we just can't overthrow them with just giving the people guns. IRGC supporter. So it's like, y'all not even willing to take the facts in. Y'all just, honestly, I'm gonna be real, like I said, just throwing us off to the other side. Like I said, the anti-war position has been turned into a left-wing position. I remember I was even talking to Monty, and he gave me that wild-ass statement of, I'm like, bro, and when I told him, yo, they're turning the anti-war position into a left-wing position, he was like, yeah, because it is. And I'm like, no, it's not. Plenty of Republicans has held an anti-war position like for a while now. Actually, you can damn near say it's a bipartisan position that we should all have, but it is a bipartisan position. So when you guys are now saying that an anti-war position is now leftist, insane. When you're calling us isolationists, when we were the same ones behind you guys supporting what was going on in Venezuela, I mean, that goes to show that we're not isolationists. We just know that, well, we can get way more out of Venezuela than we can get out of Iran. Actually, we can't get shit out of Iran. We can get everything we want out of Venezuela. That's the difference. That's why I was in somewhat of support of taking out Maduro, and then way more than I was in support of Iran. And you know, I have zero support for getting into war with Iran. None at all. Well, at least with Venezuela, there were some deliverables. No deliverables here whatsoever when it comes to Iran.
They're the worst thing to kill the recovery, the very worst thing to demoralize the supporters. That, I mean, I don't know, demon possessed. I mean, I'm being sarcastic. It's so perfectly bad what he's doing PR wise. He still does actually a lot of good policies, which is crazy. But when it comes to PR, it's so bad what he does. It's so perfectly bad that you can't say it's by accident. And so I tend to think they're like, sir, go say that you're not worried about any American's personal financials. That doesn't enter your mind. I just don't think you come up with that on your own.
Or go attack all the biggest voices in the U.S. that have backed you when no one else was backing you.
And back neocons. I mean, Ben Shapiro, with billions of dollars of funding out of Israel, up to $2 billion, did come in and kind of dominate for a few years as the biggest. They had him on talk radio. They were just financing and all. His average video on YouTube, he's 7 million views. The average one has like 5,000 views. Mark Levin's average video has 1,000. A few years ago it was 10,000.
Bro, I'm sorry. Mark Levin numbers is atrocious. It's just like, as big as Mark Levin is, I do better numbers than Mark Levin while shadow banned. While shadow banned, I do better numbers than Mark Levin. That is insane. But, you know, he got the platform of Fox News. And let's see here. He says, somehow every second term, Clinton, Bush, Obama, now Trump. Yep, every second term. They just go completely warmonger. Because that's exactly what Obama did. Bro was popping off conflicts all over the Middle East second term. Clinton, same thing. The band was popping off all types of bullshit in Somalia. And Bush, well, yeah, we all know how terrible it turned out for Bush. I mean, boy, that's probably the worst one out of all of them. That turned out the absolute worst.
I mean, you could point a camera at drying paint and have 1 million views. So can I. Elon gets Trump on 1 billion listeners. Okay. We reach hundreds of millions of people every week. And we're not bragging. And then we're chopped liver. And then Trump is courting and groveling to people that literally have no footprint. So, again, I'm not trying. Here's my problem. I can't stand the Democrats and the left. They are cancer. They are organized. They are evil. They are out of control. But Trump is the president right now and is spinning out of control like a Tasmanian devil. So it's kind of like just this spectacle of a city burning. You can't stop watching it. And I don't even want to sit here and bash him. I don't want to add the demoralization. I don't know how we get out of this. I don't know where this goes. You know, he's been thinking about nuking Iran. I mean, it's a lunatic asylum. And so I don't want to sit here and bash Trump just to do it.
Oh, yeah, especially when Laura Loomer entered the chat. Oh, yeah, it became a lunatic asylum right there and then. As soon as I seen Laura Loomer getting listened to on a serious note, I was like, oh, yeah, this is the lunatic administration at this point, because y'all got Looney Loomer in there, who's actually what? She actually got a Pentagon press pass? She actually has the president's ear? That raging bigot of a woman? Are you serious? That's who is now, that who replaces Charlie Kirk? Laura Loomer? Oh, yeah, we're cooked. We're cooked. If the new MAGA is Laura Loomer, Mark Levin, and Lindsey Graham, I'm sorry, but we're cooked. And here's the thing: two out of the three of them were never Trumpers.
Gratuitously, but I don't know what else to say when somebody asks me a question, because the truth is, this is like a Greek tragedy.
Yeah. One thing I'm saying is that if he does continue walking away, because there's a lot of pressure for him to go back and continue fighting Iran at the behest of Israel, or at the benefit of Israel. And if he does walk away, he should get his flowers, because it will take a lot for a leader to walk away with the pressure he's facing right now, and even pressure from Iran. Iran are being extremely demanding right now. But if he does go back into this war, then I'll probably question a lot of things I thought I knew about how things operate.
Well, that's beautifully said. If Trump is one thing, he's unpredictable. And if he would end this war and get back on track, I would get right back behind him, because people make mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Me too. I could also do the same thing. If you just admit that, look, man, that wasn't the right decision. I'm going to do right by the American people. If Trump could just admit that he was wrong for the one time in his life, then I ain't gonna lie. That would turn a lot of people back on to Trump and be like, look, guys, he made a mistake. He admitted. He said, we're going back to the Make America Great Again agenda. And if he shows it, then yeah, I would hop back on with Trump. I'm not just going to completely throw the man away. Of course, if I'm willing to show grace, if he's willing to, turn a new leaf, but if not, then I'm going to keep this same position. All right, man, let's see what our guy JD Vance got to say. I know I stopped it halfway through in the last stream, but let's go ahead and get right into it. Let's go ahead and pop up where we left off.
And it showed him a map of where to find hospice fraud. And his selling point of him taking action was a moratorium on hospice centers and the closing down of 287 centers over 4 years.
Yep.
I heard you've closed down 800 hospice. How were you able to do in 2 months what he did a fourth of in 4 years?
By doing our jobs. Again, this is not rocket science. The fraud is right there for everybody to see. I'll give you a crazy statistic. We closed down 800 fraudulent hospice centers. Think about this. If you're running a business and the federal government closes down your main source of revenue, do you write a letter? Do you make a phone call? 780 of those that we've closed down, we haven't even heard a single thing from anybody. That's how bad the fraud is. They can't even make an argument that they weren't engaged in fraud, so to the point that when we shut them down, they wouldn't even pick up the phone and try to turn those services back on. We've just looked where nobody else has been looking, whether it's Gavin.
And that was the main explosion. That was the main thing that exposed a lot of these hospices, when they pretty much closed the funding and they said, look, if you could just verify your services, you'll get it right back with Backpage. Just go ahead and verify. A lot of them was so fraudulent, they didn't even try. They was like, look, bro, you cut the faucet off, bro. I'm not even going to try. And that's how a lot of fraudsters do it. It's like, once you ask them to verify information, I mean, shoot, they was happy they was able to get off for like the last 2-3 months, maybe a year or so. They're just going to walk away with their winnings at that point. So that's what sucks about it, though, is the fact that, well, really, it wasn't really being looked into. And here's the craziest part. It was quite obvious to figure out. All you had to do was just ask these guys to verify their services that are being provided. And they didn't. While the Dems were sitting there complaining, going like, but look, you're shutting down funding. We need the funding. Yeah, but they're not trying to, verify the services that they claim they're providing. So I don't even know why y'all even sticking up defending these guys.
Or anybody else. And by the way, Kaylee, one of the things that we're trying to take very seriously, we're not going to prejudge the legal outcome, but when you tell me that, when I hear about a report that says to the governor, here's all this fraud, and he doesn't do anything about it, I ask myself, was anybody engaged in criminal wrongdoing? Was anybody in his office engaged in criminal wrongdoing? Again, I'm not going to say yes, but I am going to promise the American people we're going to look into that stuff, we're going to investigate it, and we're going to take it seriously, because if there was criminal wrongdoing, then people ought to go to prison for it.
I understand the facts have to match the law.
Exactly.
I understand you're not the DOJ, but state level, state official prosecutions, I mean, you're taking this seriously, that you will follow the facts here.
100%. In Minnesota, in California, and a number of the other states where some of which we've gotten started, some of which we haven't even gotten started yet, we are aggressively investigating. Let me give you just one statistic, something I'm very proud of, because I think it shows the pace of DOJ. And the Attorney General, Todd Blanche, is working with us. He's doing a great job. Is normally it would take, you discover the fraud in Minneapolis, it would take 6 months to go from that discovery to any kind of legal process. We served 22 subpoenas 2 months after that fraud ring was discovered in Minneapolis at the federal level. Yeah. We're investigating this stuff aggressively.
Nah, it was actually hilarious, because I remember how me and Sid would like Loki get into it over that. I'd be like, oh, was anything been done? Anything has been done? I'm like, oh, yes, it has. Now it has. They kicked in like over what, like 200 doors, and they locked up a whole lot of people. So yes, something has finally been done about the rapid fraud that was going on in Minnesota when it comes to these Somali daycares and more. Finally, something has been done, and it took a little bit of time, but people has been arrested. And we served 22 subpoenas in 2 months after fraud ring was discovered in Minneapolis. Yes, I'm talking about what Nick Shirley discovered.
Again, we're not the Biden administration.
We really just walked up, and they just had the fraud so blatant. It was just like in your face. Shoot, even a lot of the locals even knew what was going on with a lot of these daycares. They just said, well, nobody stops them, so it is what it is.
Prejudge the outcome, but I guarantee, unless something crazy is going on, I guarantee there's going to be some criminal wrongdoing that we're going to find, because there's so much wrongdoing. Somebody had to know what they were doing.
Staying once more on the topic of prosecutions, there's also a 2019 report from the Office of the Inspector General in Minnesota. That is Tim Walz's time. And there's a whistleblower report in there. And the whistleblower said this. He was an investigator. He said it is a near certainty that at least a percentage of the fraud proceeds in Minnesota go overseas and are being siphoned off by one or more designated terrorist organizations. John Yoo, who worked in the Bush DOJ, told me that this should be given to the DOJ Counterterrorism and National Security Division. We need to know who transferred the money, if was anyone aiding and abetting, because that could be material support for terrorism. Is that the level of detail that you expect this administration?
Absolutely.
to
That's a great idea. I haven't heard that, but we will immediately take that to the team, because that should be a counterterrorism investigation. And this drives home something that I've loved about working on this fraud task force is, we've got a lot of resources and we're working very hard on this. Some of the best stuff, whether it's Nick Shirley or whether it's you raising that with me, citizens have a role to play in this. And we've actually set up a fraud hotline where people can call in and suggest that maybe they're seeing things that are not totally above board, because to fix this problem, it's so deep-seated, it's so broad. We actually need everybody to raise this stuff. We need citizen journalists. We need, Fox News reporters. We need everybody to be asking ourselves the question, how do we root out this fraud? Because it's hard to fathom. You pay your taxes.
I mean, easy. Actually make these. Here's the thing. It's like deep level when it comes to rooted in the city. Like, I mean, that's the problem here. There are city officials, state officials that are willing to let this fraud go on to keep their voting block. Like, that needs to be tackled. Like, there's really nothing that the federal government can do when it's at a city district level. We got to solve that first. If that means clearing out the leadership in there, so be it. Or maybe, of course, voting new people in that actually will abide by the law. But I mean, in these Democratic places or these Democrat states, I'm not sure how well that's going to work out. But we actually got to fix it on a district NC level if we actually want to stop the fraud, because it's those guys who are allowing it. And if they continuously allow it and they don't enforce inspections and all this good stuff, then there's really nothing we can do. Money's going to keep being fraudulently spent unless we do some type of overreach when it comes to securing or make sure these funds are going to the right place.
Goes to a terrorist when your country is trying to prevent those terrorists from
Lord
killing
knows
your
I don't
fellow
want that.
Americans. It is shocking, but it's the sort of thing that happens when the federal government turns a blind eye to this stuff.
It's stunning, and to know about that since 2019. Has Governor Gavin Newsom contacted you to assist you?
I think the only contact we've had with Gavin Newsom so far is him telling us that we're not allowed to stop the fraud, or in fact trying to sue us to stop the fraud. So no, we have not had a positive relationship with Gavin Newsom on this. But Kaylee, I say this with all transparency. I would love for that to change. I would love it if Gavin Newsom had a come to Jesus moment and said, you know what, I'm going to take this fraud issue seriously, because we would work with him. We've said that to everybody, Democrat or Republican. We want to work with you to root out the fraud, but you've actually got to help us out. Let me give you another crazy example. Do you know, I didn't know this until a couple of months ago, so no shame, that when your government gives out, let's say, $7 billion to California for food stamp benefits, it doesn't know a single recipient of those food stamps. Not a one, because it's block granted to the states, and then we trust the states that they're going to police fraud themselves. We have not gotten any help from Gavin Newsom or a number of other blue states when we're trying to police to make sure that dead people don't get SNAP benefits, to make sure that these food benefits go to low-income kids. That's what they're there for, not to fraudsters. We'd love to have that cooperation, but so far, not yet.
And final question, as Tim
And
Walz.
like I said, because at a district and city level, these people are the leadership there is allowing this to happen to maintain a certain voter group. And as long as they're doing it for the voter group, there's really nothing we can do. It's either we cleared out the leadership or they vote in somebody that's going to follow the law or enforce more inspections, but that's most likely not going to happen. So I kind of like what JD Vance is doing, pretty much, pausing it across the board, at the screeching of the Democrats. It is what it is, because we need to figure out, is this money actually being used for, setting it for? Because we can't keep doing this on the whole trust me, bro, of the doctors and these state officials, because they're not low-key doing their job.
Contacted you?
No, Tim Walz has not contacted me. I did see that he took credit when we did those 22 subpoenas that I mentioned, that the investigations that we're doing for the anti-fraud stuff in Minneapolis. Tim Walz did take credit for it, even though Tim Walz has not helped us at all. We've gotten some cooperation from local authorities, but from the governor's office, we really haven't gotten that cooperation. Again, we'd love to have it. This is so much easier when we work, whether it's a blue or red state, when we have the governors cooperating with us, and we do have that in some places. It goes a lot quicker, but we're going to go after fraud regardless if people are helping us or not.
Easier when it's bipartisan.
Exactly.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you. The Vice Chair of the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force, Andrew Ferguson, joined me and Vice President JD Vance exclusively on that and more. Here's part 2 of my exclusive interview. We talk about addressing fraud from the back end with arrests, but how do you intend to address it through the front end? I know you've mentioned AI as a component.
So all the agencies are supposed to have anti-fraud prevention systems in place. The Biden administration turned a lot of those off and let them languish. And what we were able to do, basically sort of like building on the DOGE effort, is work with these agencies with the data that they have, the data that other agencies have, and publicly available data, and build technological solutions, most of which are AI-driven, that can take all of these data. And so when a claims payment request comes in, basically AI puts up a flag and says, very likely fraudulent. And all of the agencies have administrative authority to withhold those payments until they know that this is a real person that's actually qualifying for this request. If you have to do that by hand, if you have to have individuals go out and figure all these out, the money just goes out the door, and then you have to get DOJ to chase it. They can't get it all back. So using these advanced automated technological solutions, that's the way you supercharge the effort, and you keep the money in the agencies rather than watching it go out the door, chasing it. And the reality is, we've learned in this process, so much of this money that goes out the door leaves the country. It goes into the hands of like an immigrant here in America, and they send it to another country, including Somalia. That is why this is so important. It's got to stay in the agency, and AI is supercharging this.
No, that's actually facts. And shout out to my man user in the chat. Like, bro, they can honestly put up more anti-fraud laws. They can make a whole department for it that monitors all these transactions, actually send out people to do inspections, all from the government, all from just one department. So all these states just don't have, well, I would say oversight, or just pretty much have too much oversight over it, because they have all the oversight, we have none whatsoever, aka they're doing whatever the hell they want with these funds, basically allowing whoever to fraud the system. So yeah, if we don't have an actual like fraud department, that I guess this is what JD Vance is supposed to be doing. But if we don't have an actual one that can actually start invoking some laws to where these guys can go out and start enforcing things or start running these inspections, then this is going to constantly happen. Because like I said, it's at the district and city level that that their leadership is allowing this so they can maintain office, and they're going to continuously turn a blind eye, because they'll be voted out of office for the politician who will turn the blind eye. And if that's the case, then we just need to remove the option altogether, where nobody can run on turning a blind eye to fraud.
Dr. Oz has spoken about foreign governments getting taxpayer money. He's talked about the Cuban government in Florida. He's talked about the Russian mafia.
And guys, no, they're not just saying, oh, no, I'm going to support you guys doing fraud. No, they kind of covered up by saying that, oh, we stand by our Somali communities. We stand by our Nigerian communities. We stand by our Indian communities. As soon as they say they stand by a community, that's probably the community that's doing all the fraud that they're low-key trying to supplicate to, and be like, look, we stand by y'all no matter what you guys do.
Yeah, what have you seen?
We've definitely seen a number
saying
of
that
foreign
all of
governments.
them
We've
do
seen
it, though.
foreign terrorist organizations potentially benefiting from these resources. But oftentimes, yeah, it's somebody who will take money fraudulently from the federal government, let's say an illegal alien from Central America, and then send it back to a drug cartel or send it back to a sex trafficking ring. So it's, again, what I always try to remind people is there are so many layers of victims. There are the taxpayers who are being fleeced. There are these programs that are not getting, people cannot access these programs to get the benefits that they have earned. But at the same time, you've got the worst people in the world sometimes who are getting money from the American taxpayer. It's funding drug trafficking in Central America instead of ensuring that a low-income kid gets the food they need. It's insane, but it's something, again, that we allowed to happen for too long under the Biden administration. And now, thanks to the president, we've turned it back on, we've flipped the switch, and we're taking this stuff seriously in a way we never have before in the federal government.
Yeah, the pauses on new hospice, the letters to the blue states. What are your message to whistleblowers? We've had a whistleblower come on our show. We've had one who was too fearful to come forward for retaliation. What's your message to them?
Come to us. I mean, look, Nick Shirley was incredibly brave by going into those places, confronting those frauds.
Now, what was it? It was the Democrat lady that got shot in Minnesota, Melissa Horton, right? Right. So, you know what's so crazy? She was actually one of those people that was speaking up about, we're recklessly giving support for these undocumented immigrants and a whole lot of fraudulent activity that's going on in, the state and the city. And for some reason, she was actually getting a lot of hate for voting against bills that would continue it. And then all of a sudden she ends up dead. This is what people mean by, there are whistleblowers that are afraid to come out because they've seen high up politicians get taken out over speaking about the same thing. I know a lot of Democrats missed this because they was too focused on the whole, right-wing violence. Well, actually, guys, it was all a ploy to hide the fact that, she was actually speaking up against some BS that the Democrats were doing in there while giving, of course, when it came to undocumented immigrants and supporting a fraud, she was speaking out against that. And all of a sudden she ends up dead. Now, I'm not going to say that Tim Walz did. I'm not going to say that, it was some, I don't know, the deep state or something crazy like that. I'm just going to say that it's kind of funny how that all played out.
And just shining a light. That is how this has to work, is Americans who are sick of their dollars vanishing from their pockets, not just from their pockets. Remember, like we were talking about with the vice president in the press conference, these states are supposed to be using this money to stop elder abuse. These are our parents and grandparents that are supposed to be benefiting from this money, and they're just not. It's vanishing into the ether, or worse, it's going into the pockets of our adversaries. Whistleblowers can supercharge these efforts, both stopping it in the agencies and with the Department of Justice leading the prosecutorial effort. We have things in the works that we are going to incent whistleblowers to come forward, but whistleblowers should come forward, you'll be protected, and you will be doing your country an unbelievable service.
I look forward to seeing those incentives for whistleblowers.
Yeah, but if you couldn't protect a politician, what makes you think you could protect an everyday employee that just works around the fraud? If you couldn't even protect a politician.
Vice President J.D. Vance, I'm wondering if this surprises you. I had our Fox News brain room do an extensive search on AOC, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, and J.B. Pritzker. And they looked for the terms California, Minnesota, fraud, feeding our future, Medicaid, and hospice. And their conclusion was it appears most Democrats have sidestepped this issue. They could not find a single communication from Harris, AOC, Buttigieg, or Pritzker on the issue of fraud. Why not?
Well, because I think that so many of these people,
because they probably helped and aided in it them damn selves. Like, especially Kamala Harris being out of Florida, she probably looked past a couple fraudulent situations her damn self.
Don't want to appreciate that, first of all, their constituencies are benefiting sometimes from the fraud.
Exactly.
How many illegal aliens vote in the United States elections? I don't know the answer to that question, but we know that when they do vote, they typically are going to vote 90% for Democrats. If you look at the Somalia fraud ring in suburban Minneapolis, a lot of that money was being funded to Democratic caucuses, to left-wing NGOs. So we know that, unfortunately, many of the beneficiaries of fraud are actually, sometimes indirectly, the Democrat Party and the Democrat Party's leadership. I also just think that, this is not, unfortunately, this is not my grandmother's Democrat Party, right? This is not the party of sort of socially conservative, patriotic people. It's now the party of left-wing radicalism. And if you think that the government exists to fund benefits for illegal aliens, then of course you're not going to care about fraud. But if you think, as we do, and as the president has ordered us to do, the American government exists for the benefits of the American people. You've got to take fraud seriously. I would love it if Democrats actually helped us. Some have, but unfortunately not the leadership of that party.
Vice President
Yeah,
J.D. Vance, Vice Chair Andrew.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into Speaker Mike Johnson. He has some words to say on Fox, of course. Let's get right into it.
Joining us now, Speaker Mike Johnson. Speaker, always good to have you back on Fox News Sunday.
Shannon, great to be with you. What a great day this is going to be out on the National Mall. Great.
Yeah, and we have some sound issues, so we're going to use our fancy mics to make sure that we can hear each other. It is very old school. Okay, so the overall assessment from the China trip seems to be like no harm done. The president talks about agriculture and other agreements that we have with China, but no joint statement. China doesn't always live up to the promises that they make. What more would you like to see as fallout from this particular trip?
Well, the president was, I think, pleased with the outcome of the visit. He thinks it was a big success, and the people that were on that trip agree. We have laid the groundwork, I think, for a new trade agreement, which I know Scott Bessent, our Treasury Secretary, and the president have been working on in earnest. We're very hopeful about that. I will say it makes a big difference who serves in the White House, right? You have a commander-in-chief who is not afraid of China as a threat. He's facing this head on, and he's made it very clear to everybody around the world, America cannot be taken advantage of any longer. It's an America first agenda, meaning American workers and American companies and manufacturers first. And I think Xi respects that. And so we'll see what comes out of it. We're very hopeful.
Yeah, but you can't really say he's putting America workers first when he's still committed to bringing over 600,000 Chinese students. That's going to take 600,000 slots in American colleges and 600,000 positions in American jobs. So how is that benefiting us again?
What do you make of those critics who say, though, listen, the U.S. is in a tougher economic position, that China has an upper hand, that they feel strong. They felt strong coming into this conversation. And because of some of the tough economic issues and other things that we're having here, that the president wasn't at the highest level of leverage he could have been.
Well, I don't know. I think that was a central part of the conversation because much of this economic trouble that we have right now, of course, is related directly to the Strait of Hormuz. And the president and Xi had a good discussion about that situation. And we're hopeful that they'll help. They have a direct interest in commerce being open in the Strait of Hormuz as much as we do. In fact, every country around the world. So we've got to get that sorted out.
Well, and the president.
Yeah, but here's a problem, though. Like China, they're not that big in a rush. Like I wish they were in the same rush as we were, but they're not. I mean, I'll go ahead and I'll bring up this map again if it will go ahead and load for me. Like Jesus. But I'll go ahead and bring up the map again on why this blockade isn't really stressing out China. And we could just go to this nice little world map right here. You can see how this blockade is not really hurting China whatsoever. Because look, Iran, they can go through their ally Pakistan and get into China that way. They can take the Caspian Sea. I mean, they can go ahead and get into Russia through the Caspian Sea. Then they have a railway in Kazakhstan that goes from Kazakhstan into China. So they have multiple ways they can get to their biggest buyer outside of the Strait of Hormuz. As I keep saying, this whole blockade isn't working the way they say it is. And if you understand geography, well, it's quite obviously in your face.
President said that President Xi actually offered to help, and he said, no, thank you. He told our rep, he said, if somebody helps you, then they always want something on the other side. So he doesn't want to take the help. But there's also this issue of reports that China is backdoor helping Iran. What more should we be doing to address that?
Well, that would be a concern if it's true. And I think we're trying to sort all that out. Iran is the largest state sponsor of terrorism. Okay. They have wreaked havoc around the world. They've killed hundreds of Americans over the last few decades. We've got to make sure that we get that sorted out. And every freedom-loving person around the world and all of our NATO allies and, of course, the Middle Eastern neighbors over there in that region have a direct interest in that. So we should all work together to get it done.
So let's talk.
Yeah, look, nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon, but everybody also understood that, the more aggressive actions you take towards Iran, the closer you push them towards a nuclear weapon. So if the goal is to make sure that they don't have a nuclear weapon, then why are we doing everything that pushes them towards one? It's like, come on now, the common sense of it now.
Talk about this issue of Taiwan. Obviously, China said it was front and center for them. That was what they wanted to talk about. They see it as kind of the biggest friction point between the U.S. The president said everybody needs to cool it. Nobody needs to start anything. We're hearing from Taiwan's president this morning saying a number of things, saying continued arms sales from the U.S. are necessary for them to maintain their position. Wall Street Journal editorial board after the trip said this. The test for Mr. Trump now will be whether he releases a long-awaited U.S. arms sale to Taiwan. Mr. Xi wants a veto over those sales, but Taiwan needs U.S. weapons as a deterrent as it works to reach its goal of spending 5% of its economy on defense by 2030.
But here's the thing, though. We won't win. I mean, if they order the weapons, won't be able to get it to them until 4 or 5 years later. And let's be real. I mean, China could attack within 1-2 years, and they'll be able to take Taiwan. Why? Because we sacrificed defense of Taiwan for this conflict with Iran. And trust me, if we get back into kinetic strikes with them, then I'm be real with you. I wouldn't be too far of the outside the realm of possibility if China was to try to take Taiwan while we're dealing with Iran. I mean, it'd be pretty damn smart too, because what the hell we gonna do about it? Nothing. We won't have no munitions to put towards it.
So couple that with the comments we heard from Taiwan's president this morning.
Well, look, we've been wary of China's objectives there for quite some time. Of course, the U.S. military and every president has been watching this closely, and we continue to do so. I saw the statement from Taiwan. I thought that was a reasonable thing for the leader there to say. They've got to flex their muscle a little bit and declare again that they are an independent country and they must remain so. We have an interest in that, as again do all freedom-loving people around the world. China cannot just go take over land, and we're going to stand strong and resolute by that. I know the Congress will.
Yeah, but let's be real, dog. We kind of lost some real high ground on that because we preemptively struck Iran, just like Russia preemptively went after Ukraine. I mean, and just like China can preemptively go after Taiwan. Like, we've lost a mile high ground with this war in Iran alone. Like, well, we don't think that countries should just invade other countries or just start striking them. I think they should reach diplomatic means. Meanwhile, we do everything that we criticize other countries for doing. Like, we've lost the argument against Russia because of this war. And we vindicated North Korea because of this war.
Okay, well, speaking of Congress, I want to read something from one of your Democrat colleagues because they say Congress needs to be doing more with respect to this conflict. Congressman Jimmy Panetta, he's a Democrat out of California, says Congress must reclaim its constitutional authority over the Iran war. Speaker Mike Johnson has abdicated Congress's role and failed to exercise any oversight this administration, saying that's given President Trump free rein to conduct a military campaign in Iran. He says it's based on an incoherent and inconsistent strategy. What should Congress's role be right now?
Jimmy's a friend and colleague, but he's clearly wrong on this, okay? This is not time for War Powers Act. Operation Epic Fury has been declared concluded, and it is, and now we're into a new project, and that is to get the Strait of Hormuz open. This is about diplomacy and negotiation. You don't have kinetic warfare right now. You don't have missiles flying around, and so we've got to allow the administration time to finish this and sort it out. And
how much time?
Well, we'll see. I mean, this is a day-by-day development. The president has his hands on this every single day. The Pentagon, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, everybody is involved. They're pushing it as aggressively as they can. The challenge has been in Iran, as I explain to everybody all the time, is we took out about 4 layers of leadership there. So they've needed some time to sort out who has the authority to get this straight. But I'm very optimistic about it. I've talked to allied nations around the world. They want to assist in this as well, getting commerce open so gas prices come back down to planet Earth. We get back to the economic issues and the conditions that we've set in place, the Republican-led Congress, to allow all boats to rise, so to speak, in the economy. We're excited about that.
What do you say to your Democratic counterparts who say by taking out those levels of leadership that we've ended up with a more radical group now who really doesn't?
Well, they speaking facts. That's what I tell her. Like, well, those guys are speaking facts. I'm sorry to say that. Yeah, we did take out a moderate regime who was willing to give up their enrichment, who was willing to work with the United States, and we pretty much killed all of them. And now we got a bunch of hardliners. Now we got a bunch of extremists who are way more extreme than the original Ayatollah. And now we're trying to convince the American people that, oh, no, we actually got moderates. Actually, we bombed them into moderacy. No, we bombed them even into being more hardliners against the West. Like, it's kind of insane how people think that we literally bombed ourselves into a more, bomb them into a more moderate regime, when no, we bombed them into being a more hardline regime. And that's kind of how it works all the time. The more aggressive you are towards somebody or a group of people, the more they kind of buck back against you. That's kind of always how it worked. And I don't know why you guys think it would work differently with Iran. But I mean, all right, though, you keep thinking that.
Seem to be interested in actually negotiating an end to this?
Well, I think it's premature to evaluate what we have now. That's the problem. We're not sure exactly who is in charge. There is a new Ayatollah, but he's not been seen since the conflict began. So we'll see how it's sorted out. I know that there are negotiations going on in earnest. I know that the president is on this every single day. We're pushing it as aggressively as we can because we know that gas prices, we're acutely aware of the what that means to American families, and we got to get that settled out. And I can tell you that the entire administration and all of us in Congress, Republicans, are working on that.
Okay, I want to get to redistricting because this case that came from the Supreme Court was out of Louisiana, of course. So it's now opened the door for a number of states, many of them in the South, to talk about redistricting. Here is the reaction to all of that from some of your Democrat colleagues.
This is a great turnaround and a turn back to Jim Crow era politics in the 50s.
We're looking at losing possibly 19 members of the Congressional Black Caucus because of this, frankly, racist redistricting efforts targeted towards disenfranchising Black voters across the country.
Here's the worst part about that. They kind of pretend like Black voters can't vote conservatively. That's what kills me. It's like, you know, could it just be that those voters in those Black areas, they could be leaning conservative since you guys constantly fail them through high taxes on their communities, let them to go through high crime, high immigration through their communities. You don't ever think that maybe just after years of being constantly screwed over by, you know, the Democratic Party, they would probably go a different direction? Does it have to be, oh no, it's racism, they're trying to cover up their voices? Or maybe you guys just fucked up so much with them, they're going the other way. Could it be that? Could it just be that?
So what is your message to Black Americans, Black voters about this redistricting?
The Supreme Court issued a long-awaited opinion, and I think it was long overdue, and they stated the obvious that drawing congressional lines must be fair. You cannot draw lines on the basis of race, and that's what was done in Louisiana. So they declared it to be an unconstitutional gerrymander, and it was. This brings back fairness and certainty to the system, and I think a lot of states are looking to make sure that their maps are not unconstitutional like Louisiana's was.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Now let's get over this concerning power that Trump got over the GOP.
Against GOP.
Let's get into it.
President Trump's campaign of payback against GOP.
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video if you're watching vertically, and if you're watching horizontally, make sure you smash that like button. Appreciate the support, guys. And any question, comment, jokes, disagreements, go ahead and send it in the super chat or Venmo. I'll be happy to read it out loud, engage with it. Or, whoops, you can also do it on a Rumble rant like my man Noah did. So appreciate the support there, my man.
Dissent just had its biggest moment of this midterm season, with Trump taking down a powerful Senate GOP chairman, Senator Bill Cassidy, who lost in a Saturday primary in Louisiana, more than 5 years after voting to convict the president for inciting the January 6th attack at the Capitol. All despite Cassidy trying to make amends with Trump, including with his pivotal vote to confirm RFK Jr. to be the Health and Human Services Secretary. Advancing to the June 27th GOP runoff, Congresswoman...
So pretty much anybody who went against Trump, it pretty much getting voted out. And it does show the type of control that Trump has over the Republican Party, and also how much, well, money that people will put behind Trump's endorsement of a candidate.
Julia Letlow, whom Trump recruited.
Hey, and shout out to my man, the Lunatic Libertarian, for sending a star for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man.
Into the race, and former Congressman John Fleming. It all underscored Trump's enduring strength with the base, despite collapsing support among the general electorate. Now, Cassidy, addressing supporters last night, did not mention Trump by name, but it was quite apparent who he was talking about.
And when you participate in democracy, sometimes it doesn't turn out the way you want it to. But you don't pout, you don't whine, you don't claim the election was stolen. And let me just set the record straight. Our country is not about one individual. It is about the welfare of all Americans, and it is about our Constitution. Leadership should be steady, not erratic, thoughtful, not impulsive, and leaders should think through the consequences of their actions.
Trump was gloating, not surprised.
Because here's the thing. Like what can easily be a gold stamp could turn into a scarlet letter in an instant. What I'm talking about is that, all right, great, you can keep on writing this out and it could be the gold stamp of approval that gets you all the votes. But sooner or later, the American people are going to catch on and they're going to start seeing the Trump approval or the Trump endorsement as a scarlet letter. And then the Republicans going to start turning against Trump if this war keeps continue, if inflation keeps going up with gas prices. Yeah, there's going to be some people jumping ship on this. And the problem is that, like I said, people are using it as a gold stamp now, but it soon can be a scarlet letter if things keep progressing in this direction. So we'll see.
Surprisingly, on Truth Social in the aftermath of Cassidy's loss, saying a lot of things, but one of the things he said is his disloyalty to the man who got him elected is now part of legend, and it's nice to see that his political career is over. He got trounced last night, Bill Cassidy, and it was all because of Trump and this vote to convict him, even though Bill Cassidy did.
Yeah, that's what happened. I mean, it's AIPAC, Muriel Adelson that puts in millions of dollars behind these candidates, while the other candidate can barely get any funding. These guys are getting like $2 million and up in funding. It's low-key unfair, and it's killing me because it kind of shows me how easy the American people are to trick. How easy it is just to play on them, because all you got to do is put in enough money, give enough AI ads, and you got them eating out the palm of your hand. And I wish it wasn't that fucking easy, but the way they make the American people look right now is like, look, bro, all we got to do is throw these dudes a couple dollars. They'll eat the AI slop and they'll vote for who we want to. And we don't even got to do shit for them. It's like, bro, I literally feel like this is how these politicians and these donors talk at a certain point, because look how gullible we are at the end of the day. All we got to do is throw in $1 million behind a motherfucker and they can get voted in. Like, that's it. That's how easy it is to take us away from people who truly want what's best for us. That's how easy it is. Just throw some money in our face. Man, son of a bitch. But all right. I'll stop yapping.
All he could to get in Trump's good graces. Loyalty is a one-way street with Donald Trump.
This is another data point showing that retribution is on the ballot. In many ways, we saw also that when Indiana lawmakers defied President Trump on a different issue, that one was about redistricting. President Trump promised to primary, those state lawmakers, and he got, for the most part, wins, out of that race. Now here you have another data point with Senator Bill Cassidy. When you look at his vote, when it comes to voting to convict President Trump after January 6th, now only 2 of the 7 lawmakers that voted to convict President Trump still hold a seat. That just shows that in today's Republican Party, where President Trump still holds a tight grip, there's not much room for dissent.
And just you see there on your screen, as you say here, these are the senators who voted to convict Donald Trump in 2021. There are 2 that are just on the screen. There's Susan Collins, who's up for re-election here in November in Maine. Lisa Murkowski, not up until 2028. She has survived the Trump wrath so far. Trump tried to defeat her in her last election cycle. She survived that. Susan Collins, J.D. Vance actually up in Maine this past week, praising her. Trump realizes that she's probably the only Republican to win that state. But then you look at the House members. The only House member who's left who voted to impeach Trump is David Valadao. He's a congressman who represents a swing district. He could face a difficult re-election race here in November as well. But Nia, you're seeing each of these members who vote.
Oh, guys, make sure to like the video, guys. Double tap the screen, show support, because once again, we're going through a shadow ban. And I guess the quickest way out of a shadow ban, guys, is to, like I said, boost engagement. So keep chatting in the chat, keep sending in super chats, keep liking the video, guys. Appreciate the support. And like I said, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, or smash that like button depending on how you're watching. And also, I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the chat as well, because I do need more people to get over to Kick. Like I said, I gotta start sponsoring. I gotta start really putting out there Kick and Rumble. Only 2 platforms that don't censor you every 2 weeks, okay? And that's pretty much what I'm going through here on YouTube. I've already talked to YouTube support about it. They're telling me to pretty much kick rocks. So the only thing I can honestly do is just tell you guys to follow me to a different platform that allows free speech, that don't censor. And the only platform that doesn't, there's only 2 platforms that I know that don't do that, and that's Kick and Rumble. So guys, make sure if you truly support the channel and all this good stuff, make sure to follow me on Kick and Rumble. Make sure to go into that chat as well, and let's help, grow us on those 2 platforms, because, bro, YouTube cannot be trusted. I cannot stress this enough. They will pretty much kill anybody's voice who is telling y'all the truth about how this war is going or about where the administration is going. And they show you it with me every 2 weeks. I'm like, does it really make sense how I will go from 100 average viewers on every stream to like 8, 12? Does that really make sense? Does it? No. And it's obviously shadow banning. So help me out, guys. Go to Rumble, go to Kick, follow on there, tune in from there, because, guys, I do got to make some type of exodus outside of YouTube, because they're just not playing fair no more. And they're letting me know, yo, if you don't talk the right way, we just won't let you grow on this platform. And I refuse to submit to it. So help me out and move to other platforms like Kick and Rumble. All right, guys, let's get right back into it. Yeah, be like my man Kingen, bro. Be like my man Kingen. Go straight to Kick. F these guys.
After January 6th against Trump.
You know, make clips on there and all this good stuff. It's actually entertaining how you can actually clip up part of the stream on Kick, so you can go there as well.
Slowly leave the party.
Yeah, listen, and some of these folks obviously decided not to run. Bill Cassidy did decide to run. He sort of tried to get back in good graces. He had that statement there where he said, you know, leadership, people in power have to think about the consequences of their actions, where one of the consequences of his actions is that RFK is a very powerful person. And, you know, one of the things that's going to be interesting, I think, to watch Cassidy is what he does now, right? He sort of came out swinging in that statement against Donald Trump. He obviously has a number of months left in the Senate. Is he going to be a thorn in the Republican Party side as they try to do Trump's bidding on any number of issues? But yeah, I mean, Trump is still powerful. Primary voters, Republican Party primary voters still love Trump.
Yeah.
They still love Trumpism.
It's interesting because, you know, he did make those remarks about Trump last night in the speech, but he didn't mention him by name.
Right.
And he waited to lose to make that remark, right?
Yeah, that was
before
smart.
you jump in, I just want to show the viewers to see just how much he lost by when you look at the results from last night. This is as of this morning. Julia Letlow won 44.8%. Cassidy just 24.8% of the vote. That is staggering, Isaac.
Yeah, and look, beyond the part of the speech that you played, this is, he said, they're talking about people using other levers of power. They're about serving themselves. They're not about serving us. And that person is not qualified to be a leader. That's what, as you say, Bill Cassidy said once he lost. But what we have seen in every chance that he really was faced with it since that conviction vote, he's done what he could to try to get back into Trump's good graces. And so he has this now very familiar pattern, which is the person who Trump targets does everything, again, to appeal and show loyalty. Trump is not, as Olin was saying, ever responsive to that because he doesn't feel loyal.
Yeah, I mean, that man Trump could be pretty unforgiving. I'll just say it like that. He'd be pretty unforgiving. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next one. I'm sure you guys are getting bored of that one, but make sure to like the video anyway. Appreciate the support. Now, let's get into one of these points that I've been saying for a while now. A lot of people think that, oh, when the war stops, gas prices will just go down precipitously, and that's not how it's going to go. It's going to take about like 6 months for it, and let's get right into a video pretty much proving my point. But let's go, guys. Like I said, don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and make sure to follow those links to Kick or Rumble. Because like I said, I've had my last straw with YouTube. I try to be cool with them, but they on BS.
Take a look at this line. It's the average price of gas in the
guys. It's to the point where even when I do get my engagement back, I'm still gonna push people to Kick and Rumble still. Like, I've tried to be cool with YouTube, try to make them my main platform, but they're proving to me and other creators that we can't trust them to do that. Can't.
US. It goes up, goes down. But check this out. When you compare that to the benchmark price of crude oil over time, the lines don't always go up and down at the same time. Sometimes crude oil falls real fast, but gasoline keeps rising. Weird, right? Well, there's this old adage about gas prices. They go up like a rocket, but down like a feather. And right now, they're in the rocket phase big time.
Yep, and that's always been the problem with skyrocketing gas prices, because even back, you know, with Bush, like, yeah, that was the problem. The prices went up way faster than they came back down. And it's kind of crazy how people are literally believing Trump, saying that, oh, as soon as the war is over, it's going to drop off. I'm sorry, but that's not how gas prices work throughout history, my friend. So the fact that some of you guys are eating that up is crazy, because like some of y'all are older than me eating that up. And y'all were grown-ass adults seeing this happening in y'all face, but somehow Trump says differently, and you're going to believe it?
Experts are saying the feather might be extra slow. So I wanted to know, why could it take gas prices such a long time to come back down?
I'm going to take a little trip with Dave Goldman. He's a senior business reporter here at CNN, knows a lot about the oil industry. We're going to ask some people, try to figure it out.
right here. Good to see you. Ready to rock? All right, let's do it.
As I'm sure you know, gas prices are the result of a very long supply chain that starts when crude oil is extracted from the ground.
Yeah, right. The first step is obvious. It comes out of the ground. It was dinosaurs and now it's oil. When that gets distilled, that ends up through a pipeline into a storage facility. Then it gets put onto those tanker trucks that you see sometimes at your gas station. They go to your gas station. That ends up in the pumps. And that's how you get from pump to pump.
And when it gets to the gas pump, that's where the retail price you and I pay gets set. So then who sets the prices?
Yeah, it's the gas station owner, ultimately. Gas prices take off like a rocket. They fall down like a feather. And that has everything to do.
And I mean, let's be real, though. These gas companies and even the gas station owner has every incentive to make it skyrocket high up and making it fall down slow. Like, they have every incentive to do so.
With the razor thin profit that you make at a gas station.
Harry Singh has owned this gas station for almost 12 years. He sets prices every day based on the wholesale prices his supply.
Hey, and shout out to my man. Oh, yeah, shout out to my man King. And he sent the star for 2 jewels. Then he sent sparkles for 2 jewels. And then he sent a gold coin and then some Chile as well. And shout out to my man User. Sent a sparkle for 2 jewels and a star. So shout out my man King and User. Appreciate you guys for supporting the stream, man. Y'all would keep it alive, but like I said, make sure you guys go over to Kick if you have it. If not, go over to Rumble. But like I said, guys, I'm going to continuously promote these guys because at this point, like I said, I can't do it with YouTube no more.
Fire offers him.
When I fight.
Don't worry, I'll still be streaming on here every day, but I am going to try to bring my audience over to those platforms. So guys, help me out by doing that, by hitting that link and going straight over. And if you can't hit the link on the vertical, go to the horizontal and you'll be able to access it right there.
Cents, yes, sir.
So oil prices go up 5 cents last night. So then what do you do today?
So yesterday was 403, we put 409.
Damn.
And these are the wholesale prices that you have?
But they pretty much saying like, look, man, if it goes up this price, we got to make some money here. So we're going to charge maybe like 10 cents over. So what they brought it in for, they got to make their profit. They got to charge a bit over, obviously.
That was the market yesterday.
So every day it's going up that much?
Yeah, every day. Today is 392.
So it's 392 today, and then you're selling it at 409.
409, that's like 14 cents.
Right.
To survive, we have to make at least the margin 25 to 30 cents.
Okay, per gallon.
Per gallon. And now it's just 15 cents, 14 cents. And before customers come, they said, fill it up. Now they said, give me 20 bucks, give me 30. So the gallon margin went down.
Okay, let's break.
Oof. Yeah, people are less likely to fill up their car and they're trying to, budget out. So that means they're going to go less places or they're going to buy enough gas, maybe to go back and forth to work, and that's it. And if they need to go somewhere else, they'll go ahead and get gas for that. But they're no longer just filling up their tanks and, because they never know if they're going to need the money for something else. That's how bad it's getting out here to that point. And I know what you're saying, like, damn, Sid, I don't go through that. Me neither. But I'm seeing people go through it, and I'm hearing about people go through it, and it hurts my heart. But this is actually what's going down in America.
This down. Gas station owners have to balance rising prices with customers' ability to pay. When prices go up too fast, like when there's a big supply shock like we're experiencing now, owners can't raise retail prices in lockstep. Otherwise, customers will buy less gas. So as wholesale prices are rising, they have to cut into their margins.
So gas prices go up very quickly. You have to kind of go up not as quickly.
No.
So then what happens when gas prices start to go down? Are you going to bring prices?
We're going to bring it down like 3 to 4 cents every day. We can't just drop it.
But why not?
Well, we have to make some money.
Yo, is every Sudoku really Indian Rand? That actually might be some truth to that. I'll never go lie to you. There might be some truth to that. Everyone, bro, at least 90%, 90%. I could accept that.
No, so, the loss we have. So we have to cover.
I see. And that's sort of why prices stay up for a while. And that kind of explains the up like a rocket, down like a feather.
And if you've noticed, gas is priced similarly at different stations where you live. There's a reason for that.
Not only are you making a decision on how much to price it based on what's happening at your station, but also at the stations around you. Why?
Just
Let me show you.
Yeah.
This guy on a station on Prospect, so he gave me the price. Look, 409.
Oh, you're just texting him.
He texts me.
Wow. And he's at 400.
I'm weak. Like, bro, not these guys are in the, bro, the gas station owner group chat is real. They're like, hey, bro, how much you charging today? Yeah, I'm charging this much. Yeah, bro, what about you? How much you charging? I'm charging this much. All right, bro. I'm going to charge this much then. Or, yo, how much you bring your prices down? Nah, I'm probably going to bring it down like 2 cents. You know, I still got to recover some money from when it skyrocketed. Yeah, I'll probably bring it down by 3. Like, this, wow, they're really having conversations about it, which makes sense. Smart thing to do.
9 and you're at 409. So every morning you have a price.
Yeah, that's, you see that?
Yeah. Oh, wow, 279 back in.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago. Are drivers mad when prices go up?
Of course. One customer yesterday, she said, give me a gas for like $3.
Just $3 worth of gasoline.
Now, I've seen that too, though. You see that a lot when you I say when you live in the hood, you literally see people buy like what, $3 of gas. You're like, damn, bro, just one tank when gas was $3. Or yeah, when gas is like what, $5 basically, you literally see people be like, damn, dog, I just need to make it to work on the hope and prayer that this $3 will help me get to work. And I'm like, well, yo, is that real? Like people were able to afford a gallon of gas. Now they can only afford a half a gallon of gas. Yeah, that's a problem, guys.
How much longer do you think you can keep this up?
If we stay like that, maybe I have to close the gas station in the next 2 months.
Damn.
Really?
Yes.
Oh. What'd you learn?
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting that the higher gas prices go, the less margin he has, the less profit that he's able to make.
Yeah, and you think about like up like a rocket, you'd assume that the profits also go up like a rocket, but it's the opposite.
Yeah, I guess it only worked for the oil executives, like, you know, the big guys out there, but not these gas station owners. Remember, they're just franchise. They're like McDonald's. They bought into the franchise. They get their own little gas station, whoop-de-doo. But apparently that, they don't, higher gas price don't work out the same way it does for the oil executives of these big companies.
The exact opposite. I think that for a lot of folks, they think, well, if gas prices on his end, the wholesale gas prices start to fall, he should start lowering prices so that he can sell more gas. It doesn't work like that.
No, it don't, because he got to try to maintain, like, so pretty much if gas falls at $4, well, because he had to sell it so high last month, and if it let's say it went from $6 to $4 into next month, because he had to sell it so high last month, and that was eating up his profit margin because people were buying less oil because the price went up. Well, now the prices finally fell down. He got to keep prices high to recover what he lost last month. That's what I'm saying. That's why gas prices fall down slow. And you're kind of being foolish if you think it's just going to precipitously drop off just because Trump stopped the war. And I wish it would work like that, but it doesn't. And guys, make sure to like the video.
A really tricky situation, not just for him, but for consumers who are buying the gas.
And remember, gas station owners are the last part of the supply chain.
When you think about why it takes so long for that gas station to lower its prices, it's because of all this traffic that's in front of us. It's a perfect analogy. Before we, the gas station, can lower our prices, all of those cars need to move. So when the light turns green, we won't just start going. First, the first car needs to go. That's the oil market. That's when oil starts to fall. But then the next car needs to go, and that's shipping it off to a refinery and refining it, making it into gasoline. And then the next car needs to go, and that's transporting it to a warehouse where it then goes onto a wholesale market. It takes a long time. So,
So, and here's a problem, guys. We're not going to start seeing that falling down in price from the oil market because, let me tell you where we're at right now in the oil market, because it's going to hurt your feelings a little bit. But, we're over, we're at 110 for a barrel of oil, Brent crude. WTI, $106. And that is like, bro, it being at 90 is high. Over 100 is terrible. This is why gas prices have not fell down yet, because I'm gonna be real, for gas prices to fall, we need it to be, we need this 110 to go to like, I don't know, 55. That'd be great. Like half it is. So that'd be great. But if we don't get it to there, that 50, 60 range, or even the 60, 70 range, gas prices will not fall at all. But let's get right back to it.
needs to go, that's the oil market. That's when oil starts to fall. But then the next car needs to go, and that's shipping it off to a refinery and refining it, making it into gasoline. And then the next car needs to go, and that's transporting it to a warehouse where it then goes onto a wholesale market. It takes a long time. So, that light might turn green. People might be honking behind us because they want that price to start falling, but we can't go until the whole thing clears out.
Yeah, you can see the crude oil price go down. So you expect, hey, when is the gas?
It's going to be the next sad thing where they're going to start telling us that macroeconomics is un-American. Bro, get ready for it. Get ready for when they hit you with that. Okay, guys, they're going to start saying that economics is now un-American. Your understanding of the economics of the oil market is un-American, bro.
Gas price going to go down, but it's like all these cars, they have to move out of our way first.
Exactly. Come on, let's go. Here it's green. Finally.
And everyone's going to be waiting for the price of crude oil to fall. But we got to remember, the war in Iran is causing the biggest oil supply shock the world's ever experienced, according to the International Energy Agency. So getting crude prices down is a totally different kind of waiting game.
So David, as I understand it, this is like a pretty significant place when it comes to determining what gasoline and crude oil costs.
Yeah, we're in front of the New York Mercantile Exchange, owned by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. That's where all of the oil futures trade. Oil futures are kind of a funny thing, right? Because you're buying a contract for a future delivery of oil. And so you're kind of placing a bet on what I want to pay, what oil will be worth at the end of any particular month. And you can kind of see the trajectory of where those oil prices are going to go based on those future contracts. And right now, if you look 5 years out, we're still not down to the $60 that we had before the war.
Yep.
So that's the oil market.
Yeah, and see the problem there is like, bro, before the war, guys, we was at like $67 per barrel. Now we're over 100. So let's go back to him explaining that again, because this is crucial for people to understand.
Those oil prices are going to go based on those future contracts. And right now, if you look 5 years out, we're still not down to the $60 that we had before the war. So that's the oil market telling you that we might not go back to normal until the 2030s.
Hey,
and
hold
so
the fuck on. Wait, hold on now. That's concerning. Ouch. All right, hold on, guys. I knew it was going to take a while, but I think it was going to take damn near 10 years. Whoa. If this is the case, then yeah, Donald Trump done cooked himself. Like, it would take a dramatic change to honestly bring down oil prices. I mean, fast enough to save Donald Trump's presidency, or fast enough to save the political stock of the Republican Party. But according to this, bro, we might just be cooked. This might be all around cooked.
You look 5 years out, we're still not down to the $60 that we had before the war. So that's the oil market telling you that we might not go back to normal until the 2030s. And so $3 gas that was made with $60 oil might not be possible for about, 6 or 7 years, according to the oil market. Now that could change, but at present, that's the bet that it's placing. Strait of Hormuz needs to reopen. All of those tankers that are in the Strait of Hormuz need to go out. Empty tankers need to come in. They need to start to refill and then get that oil to their destination. Then all of that empty production, right? Because all of the Middle Eastern producers shut down their production because there was literally no place to put any of that oil. That needs to come back online. And that isn't just like flipping a light switch. That could take weeks and weeks and weeks just to start getting production back online.
So in a lot of ways, what we've been doing is looking at this phenomenon of up like a rocket, down like a feather in its abstract, how it's happened historically. But this time around, it might be totally different, or the feather might be floating a lot longer.
That's right. I mean, it's a 7-year feather, perhaps, to come back down.
Son of a bitch. Excuse my language, but ain't no way. I don't even want to believe that. But the way they explained it, the way they graphed it, the way they mapped it out, it just makes sense, but I don't want to believe it. It's like, damn it, I wish the math wasn't mathing right now. Like, that is crazy to say, but I really truly wish the math was not mathing right now, guys. I really wish I could disagree with what that man was saying, but everything he's saying was facts. And that's just a sad reality of what we're doing today. That's why I was so against this war. Because even I underestimated how much damage this was going to do to gas prices. I underestimated this. And I was telling you guys it's going to take like a couple years. They're saying to 2033, bro. Like, and I'm looking at it now and I'm like, oh my God, he's right. He's actually right. We low-key already cooked ourselves. Trump has already cooked gas prices already. There is nothing that can be done until 2030, or unless we can make the boats faster, unless we can somehow add more oil supply to the global market or something that can just put it on the move immediately, unless we're ready to do something like outstanding, like astonishing to catch us up, then we're kind of cooked. All right, let's get into Cuba. Because Cuba may take $100 million in U.S. aid as U.S. fueled crisis deepens. Yeah, I know it is our fault why they're going through this. But let's move on to Cuba and let's see what's going on there.
Havana in Cuba, an island under intensifying pressure and possibly approaching.
Hey, shout out Jed. He's like, I wish I went to the Leering Center so this didn't make sense. You know what? I'm pretty sure we all wish we was a bit less educated right now. Like, we all wish that we didn't go through elementary school right now. I was like, you know, I wish I was a dumbass. You ever had one of those moments where you just sat to yourself and you was like, you know what? I wish I was less intelligent. I kind of wish this stuff did go over my head. I really do sometimes.
Its breaking point as global crises compete for Washington's attention. A U.S. State Department official says the fuel-starved island appears willing to accept a $100 million aid package. A previously reported part of the deal had been that Havana carry out what the State Department called meaningful reforms to its government. And this comes after an extraordinary meeting between CIA Director John Ratcliffe and high-level Cuban officials in Havana, as you can see there, including the Minister of the Interior. Their discussions apparently mostly centered on military and intelligence issues. All these developments are happening during rare public protests in Havana amid a series of island-wide blackouts. We brought you that to your attention yesterday. Some of these
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. Like I said, what we're hoping is that the people of Cuba blame their government, but I mean, they kind of know that it's us doing this to them. We're the ones doing the blockade of energy. We're the ones who took away their oil from Venezuela, and we stopped the oil. Well, we tried to stop the oil coming in from Russia. So we've been shown nothing but constant aggression towards the people of Cuba. And I know what you're saying, but Seth, look, we're trying to go after their leadership. Yeah, but going after the leadership, we've pretty much brought more pain to the people than to their leadership. That's just the facts there.
Count, by the way, have lasted up to 22 hours a day. And it is a desperate situation that is expected to get worse. Cuba says it has completely run out of diesel fuel and oil under a U.S. blockade. Let's get more on all these strands. Patrick Ottman joins me from Havana. Jennifer Hansler is in Washington. Patrick, good to see you. Let me start with you. And first of all, this visit by the CIA director, just give us a sense of what the message was there and how it was received in Havana.
Well, it's just striking that the same agency that, for years tried to kill Fidel Castro with exploding cigars and poison dive suits and other ridiculous assassination plots arrived in Cuba yesterday in a big U.S. government plane that said the U.S. government on the side, hardly James Bond material here, and sat down with his counterparts in Cuban intelligence and really laid out to them how the U.S. government, the Trump administration, feels that Cuba is providing aid to the United States enemies, providing areas to operate Chinese and Russian spy bases, is essentially involved in intelligence operations against the U.S. and is working against U.S. purposes, and how this kind of activity needs to end. And if they don't get with the Trump administration's demands, that there will be consequences. And so I'm sure it was a very stark meeting. The Cuban side is saying, well, they laid out how Cuba is not a threat to the United States, but I think we're well past that. The Trump administration has made up its mind. They're giving Cuba perhaps a final chance in their words, to change its ways or face a
Yeah, and user brought up a really good point that a lot of people are overlooking. It's going to be the state of it's going to be the state of the American people that's going to decide the midterm and further elections when it comes to affordability. But thanks to this whole crisis, bro, affordability is going to be the main thing talked about. If you're not talking about affordability, then we're not trying to hear you talk. That's going to be the top topic going into the 2028 political presidential election. Sorry, but yeah, the 2028 presidential election. That's going to be the main topic, is going to be affordability and how that can be fixed. And I'm sorry, but if the Republicans still want to talk about our next war with the middle, with whatever Muslim country, which they're saying is going to be Turkey, they're cooked. And if Democrats are just going to sit there and say, but, oh, big bad Trump, even though he won't be running in 2028, then they're cooked. Like, but somebody got to speak on this cost of living. Because I do hate how, like I said, people in MAGA sit here and say that our criticism of the war is what's going to win the Dems the midterms. No, bro, it's the lack of focus on affordability is what's going to win the Dems the midterms. The fact that you guys don't want to address that, instead you want to get mad at people in your own camp, is really what's going to win them the midterms.
perhaps more economic sanctions or even tougher measures. Of course, President Donald Trump has threatened to take military action against the Cuban government, and that is something they take very seriously at this moment, considering how badly the oil blockade has already impacted their economy.
And we'll talk about the humanitarian side in just a moment. Let me just go to Jen, because, Jen, Patrick and I were talking yesterday about the possibility, of course, of this offer of $100 million that we're hearing now that the island appears willing to accept. Do we have a sense from this meeting, the CIA, what you are hearing as well, on what kind of reforms they're likely to see, right? They want to see, and how quickly?
Well, Issa, in addition to those security reforms that Patrick laid out that came up in that meeting with the CIA director yesterday, they are also pushing what they describe as economic reforms on the island, essentially opening it up to private investment. This was something that was a key focus of a different visit by U.S. officials last month to the island, where they met with senior Cuban officials. And they were saying they needed to make these economic reforms in addition to those security reforms in the near term, or else they would continue to face a catastrophic situation. Now, it is clear here that these economic restrictions are going to remain in place unless these alleged reforms are taken by the Cuban government. However, the State Department says that they are willing to offer this $100 million in humanitarian aid only if it is given through the Catholic Church or independent organizations on the ground. They say that this is the key string that is attached to this offer, that it has to be distributed through these independent organizations. Now, a senior State Department official said that they have been in touch. They have reached out to the Cuban government through what they describe as a senior channel between the State Department and senior leadership in Havana about this aid. Cuban officials have indicated that they would be willing to accept it if there weren't conditions on it. However, it is clear here that the administration is trying to push this message that if the suffering continues, it is not on the U.S., that it is on the Cuban government. So they are trying to inject further anger among that population on the ground. That
which is not going to work, because we're saying it out loud that we're the ones doing this. And like I said, we want them to blame their government, but we're the ones invoking the sanctions and all this crazy stuff. Even when the Cuban government was trying to work with us, the people are going to end up blaming us. And it doesn't really matter, no, because we can also take Cuba out the same way we taking out Venezuela. But let's be real, sitting here trying to act like we're putting the people against the government, not really. We're just putting the people more against us. And they're blaming us for these blackouts. Why? Because, well, we're the ones blockading fuel. We're the ones hitting them with the crazy sanctions. Like, it's not their government, it's us at the end of the day, because their government won't bend the knee to us. And I mean, let's be real. That's only going to put the people more on their side than anything.
is suffering these catastrophic humanitarian situation there, Issa.
Yeah, and we've seen this anger on.
I mean, let's be real though. Like, guys, you rather fight and die with your government than bow to a foreign power. Like, what makes you think that other people don't feel the same?
On the streets in the last several days, our Patrick Hopman has been showing us that, of course, people taking to the streets very visibly, which is something that's very rare. Patrick, let me go back to you. add this element that we were just talking about, how rare it is to see these protests, and then these reports that are circulating across US media that the US is making moves to indict Raul Castro, who, of course, the brother of Fidel Castro. I want to play a short clip from Representative Jimenez, who told CNN this. Have a listen.
Yeah, I'm hearing those rumors too, that there is a press conference on the 20th of May, which is Cuban Independence Day, that in Miami, in the Freedom Tower, by the attorney for the U.S. attorney down in South Florida. And we're hearing that they're going to be indicting Raul Castro for ordering the shoot down of the Brothers to the Rescue flight back in 1996, which killed 3 American citizens and 1 American resident.
Jeez.
So, Patrick, I mean, how would this be received? What are you hearing about this?
All right, though. Let's go ahead and move on to let's get on to this what was it, Freed's take. And boy, I do not like this guy, but F it. He does have some good takes when it comes to geopolitical matters, though. But domestic policies, I wish he just shut the hell up. But it is what it is. But anyway, though, let's get right into it, because Trump's hard stance on China has softened. And will it work? Well, I'm gonna be real with you. Kind of had to soften since we're in this whole little quagmire with Iran.
Here's my take. Regular viewers know that I have not been a fan of Donald Trump's foreign policy in his second
You don't say. You don't say.
term. From threatening to seize Greenland and annex Canada, unilaterally raising tariffs sky high, to the fiasco.
Now, here's the thing, though. Like I said, I actually supported the taking of Greenland. And this is the reason why. Because it'd be a lot easier and simpler to take Greenland. And one, who's going to stop us? Nobody. Like, everybody was positioning themselves like they were going to stop us, but they weren't. But if we were to take Greenland, take advantage of those rare earth minerals, that works out for the U.S. That makes our products cheaper and all this good stuff. There's benefits to that. There's no benefits into getting into it with Iran. None whatsoever. And of course, I know the tariffs, like, let's be real, guys. Some people were abusing the facts that they can get some of their products outside of the U.S. There were actually options inside of the U.S. that they can take advantage of that they choose not to. And did all companies have that privilege? Of course not. But I always just say I would say it like this. The determining factor that decides if a tariff gets passed out into consumer is the saturation or the high competition in that market. Low competition makes it easier to pass on the cost to the consumer. High competition makes it way harder because they can lose out on market capital. Market capital.
Land and annex Canada, unilaterally raising tariffs sky high, to the fiasco of the Iran war. Trump has been reckless, chaotic, and deeply destabilizing.
Hey, shout out to my man User for sending the $10 on Venmo. He just hit me with the user and the cup of tea. I won't say your name out loud, but appreciate the support, my man. Shout out to my man User. And since that's 10, that's 20 towards the call-in.
But he might well turn out to have the right instincts and perhaps even the right policy in one crucial arena, the U.S.-China relationship. In Trump's recent interactions with Xi Jinping, we saw a version of him rarely on display. He was respectful, almost deferential, eager to emphasize their personal rapport. Xi, by contrast, remained formal, disciplined, and never especially warm. The asymmetry was revealing. Donald Trump is obsessed with power. More than ideology or values, of course, he thinks in terms of leverage and dominance. He insults European allies because he understands how dependent they remain on American military protection and access to U.S. markets. Trump senses weakness and exploits it. But with China, he has come to understand something that much of Washington still struggles to.
I mean, here's the thing. He did try to do that with China when it came to attacking Iran, but apparently nobody showed Trump a map of Iran explaining how, you trying to put squeeze on China and Russia is not going to work through this war with Iran. And you could frame it like that, but that's only going to work for people who don't know geography. It's like, that's the problem. Their two biggest buyers of Iran is Russia and China, and Iran still has access to Russia and China through the Caspian Sea, and honestly, directly to China through Pakistan. And we all know Pakistan just loves to help Iran. So What are we really doing here, guys?
Except emotionally. Beijing has enormous strength of its own, economic, technological, industrial, even military.
Yeah, and that's the thing. While they're focusing on infrastructure, which we should be focusing on, yeah, we're focusing on building up our military might, which doesn't really work out for the American people all that much. I know you can sit there and say, but said, what about the guys in the weapons sector and all this good stuff? Well, let's be real. That doesn't help majority of the industries out here that comprises of the U.S. economy. So I'm gonna be real with you guys. Like I said, while they're working on infrastructure, we're building up our military. And I'm gonna be real with you. It'd be better for the American people if we worked on our infrastructure instead.
And can wield it effectively. So Trump has.
I mean, bro, the fact that we don't got like, what was it, light railways or these speed of light railways. I'm joking by the speed of light, but the fact that we don't got those is crazy. And we should. China got it. We should have it. There should be no excuse, none at all, that China has all these advanced technological advancements that we don't have outside of the AI surveillance state that they have. No, we don't want that. We don't want that. But some of their infrastructure advancements, shit, we'll go ahead and take some of that.
From belligerence toward a more complicated mix of rivalry and cooperation. That may be what this relationship requires. Contrast Trump's visit with the first meeting of Biden officials with their Chinese counterparts in Anchorage in 2021. The Americans launched into a televised public scolding of China over human rights, cyber attacks, and the international order. China's diplomats responded angrily in kind. It was less a serious diplomatic exchange than a cable news shouting match. Many centrist Democrats live in fear of being portrayed as soft on China. So they often overcompensate rhetorically, adopting maximalist language and escalating symbolic confrontations. After showing...
I mean, at least he admit that the Democrats do show out too much when it comes to being, the whole social justice warrior thing. They show out a bit too much, even when it doesn't work in their benefits. Like, bro, you want to be a social justice warrior in America? Great. But while we're trying to be out here working with allies, toss all that bullshit to the side. We we know they're human rights violators, but who gives a damn? We got to do business with them. I mean, same thing with the Middle Eastern country. Look, I know, no women's rights, but we got to do business with them. Put your feelings to the side.
Skepticism toward Trump's China tariffs during the campaign, Joe Biden kept nearly all of them in place. Biden never visited China as president, nor did he invite Xi Jinping to Washington. The Biden team endorsed the claim, leveled by the first Trump administration, that China's actions in Xinjiang constituted genocide, a term that evokes industrial-scale extermination campaigns like the Holocaust or Rwanda. China's prison and re-education camps in Xinjiang are brutal and horrific, and dozens of scholars have called its actions against the Uyghurs a genocide. But as The Economist noted, it is not what most people think of when conjuring up the word genocide. Trump's superpower is that he cannot be attacked from the right. He came to power after the 2016 election, railing against Beijing, blaming it for lost manufacturing jobs, trade imbalances, and America's industrial decline.
Duplicitous trade tactics all around, stealing of technology, transportation of fentanyl. All of this is actually true too. But it's like when we really need somebody to go hard on China, everybody kind of just, bend a knee or kind of just quiet down. They pipe down for some reason. And it's probably because they realize the type of economic leverage that they hold over us and that we hold over them. And to go all out on China would damn near be risking the entire American economy as well, and their economy. It's kind of funny. It's like a trade war with China, damn near all out trade war, would ensure the mutual destruction of both of our economies. That's why we really can't go all out on China like the way we want to. And it's best that we kind of follow what Xi's asking us to do and just come to the middle ground with them. Be like, look, obviously we can't take each other on without destroying each other. So we might as well come to a middle ground where we can, coexist with each other.
In a sense, the analogy...
not live under such a predatory relationship.
...is not Nixon going to China, but rather Ronald Reagan, the Uber hawk to the right of Nixon, going to the Soviet Union. Trump may be capable of a similar pivot precisely because his base will follow wherever he leads.
Man.
One need only look at how quickly...
That's true. I mean, the base will go from saying F China to we love China and I want all my stuff made in China, even though we was all against China when it came to Trump starting off the tariffs. I damn near went on a whole F China campaign for like 30 days. Like, guys, I may never be able to go into China because how hard I was going against them. Just to have the MAGA crowd say, oh, we love China now. They're our greatest ally. They're like Israel now, which I hope they don't go to. But that's may what it be like, if Trump softens his tone, so will MAGA. It does seem like that just seems to be the pattern.
Many MAGA figures reversed themselves on intervention in Iran once Trump signaled support for military action. Why would a more cooperative approach toward China make sense? Because the truth is that China is not the Soviet Union. The Soviet economy was smaller than Italy's by the end of the Cold War by one UN measure.
True.
China, by contrast, is the world's second largest economy, the leading trading partner for more than 120 countries, and a technological powerhouse in fields ranging from electric vehicles and batteries.
I'm telling you, though, this is what pisses me off. We could have done the same exact thing, bro. Like, this is what pisses me off when people be pushing for these endless wars. Like, bro, we could have been China. We could have had like the top chips. We could have been top in rare earth refinery. We could have had the best effing cars. So much goddamn cars we make were the newest cars, like, I don't know, $10,000. Like, we could have been that. That could have been us. Instead, we want to focus on bullshit wars in the Middle East. And those people who support it piss me off even more because I'm like, bro, it could have all been so beautiful. We could have did this way better than China and keep human rights. But no. We wanted to get into wars with Muslims that only propagate more wars with Muslims. Man, it irritates me how people really don't see the bigger picture.
To drones, advanced manufacturing, and even artificial intelligence. It produces more manufacturing output than the United States, Japan, and Germany put together.
Shit.
Trying to launch a full-scale...
And that's the problem. It's just the manufacturing output alone. It's like, bro, all of us together is outrageous. We should have been working on that instead of getting into war with the Middle East, instead of handling every problem that Israel threw in front of us. And this is what I say is like, bro, all those neocons, all those pro-war guys, when they say they're America first, bro, I say, bro, quit the bullshit. No, you're not. This chart right here should explain why anybody who pushed for a war in the Middle East is not America first, because we should have been focusing on infrastructure, on production output, stuff that really put us ahead of the game, put us at the top of the world instead of wars with the Middle East that put us at the bottom. Well, not the complete bottom, but it took our ranking down.
Japan and Germany put together. Trying to launch a full-scale Cold War against such a country would not resemble the struggle against Moscow when the world was already divided. It would mean tearing apart the global economy itself. American consumers would face higher prices and supply shocks. U.S. companies would lose access to one of the world's largest markets. Universities would lose many top students.
I hate that. I'm like, first off, the universities will lose many top students. So you're telling me that we need these Asian immigrants to hold up our universities? Like, and this is what kills me about guys like him, because it just sounds so un-American when they say that. So we need Chinese students, so we can't rely on our own scholars, on our own intelligence. Like, we have to rely on Chinese. I'm sorry, but are you for America or not, bro? This is why I really have to ask Dems that too. You know, when you make this argument, you might as well just not send your kids to school then. Bro, take your kid out of school, cover his college fees, and just go ahead and let the Chinese students take over, because that's what y'all truly believe in. You don't even believe in your own American people no more. That's what really kills me too, is that y'all willing to just let all the Chinese student have it. I'm like, hold on. So you really think that, oh, us separating from China, that'll just be the end of our scholarly achievements? That'd be the end of top performing students in colleges? Dude, do you hear yourself? Like, this is what I really say. Some of these dudes are more loyal to their, parents' home country than they are to America.
Danger would not simply be economic pain. It would be the creation of two hostile technological and...
Like, I'm sorry, but you're always going to miss me with that argument of, oh, well, we need them to prop up our colleges. No, the fuck we don't, bro. That's just a lie they sold to you so these colleges could charge these guys double and up their profitability from students. Like, I'm sorry, but that's bullshit. And I feel like any Dem should be able to dissect that. If Trump was doing it, if the Republicans were doing it, you'd be able to dissect it. But your side is doing it, so you're just la-di-da-di-da with it.
Geopolitical blocs spiraling toward increasing confrontation. Of course, the US and China are rivals. That is unavoidable in a bipolar world. They will compete economically, militarily, and strategically for decades to come. But rivalry need not mean total rupture. In the weeks before he died, Henry Kissinger noted to me that leaders of both countries should keep in mind how, in 1914, nationalist competition, pursued with no concerns about its consequences, led to a world war that upended the entire global order. In an age of AI, cyber warfare, and nuclear weapons, maintaining channels of dialogue and cooperation is more important than ever. The two countries should compete fiercely while still trading, talking, and collaborating where possible on nuclear stability, AI safety, pandemics, and financial crises. During the Cold War, Washington and Moscow maintained arms control talks even at moments of intense hostility because both sides understood that unmanaged rivalry could end in catastrophe. That remains true today. And if Donald Trump, for reasons rooted less in philosophy than instinct, has come to recognize this basic reality, then on this issue at least, his pragmatism makes sense. Joining me now to discuss the summit are Matthew Pottinger, the former U.S. Deputy.
All right, now we ain't going to get into what they got to say, but all right, now let's go ahead and move it along here. Let's see here. You know what? Let's go ahead and get into Massey.
It's not about one individual. And if someone doesn't understand that and attempts to control others through using the levers of power, they're about serving themselves. They're not about serving us.
It's funny how he said that after he lost, and it's just kind of like, it's shameful because, and I see how heartbreaking it is, because you would truly think that the people would know better than to vote for somebody who just got a whole lot of money behind them, because we all see how money is a problem in politics. But they turn a blind eye to that problem when it's Trump. Do you see why people are now calling MAGA a cult? Because everything that the Dems did, everything that the deep state did, you guys are now in support of because it's Trump.
And that person is not qualified to be a leader.
This shakeup in Louisiana as incumbent Republican Senator Bill Cassidy loses the party's primary, which pushes the Trump-backed candidate, Congresswoman Julia Letlow, to a runoff race now. What this early election and others signal for the midterms just months away. News Nation's Hannah Brandt live at the White House tonight with the latest details. Hannah.
Natasha, President Trump is already turning to his next political target after flexing his presidential influence last night there in that Louisiana race, as you mentioned. The president posting overnight on his Truth Social account, going after Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky, saying he is the worst and most unreliable Republican congressman in the history of our country. The president calling Massey an even bigger insult to our nation than Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana.
No, actually, Cassie's, well, I'm gonna be real with you. Thomas Massey is the reason why we didn't get sold out to AI regulation. Remember, in the Big Beautiful Bill, they wanted no regulation on AI for 10 years. That'd have been crazy. Thomas Massey actually stood up and took that out. He also stood up and took out the funding for transgender surgeries for kids that was still in there. So it's kind of crazy how the guy who most represents America first, who most represents what Trump ran on, is the guy getting kicked out. And this is what I'm saying. As soon as you guys seen guys like Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and Thomas Massey get kicked out, you guys should have rung the alarm right there and then. Not join Trump and bashing these guys, but sit there and be like, yo, and be real with you. These are the guys that most promote your message the best. And now you got guys like, what, Laura Loomer, Lindsey Graham that were, bro, Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, the guys that were anti-Trump, that were never Trumpers. These are your new supporters now. And you don't see how that's a backstab to the American First Party. Like I said, I mean, him going against Thomas Massey just further proves that he's no longer America First. It's MAGA, guys. It is now MAGA. Make Israel great again. It's no longer MAGA.
Louisiana, who suffered an unprecedented loss. President Trump urging voters to instead elect Massey's Republican challenger, Ed Galrain, in this Tuesday's primary election. The president has expressed growing anger with Massey over the past few months, especially after Massey voted against his so-called.
Yeah, no, that's probably another reason why. Because I've been a huge supporter of Massey, and seeing him on the east side and all this good stuff. I'm in Ohio, so I can see my reach actually in interfering with that election. I could see that because I've been like very vociferous on my support for Massey.
Called Big Beautiful Bill and led the congressional push to force the release of the Epstein files.
I'm running as an independent voice. I vote with the party 90% of the time, but 10% of the time they're bankrupting the country. Well, I think I'm going to pull it out. This is the most expensive congressional primary in the history of the country, I'm being told, over $30 million.
President Trump, though, is hoping to oust another Republican he sees as disloyal after seeing success in that Louisiana race last night, where Senator Bill Cassidy lost his primary election to Congresswoman Julia Letlow. Cassidy angering the president by being among a handful of Republicans to vote to impeach.
Hey, shout out my man Kingen. He sent a thumbs up for 10 jewels. And hey, my man sent the Flow State. I don't know how much the Flow State worth, but I appreciate it because it gave you a whole little segment for it. But hey, yo, shout out to my man Kingen. Appreciate the support, guys. And make sure you guys are double tapping that screen because we got to beat the shadow ban. We got to beat the shadow ban, guys. And also, make sure to go over to Kick and Rumble, guys, the true free speech platforms that I'm trying to drag everybody over to. I'm going to keep promoting this for the next week or two. Even when my engagement comes back, I will still be promoting this heavily. Why? Because YouTube can take away my engagement, throttle my reach, and I just can't play by their rules no more. So I got to take things over to Kick. I got to take things over to Rumble, which are real free speech platforms that won't censor me, that won't stop my videos from being pushed, that won't stop the notifications from going out. The only thing, sorry, guys, I got to do what I got to do to protect the platform. Because YouTube, oh, man, they're playing games at this point, and it's undeniable.
Trump in 2021. And after he expressed doubts about confirming Health Secretary RFK Jr., President Trump also taking to Truth Social to slam Congresswoman Lauren Boebert and Senator Rand Paul, both Republicans the president says he'd like to get out of office after they campaigned in support of Congressman Massey. Democrats are trying to flip the House and the Senate in the midterms, of course, and they would need to gain a net total of 3 House seats and 4 Senate seats if they want to win the majority back from Republicans. The Republican Party, though, is also facing a fight on the issue of affordability. Democrats are trying to blame the White House and Republicans for high prices. Republican House.
Yeah, and be real with you. Before this war, blaming the Democrats for that was actually a valid argument because, like I said, we lost $3,000 of buying power under Biden through high inflation and 20% increase in pricing across the board. Like before this war, you were still able to sit there and blame Biden, and they, of course, the Dems would sit there and try to blame tariffs. But if you look at the CPI, that didn't reflect that whatsoever. But here's the problem, though. Now that this war popped off, and you could see the fact that in the chart show that, yeah, gas prices went up when this war popped off. Inflation went up when this war popped off. There is no more but Biden. So y'all can now throw away the excuse but Biden because, well, Trump ruined it for us through this war with Iran. That excuse is now gone. It's dead. It's over. And I know what you guys say. You weren't complaining about $5 under Biden. Bro, we were. That's the whole reason why we voted Biden out. That's the most ridiculous part about it. As soon as you show any type of disagreement about the gas prices, they assume that you're a liberal when no, you're just a consistent Trump voter. That's it. You're just a consistent conservative who maintains a consistency that, yo, I voted for no new wars and I voted for gas prices to come down. I'm not getting that. So, of course, I'm going to go against the administration. Not like these guys who just want to bend the knee because it's Trump.
Speaker Mike Johnson says the war with Iran is playing a major role in all of that.
Gas prices are too high because of that, and then that has an effect on how goods are transported to the grocery store and all the rest. So as soon as we get that straightened out, we will get back to the kitchen table issues, the economic issues that we put in place to make the economy grow.
The redistricting war may also play a factor in the outcome of these midterm elections. On Friday, the Supreme Court handed Democrats a defeat in their push to redraw the state of Virginia's congressional map. That
about to say the Strait of Virginia.
would have given Democrats a chance to create more districts, more congressional seats that lean their way. This after Texas Republicans and California Democrats both redrew their own state maps to favor their respective parties. A new YouGov poll did find a large majority of Americans oppose partisan gerrymandering. Less than a third, though.
But all right, though, let's get into the next video because I think Thomas Massey came on ABC News. So let's get into it. Let's see what he got to say.
By Republican Congressman Thomas Massey. Congressman, thank you for joining us this morning. You just heard Congressman Raskin right there saying the Democrats are going to move to block this funding if the deal goes through. Will you vote to block it?
Well, I think we should change the laws. It's almost impossible to sue the federal government if they infringe on your First Amendment, your Second Amendment, or your Fourth Amendment.
True.
And so we should change those laws so that to give people standing when they've had their rights violated, because people have been wronged. We need to make it easier to get that money, but that's action that Congress needs to take. I don't think you can do that. You can't just take $1 billion or $10 billion unilaterally with the executive branch. Congress has the power of the purse.
So to be clear, then you would vote to block this funding and change the law in other ways?
I don't think there's going to be a vote to block the funding. I would change the law in other ways.
Well, the congressman just said there would be. I guess we'll find out if there is. Meantime, you're facing a primary on Tuesday. In the wake of Senator Bill Cassidy's loss in the primaries yesterday in Louisiana, the president has been up posting on Truth Social throughout the night and into the morning about you. Just a few minutes ago, he posted this. I want to show our viewers right now. Bad Congressman Tom Massey voted against tax cuts, the border wall, our military.
No, he didn't. That's such a disingenuous way of putting it, because that kills me. If I ever seen somebody say, oh, Thomas Massey voted against tax cuts, no, he didn't. He voted no against the first draft of the big, beautiful bill because there was no restrictions on AI regulations whatsoever. Actually, they were saying that we want 10 years of zero restriction on AI. And I mean, I don't even want to know what that was going to look like. So no, he didn't vote against the tax cuts. He didn't vote against the border wall. He didn't vote against military and law enforcement. And Trump knows this. He voted against, well, transgender funding in the big, beautiful bill, and also the AI, what was it? The zero restrictions on AI. That's what he voted against. So I don't even know why they're coming up with this disingenuous argument when Thomas Massey said it during the big, beautiful bill fight, when he was the one voting no. And he ended up voting yes when he got what he wanted. And I'm glad he got what he wanted. I'm not going to lie. I am glad he got what he wanted.
Enforcement. Actually, he voted against almost everything that is good. The worst congressman in history. Kentucky, vote the bum out on Tuesday. We can't live with this troublemaker for another 2
Oh, and shout out to my man King for sending the flow state for 200 joules. Appreciate the support, my man. And like I said, guys, every 100 joules equal $1. So appreciate the support.
2 years. He's a true negative force. Your response?
Well, I think that's going to help my fundraising at thomasmassey.com. Every time he tweets about me, it's good for, some money coming in, because people don't like that. And, how did this race become the most expensive race in the history of Congress for a primary? It's because 3 billionaires from outside of Kentucky have funneled millions of dollars in here. They're trying to buy a seat. And so it's not just the president's tweets. I could sustain those without a problem. It's because Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer have dumped money in here. In fact, Miriam Adelson has given so much money to my opponent that instead of paying for the ballroom, they're going to need taxpayer money for the ballroom now.
Well, you see, and you've actually said this week that your vote is a referendum on whether Israel gets to buy seats in Congress. What did you mean by that?
Well, the RJC, AIPAC.
No, that's true. It's like, bro, his election says a lot. If he loses, bro, he's a very popular guy in his district. Very popular. The people absolutely love him. But the problem is that if it's shown that these guys can put millions of dollars into getting the people to vote you out, then it's pretty much saying no matter how good you do in your district or in your area, you can get voted out if you disagree with Trump or disagree with the Republican establishment as a whole.
And Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer, they're all part of the Israeli lobby, and that's where all the money comes from. And it will be a referendum on foreign policy, whether Israel gets to dictate that by bullying members of Congress. And I'm the one they haven't been able to bully, so they're putting all the brunt and the force on me. But you can tell that I'm ahead.
Oh, guys, yeah, make sure to get Kick as well, too, guys, because, bro, they got the best emojis. Like, bro, I promise you, they got the best ones, the best emotes. They got the best streaming experience. So, guys, go to Kick. Go to Kick and go ahead and get in on that fun with the well, of course, with the emojis, the emotes, and other stuff as well. Help build us up on Kick, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the chat for some of you guys who's on horizontal. And if you can't tap it in on horizontal, you can go to the not horizontal, but if you can't tap in on vertical, go to the horizontal live and click on the Kick link. Because you could also get your stuff read out on Kick as well. It's one of the few streaming platforms to actually connect to StreamYard, so I can actually bring up what you guys are saying.
In the polls, and they're desperate. That's why they're sending the Secretary of War to my district tomorrow. That's why the president's losing sleep and tweeting about this. That's why AIPAC has dumped another $3 million into my race this weekend. It's because they're panicked and they really haven't been able to gain a lead in this race.
Yeah.
You say the president is desperate.
I mean, they're dumping all this money into it. And unlike the other guys who they dumped a lot of money into, Thomas Massey's still holding up. Like the guy that we were seeing pretty much telling Trump, oh, look at you buying off all these seats and all this good stuff. Yeah, well, he got beat out by a lot. So the donor money actually kicked his ass. Thomas Massey, he's actually putting up a pretty good fight against the, AIPAC and Muriel Edelson and the donors. Like, respect. And he's kind of showing us that, you can beat the donors if you're a good enough candidate who actually stand up for American values. And hopefully he can show us that and not just show how we're completely controlled by, donor money.
But he's got a pretty good record of defeating people he wants to target in Republican primaries. We saw Bill Cassidy yesterday. We saw what happened in Indiana. How are you going to be able to overcome the president's opposition?
Well, I have the endorsement of the Right to Life organizations, the gun organizations. I had 4 members of Congress come here yesterday and campaign with me. So my situation is a little bit different. Plus, I've had millions of dollars come in from the grassroots, tens of thousands of donors to my website, thomasmassey.com, and it's still coming in, and that's how we're going to beat them.
The Senate is poised to trying to pass $1 billion in funding for the White House renovation that includes the ballroom, the security funding. The parliamentarian has ruled it out of order, but the Senate Republicans say they're going to fix that. If it comes to the House, will you vote for that funding?
No, I don't think we should. We were originally told that the president's friends were going to pay for this ballroom. And again, one of those was Miriam Adelson. And I think she's poured so many millions of dollars in my race, they don't have enough money for the ballroom anymore from her account.
Congressman Massey, thanks for...
They said, look, man, we have to allocate some funds from the ballroom to beat Massey. Now we need taxpayer dollars. All right, Massey, you funny. That is funny. I'll give it to him. All right, now let's get into JD Vance. He had an interview on Fox about 41 minutes ago. So somewhat breaking news.
To acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly to implore his protection and favor. These were the opening lines of America's first ever Thanksgiving proclamation. But whatever milestone it represented in the brief life of our young republic, the duty Washington described to honor, obey, and give thanks to our Creator was woven into America's character long before the founding. A keen awareness of that duty has stretched all the way back from William Bradford's own Pilgrim Proclamation in 1623 to the opening prayer of our First Continental Congress, to Lincoln's call for national Thanksgiving in the midst of the Civil War, to this very gathering today. We have always been and still are a nation of prayer, and thank God for that. In times of suffering and in times of triumph, millions of Americans continue to turn to prayer and their faith in God. John Adams famously said that our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. It was obvious to the founders that our faith was the ground upon which America stands. It was our very foundation as a people. And if this foundation were to crumble, so too would the very values that make us Americans. From our religious inheritance comes many of the virtues and institutions we most cherish as a people.
All right. This is my man kind of just spewing on about American values and all this good stuff, which I support. Trust me, I like what he's saying, but I know y'all will want to sit through that. So let's go ahead and move on to Meet the Press. And of course, what was it? I know there was a whoops-a-daisy. Let me go ahead and bring that one back for you guys. But what was it here? I know Lindsey Graham James Comey, they was on Meet the Press, so let's get into that one. There it is.
This Sunday, trade-offs. President Trump meets Chinese President Xi Jinping in a high-stakes summit with trade, security, and the future of the world's two largest economies.
Hey, welcome to the Kick Chat, Gray Seal. And you know what, guys? I'm gonna mainly do just like I said, get you guys over to Kick. If you ask questions on Kick, I'll be more likely to answer them, just so we can start promoting Kick more.
On the line.
You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth.
As China expands its global power, what did the president actually gain? Plus, cost crisis. The economic fallout from the war with Iran is hitting home as inflation climbs to a 3-year high. And the issue of
3.8%, guys. And think about it, we was at 2.4, guys. Remember what I'm about to tell you, 2.4% before this war. Now we're at 3.8.
Comes a midterm flashpoint.
I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Donald Trump and Republicans don't give a damn.
Short-term pain. It's going to be short-term pain. But the pain is much less than people thought.
Are Americans paying the price? My guest this morning, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina and Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland. And legal pressure.
He's a dirty cop. He's a crooked man.
Former FBI Director James Comey joins us exclusively as he faces a second indictment from the Trump administration. Joining me for insight and analysis are NBC News Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Brian Nobles, Adrian Elrod, former
All right, we don't care about them.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest running show in television history. This is Meet the Press with Kristen Welker.
Good Sunday morning. Overnight, the latest target of President Trump's retribution campaign going down in defeat. Two-term Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy losing his bid for re-election to a Trump-backed challenger who advances to a runoff. This after Senator Cassidy voted to convict Mr. Trump in his impeachment trial during the first term. We'll have much more.
Man, Trump always gets his get back, guys. I mean, remember that. Always gets his get back.
More on that coming up. But first, the president returned to Washington after his 2-day summit in Beijing with Chinese President Xi Jinping. In his historic meeting, the president said strengthened ties between the two nations, but which did not produce a major agreement on trade or a commitment from China to help end the war with Iran.
Did President Xi make any firm commitment to put pressure on the Iranians to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not asking for any favors, because when you ask for favors, you have to do favors in return. We don't need favors.
Yep.
Meanwhile, tensions intensifying in the Middle East.
AKA, if we ask a favor from China, then China's gonna say, "Oh, look, we'll get it done, but you're gonna have to give Iran a concession as well." And we ain't trying to do that. Like I said, we're meeting them with maximalist demands for a reason now. And if you don't know the demands here, we can go over them real quick. Let's go over these demands. So here it is. So here's U.S. demands from Iran. You get zero compensation. We ain't giving you nothing for bombing y'all civilian infrastructure. You get nothing whatsoever. Then you got to hand over 400 kilograms of enriched uranium. Only one nuclear facility allowed, not the 3 or 4, maybe like 6 y'all guys got out there. No frozen assets released. So all that money we snatched through sanctions, you ain't getting none of that back. And ceasefire only if talks go well. So if they're conditional, if you bend the knee and kiss our feet and give us everything we want, then we will allow ceasefires to go on. Now here's Iran's demands. Full ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon. So that includes Israel. You're going to stop your fight with Hezbollah. You're going to stop your fight with Hamas as well. All sanctions lifted, aka we want all of our money back. All the money you held up in your banks, Qatari banks, UAE banks, we want that all back. All right. And frozen assets, frozen assets released. So yeah, you're gonna have to do the same thing that Obama did and send us a jet full of pallets of money. except they're going to be bigger piles of money because we want you to let go a lot more than Obama did. And war damages paid. We want those reparations. We deserve those reparations. We did bomb schoolgirls, but it is what it is. And U.S. recognizes Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. And I already know, it's like, bro, ain't no way. I'm sorry, but that's a very hard axe right there. That's probably the first thing Trump read and said, yeah, throw this in the trash. I don't even want to know what they said after that. If they started off that letter with U.S. will recognize Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz, I could see Trump just being like, yeah, get this shit out my face. Get it out my face, bro, before I go off. But all right, guys, let's get back to it. Now that you have an understanding of the maximalist demands of both sides. And don't forget to like the video and support the channel as well.
A fragile ceasefire still holding, but the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, and major questions remain about what comes next. Here at home, the economic impact of the war is putting new pressure on American households, with inflation hitting a
Now, that's extremely fair, and I'm shout out Jed on Kick. Make sure you follow me on Kick, guys. But no, that's extremely fair, though. For voting to impeach Trump, I'm just like, yeah, bro, you kind of should have seen that one coming. Any Republican that turned against Trump during that moment right there, yeah, I mean, it is somewhat fair. Because they were trying to impeach him on bullshit reasons that these Republicans followed along on. So that is somewhat fair. But the fact that he could just put money into these guys and get them like knocked out of their seat, not because of not because of bad policies or anything like that, but because they went against Trump, is a bit insane to me. I don't appreciate that.
3-year high this week, and gas prices remaining above $4.50 a gallon. President Trump making this striking admission earlier in the week.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
And joining me now is
like, man, and it's so funny though. It reminds me of like, what was it? It was like a Boondock scene that I remember where this guy was pretty much saying, you know what, man, I'm gonna frame this like Trump in a way. So it's like, you know what, man, I don't care that Americans are going through these high prices, man. I don't care that fertilizer's getting out of control. I don't even care about inflation. Iran can't have a nuke. So when Americans want to sit there and complain about they broke ass, empty ass wallets, I just don't give a fuck. Like, yeah, it was something like that. If you watch the Boondocks, you know what I'm talking about. But that's kind of what Trump kind of hit us with.
Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. Senator Graham, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here after an historic week.
Yeah.
Let's start right there with the president's summit in China. One of the biggest issues discussed was Taiwan. Just for our viewers, it's a self-ruling democracy that China has vowed to control. Now, Congress voted to approve billions of dollars in arms sales to defend the island. But in an interview after the summit, President Trump would not commit to supporting Taiwan. I want to play you a little bit of what he had to say.
You're waiting on approving billions.
Because it would make us look like idiots. Like, really think about this, guys. If we was to go out there and go balls to the wall for Taiwan, if China wants to attack today, we look like idiots. One, we don't got the munitions for it. And all China got to do is just start arming Iran with better weapons to have us tied up with Iran while they take over Taiwan. Like, strategically, we already lost.
Dollars of weapons for Taiwan.
That's
Is that moving forward?
Well, I haven't.
No, I ain't gonna lie though. What was it? What's her name? Christian Walker. She does have a very strong jaw.
Proved it yet. We're going to see what happens.
What
are you looking
I may
for?
do it. I may not do it.
Yeah. What's your hinge point?
Well, I'm not going to say that, but I may do it. I may not do it.
Senator, can Taiwan be secure without?
No, let's be real, guys. Christian Walker and Harris Faulkner have like the strongest jaws in media. The strongest jaws in news media goes to Harris Faulkner and Christian Walker. Like, oh, come on now. Like, and if you don't know who that is, it's the black lady. It's the black lady with the strong jaw on Fox. Strongest jaw.
U.S. support.
Well, I think it's in our interest to make sure they can be secure. The country,
for a long time has a one China policy. Now, what does that mean? We don't recognize two Chinas. We recognize one China with two systems. It's been the policy of the United States to help provide military aid to Taiwan. We have economic integration with Taiwan. So I want to continue that policy. Strategic ambiguity. What would we do if China invaded Taiwan? Well, we have strategic ambiguity. Trump said, President Trump, it would be up to me and me alone. And he's right about that. What can I do as a member of Congress? We'll be introducing with Senator Sullivan from Alaska hard-hitting pre-invasion sanctions that would put tariffs and sanctions on China if they did invade Taiwan. I want China to know, if you invade Taiwan, try to take Taiwan by force, here's what happens to your economy, the full weight and measure of—
Yeah, Lindsey, bro, that's not how it's going to work. Because they're going to look at us and be like, all right, well, we'll just keep the rare earth minerals from you guys and your economy is going to be destroyed. You can sit here and say, look, we'll just like put a complete embargo on all your products. Your economy will be destroyed. Well, they could pull the same levers as well. Like they can still destroy our economy the same way we can destroy theirs. It's like a mutual destruction. So when it comes to economic levers, we don't have any cards to play on that.
Of sanctions and tariffs from the United States will kick in on day one. That's what I want to do to deter an invasion. As to the weapons sales, if the president decides not to approve the package, I'll leave that up to him, but I hope he will be able to tell the country by saying no to the weapons package, I got an agreement with China that makes Taiwan more secure. We'll see what happens.
You want him to send the weapons, though, and does he support the sanctions package you just talked about?
We haven't talked to him about it, but I think there'll be overwhelming support in Congress.
He'd be very foolish to accept that. I'm just going to be real with you. He'd be very foolish to accept the sanctions package for China because what? They don't want to help us out with Iran? Like, or what? They might go after China after we done made the idiotic like move of going after Iran while having not enough munitions to protect both of these guys, to protect our assets in the region and to protect Taiwan. Like, come on now. Like, bro, we don't have the cards. We don't have the cards for that play, Lindsey. It's like you're being delusional.
To let China know, if we'd done this with Russia, if you invade Ukraine, here's what happens to you on day one. I don't think they would invade it. So
they still would have invaded Ukraine because they've been dealing with sanctions this entire time for years now. So you threatening sanctions wouldn't have did shit. And I hate this because I honestly do think that these guys are trying to destroy our dollar with these sanctions because they always want to go to sanctions, when all that does is build further distrust in our dollar and pushes these people towards, or these countries towards the Brink's currency. So it irritates me when the first thing they go to is sanctions. When the sanctions don't even hurt the government, it hurts the people. But, oh, sanctions. Like, bro, quit with the bullshit already. It's not doing anything to the leadership that we truly want to affect. But it is turning the people against us. It is causing distrust in the American dollar and pushing people towards BRICS. So it's hurting us more than it's helping. And it does seem like everything Lindsey Graham wants only hurts Americans.
Make it clear to China, if you try to take Taiwan by force, here's what happens to your economy on day one. I'm hoping the administration would support that.
Appreciate you,
in terms of weapons sales, it's up to the president. I would encourage him to make Taiwan strong so we can deter aggression. If you give an inch on China, they'll take them on Taiwan. I think they'll take a mile, but we're not looking for war. We're not looking for conflict.
Bro, they could take a mile right now. We cannot do anything about it because we're too preoccupied with Iran. And I'm going to keep saying this. We sacrificed stopping China from taking over Taiwan for war with Iran. It just is what it is. And this will be the perfect time for China to act on it. Not wait 4 or 5 years so we can rebuild our munitions, but go right now within the next 30 days, and we won't be able to do anything about it. And that's just a sad reality of where we're at right now.
I want to keep this.
Bro, we're literally hoping and praying on the goodwill of Xi. Like, bro, we're praying on the goodwill of that guy. We're in a fucked up position right now if that's the case.
Status quo.
Just to follow up on that point, President Trump warned other countries last year that when it comes to Iranian oil, quote, if you buy it, you're not doing any business with the United States. As you know, China buys 90% of Iran's oil. Are you disappointed that President Trump wasn't able to get China to stop buying Iranian oil during this summit?
Well, President Trump said, we don't need China. I'm not looking for a favor from China to help to end the Iranian conflict. But here's the soft underbelly of Iran. They're a fossil fuel economy. As to Russia, we're very close to sanctions being passed by the Congress that will allow the president to put tariffs and sanctions on the shadow fleet, and any country that buys cheap Russian oil to prop up Putin that doesn't help Ukraine can be tariffed. He put a 25% tariff on India, President Trump did, for buying Russian oil. There'll come a moment here where China is going to have to be held accountable for what they're doing.
Yeah, but we try to put sanctions on China, and they said F our sanctions. And then they said, look, we're going to punish any Chinese company that abide by American sanctions. So now even our sanctions are being ignored. So what cards do you really have?
And without China buying Iranian oil, their economy would collapse. So where are we with Iran? I think we've hit a wall when it comes to negotiations. Here's what the president said just a couple of days ago. Basically, I can say this with I'm not going to be much more patient. Any sane person would make a deal, but they might be crazy. The president's had it with moving the goalpost. You get a deal, the next day they wake up, in the president's word, it's like we never had the conversation. So what happens next? I think we hit a wall on deal making. I would encourage the president look at reducing Iran's military capability even further. They've been dramatically weakened, but they're still.
No, they haven't. Still got 70% of their missiles, still got their Navy out there. I mean, they still got a air defense system. So what? I mean, no regime change in sight. So no, we've weakened Iran, but not as much as Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump have led you to believe. That's the problem. If you go off them, then we've decimated about 90% of their military, when we know that's not true whatsoever.
Targets that could weaken them more militarily. And I would also keep the embargo on to weaken their economy. And I'd let the Iranians know, if you keep terrorizing the region, Karg Island, which is your source of revenue, will be in play. I think that would be the smart next play.
No, that'd be a very dumb play, because they can let us go onto Karg Island. They can just entrap all of our soldiers there through, missiles and drones. It's going to be like the Ukrainian battlefield, but people just getting hit with drones and they have nowhere else to go. Then let's also talk about how our ships and, helicopters and all that good stuff will even get close without getting shot down by Iranian missiles and drones. I'm sorry, but you guys are living in fantasy land when it comes to these operations. It's not going to be that easy. Literally, here's the thing. We should know that they're living in fantasy land, because they try to tell you that this war is going to end in 4 days to 2 weeks. Look where we're at.
You can't pursue a deal.
Oh, yeah, and shout out to Jet, because, no facts. Russia proved that sanctions don't work. They'll just find a way around them. North Korea proved that sanctions don't work. They'll just find a way around them. Iran proved that sanctions barely work. They'll just find a way around them.
More than the people on the other side want a deal.
Let me ask you, I just want to be very explicit. You are saying you think these negotiations have hit a wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you saying, Senator, that you think it's time for President Trump to resume military action against Iran?
I think you can't get a coherent answer from Iran, because they can't be coherent. I think they're so disheveled now. They're so weakened. They agree to things, and the next day they back up. President Trump's very frustrated. So what to do next?
They're so weakened, but they can sit here and send us maximalist demands. But they're so weakened, guys. And this is what I'm saying. It's like the delusional. It's like, so, and the propaganda is so lazy. Oh, because they're not doing what we want them to do, their leadership must be thrown in dysfunction. Or maybe we don't have all the cards, and maybe we didn't destroy the army like we've been preaching like we have. And that's why they're able to hold off on us like this. Not because their leadership's in disarray, but because we don't have all the cards that we claim to have.
I think it's going to be very difficult to get a deal with the current regime. Is there any evidence?
Yo, Luna, that is hilarious that you know what that is. She said, nah, she looks Max. She had to break that jaw in a little bit.
They've changed. I talked to the CIA director yesterday. Is there any evidence that the crowd in charge now is any less committed to destroying Israel, going after us, the great Satan, purifying Islam? I think the answer is no. So weaken them further, and you may get a deal later, but you're not going to get a deal with this crowd until you hurt them more.
So you're saying it sounds like you do.
So cause more destruction in Iran, cause more civilian deaths in Iran, and just maybe, guys, and just maybe, they won't rally around the flag harder than they already have, and they'll start to capitulate. Even though the reason why they're rallying around the flag is because of our aggression. But we think that if we had more aggression, it's just going to reverse that effect, though. Like, do you hear the line of thinking here?
Support more military action at this point. Do you think that's something that will happen? Do you think it could happen in days, weeks, months?
I think the status quo is hurting us all. The longer the strait is closed, the more we try to pursue a deal that never happens, the stronger Iran gets. So my analysis is there's nothing to suggest that the people in charge now are any different in terms of the regime's goal to terrorize the world, destroy Israel, come after us. So what do you do next? You weaken them further.
Yeah.
Now, what President Trump has done has been amazing militarily, but there's still more targets to be had. And there's things we can do to hurt the energy infrastructure is their soft underbelly. If you go back to the fight, I'd put energy on top of the list.
So you're calling for strikes on the energy infrastructure, Senator?
I'm calling to hurt this regime. If you do,
which is okay. Here's the thing, guys, because a lot of people don't understand what the difference between a war crime and a military strike is when it comes to these, power plant and bridges, right? And this is what you got to take into account. If we blow up a bridge that's mainly used for civilian use, like, for people to get to their job, to run their e-commerce, to run their logistics, that's going to be seen as a war crime. If we bomb energy plants that are mainly used for to give power to civilians, that's going to be seen as a war crime. The difference is between a war crime and a military target if it has mainly military use, like us bombing a truck carrying missiles. That's mainly used for civilian use. But us bombing a truck that's carrying aid to the citizens, that's a war crime. Do you understand the difference? Like, there you go. One affects the military and one affects the people. But when it comes to these power plants and bridges, now we're talking about proportionality. Which side does it affect more? Because if it affects the people more, it's a war crime. If it affects the military more, then it's just a military asset, even though it does affect some civilians. It depends on who it affects more.
The same old thing you're going to get.
Hey, shout out to my man. Shout out to my man Bill on Kick. Appreciate you for pulling up, my man. Like I said, guys, we're moving an exodus to Kick. Really the only free speech, that and Rumble, but it seems like Kick is taking over and all that good stuff, and they got a better interface right now. So shout out to Kick. Their emojis are a little bit better.
Same result. Hurt them more. Maybe they'll make a deal if you hurt them enough. But right now, I think they're trying to wait us out. I think they're playing games. And in the words of the president, I think they're crazy. I think he's right.
Senator,
nah, facts. That is hilarious. He's like, bro, like, Lizzie, figure out how to do that without fucking up the economy. Like that's the problem, too. It's like all their solutions involve the complete destruction of the economy and higher gas prices on us. Isn't it crazy how they're literally acting like they truly don't care what happens to the American people? They don't. And it's obvious on their planning. And the way they want to carry out this whole ordeal with Iran is that they really don't care what happens to us at all.
Goal of this, one of the key goals from President Trump, was to get their Iran's nuclear capabilities, to wipe that out. How does the United States retrieve Iran's nuclear material without sending in ground forces?
Well, hopefully you can do it diplomatically.
But don't you need to send in ground forces if you want to retrieve it, which is what we've heard Prime Minister
He wants to get
about.
The nuclear dust. There's another way to do it, and I talked to him about it yesterday. Draw a circle around where we know it's at. Call it the circle of death. Anybody goes inside the circle is going to die until we can find a way to deal with this. The goal is to make sure they can't retrieve it. They can't make a dirty bomb. They can't further enrich. Their enrichment capability has been obliterated at least for a couple of years.
All right. Let me turn to the economy and the economic effects of the war, which are being felt here at home. Inflation has climbed to the highest annual rate in 3 years. Gas prices are at a 4-year high. Grocery prices are climbing. President Trump was pressed on how all of these factors impact how he views his negotiations with Iran. Take a look.
I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
But here's the thing, though, and this is going to sound effed up, but if you ask most American people, they understand that, Iran can have a nuclear weapon, but they also understand that, I don't want to be paying $5 in gas for a weapon that we know Iran don't have at all, that they were never going towards, and because you went out of the JCPOA, that they're on fast track towards because of that, and our constant aggression towards them. So a lot of Americans aren't hearing that argument when you sit there and say that, oh, well, Iran can have a nuclear weapon, so F your affordability. I'm sorry, but when people look at history and they see that, well, Obama was able to take care of Iran without raising inflation and gas prices. So why couldn't you do it like him? And you want to call yourself a better politician than Obama, but it seems like Obama had you beat when it came to dealing with Iran, because he didn't raise gas prices, he didn't raise inflations, and he was able to get the enriched uranium out of Iran and get them to commit the 3.6% enrichment. That's why the Republicans got to sell all these lies about the JCPOA, because in actuality, Obama did get everything we needed out of that deal. Period, point blank.
Do you agree with the president that he shouldn't be taking Americans' financial situation into account when dealing with Iran?
That's his Churchill moment. When Churchill came into power, he promised blood, sweat, toil, heartache until we deal with the Nazis, who are an existential threat to the British way of life. And if Hitler had taken charge of the planet, it would have been the darkest hour in humanity. I believe Iran wants a nuclear weapon. They would use it. So does President Trump. They would use it as part of their religious agenda. They would destroy.
No, they wouldn't. If Iran had a weapon, we're just going to leave them alone. And then here's the thing. They try to sell this fear of Muslims, like, well, they're going to use it for their religious agenda. Bro, it was their religious agenda, was their whole reason why they didn't have one in the first place. Because they did a religious fatwa or fetwa, however you want to pronounce it. They did a religious law that said it is a sin to have a nuclear weapon. So to sit there and say, oh, their political ideology, when it's their political ideology that kept them away from a nuke, is crazy.
The Jewish state that would eventually hold us hostage. So his audience, the Iranian regime, do I worry about gas prices? Yes. But President Trump's right. The biggest threat to the stability in the world is a nuclear-armed Iran. And whatever price we have to pay, we will pay. What did Churchill say? Whatever price we have to pay to beat Hitler, we will pay. Same with Iran. The good news, we're inside the 10-yard line. I think if we go back to military activity, weaken them further, then we can end this thing pretty soon.
Senator, you take me to my next question, because 70% of Americans in a new poll say President Trump is doing a bad job on the economy, the number one issue for voters, as you know. Bottom line, is it worth losing the midterms if the result is a non-nuclear Iran?
It's worth losing my job.
Damn. Hey, yo. Nah, he just said it out loud like that. He says, look, I don't even care if we lose the midterms. I don't care if the Republicans are unelectable no more. As long as we did Israel that great service of destabilizing Iran, I don't even care if I'm not even for senator no more. Do you understand their thinking now? Do you understand it? They're crashing out for Israel. Bro don't even care about America. He don't even care about his position as senator, as long as Israel gets to destabilize Iran that they've been asking for decades. As long as they get that, bro don't even care if the Republican Party burn. He don't even care if he burns in the process. All beat Israel.
If I had to give my job up to make sure Iran would never have a nuclear weapon,
literally,
I would do it.
Would you give up the house?
A literal ride or die. For Israel. That is insane. Bro literally sat there and said, she asked him straight up. So, if you get everything you want, are you okay with that costing you, your seat, the Republicans, the midterms? That man was like, lady, I'll lose my job today. What? I'll lose my job today if it means Iran's destabilized. It means that we just knock out the regime. Shoot, I don't care if the Republicans lose the midterms. I don't care, bro. I'll lose my job as long as we get what we want out of Iran. As long as Israel gets what they want out of Iran. Man.
I would give up politically. The most important thing I can do with the job I've been given is to protect the American people. Now, you don't have to agree with me, but I've been this way for 20 years. I believe they're religious Nazis in Iran. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. They've been trying to get one. They've been cheating Obama and Biden.
Bro, I'm sorry, but if we want to talk about religious Nazis, you know what? Should I talk about this since I'm shadow banned? I mean, F it. What else can they do? Shadow ban me deeper? But, bro, what about the religious extremists in Israel? that believes in destroying the third temple, sacrificing cows, and removing Arabs from their land. What about that? Since you want to talk about religious extremism, and here's the thing is they're committed to it. Iran has not invaded nobody, has not kicked nobody out of their land. Israel has on multiple times in multiple countries. So we want to talk at all on the guidelines of religion. So we want to talk about religious extremism and Nazis. Well, what about what Israel's doing with the Palestinians? Putting them in open concentration camps, fenced off highways. They can't even use the same highways. Is that segregated? But they're the Nazi regime. Are you sure, bro?
Were jokes when it came to containing Iran. Trump is doing something people should have done a long time ago. But here's the good news. Gas prices will come down when you put Iran in a box. Saudi-Israel peace will become possible when you put Iran in a box. The upside of dealing with Iran is...
But we could put Iran in a box today, and we won't see the relief in gas prices for some years. Thanks a lot, Trump. Thanks a lot.
Enormously good, but you got to deal with them.
Senator, let me ask you about the news overnight. Senator Bill Cassidy losing his primary in Louisiana. You worked closely with Senator Bill Cassidy on a range of different issues, including a plan to replace Obamacare. He, of course, voted to convict President Trump back in 2021 in the impeachment trial. Now he's lost his seat. Are you glad that Senator Cassidy is no longer going to be your colleague, Senator?
No, I like Bill. I thought he's a great senator, but he made a political decision. He voted to impeach President Trump, which would have ruined his political life. He could never run for office again.
You was in support of it. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's the bullshit. It's like just because you kissing Trump's ass now, dog, you were a never Trumper. You were in support of getting this guy gone. Now, because he's doing what you want, for basically working, shilling for Israel almost as hard as you are. Now you love him. Now it's okay for him to do what he's doing right now. Like, oh my God, bro, you're one of the first never Trumpers.
Massey's on the ballot Tuesday. He votes against Trump all the time. What's the headline? Trump strong. Those who try to destroy Trump politically, stand in the way of his agenda, are going to lose. Bill made a decision. What would LBJ do? Is it natural for a politician to go after people who try to destroy their political life? So Bill Cassidy's lost because he tried to destroy Trump. Massey's going to lose because he's trying to destroy the agenda. You can disagree with President Trump.
He's trying to destroy the Israel first agenda. Yeah, that's what you're coming after him for. Because he's actually putting Americans first, putting American taxpayers, American lives, putting us first. And while you're over here putting Israel's interests above our own. Yeah, that's why you're going after him, because he's going after the Israel first agenda. He's exposing the Israel first agenda. So don't pretend like it's about him going against Donald Trump's policy. No, it's about him going against the Israel first agenda. And you've always wanted to go against Thomas Massey because of his stances against Israel and because of the fact that he don't accept AIPAC money like yo ass do.
You try to destroy him, you're going to lose because this is the party of Donald Trump.
Very quickly, does his defeat send a message, if this is the party of Donald Trump, that there's no room in the party to break with President Trump?
No, I just talked to him a few minutes ago. We have a difference.
President Trump,
just a few minutes ago. There's no room in this party to destroy his agenda or to destroy him and his family as a Republican. Democrats do it all the time. If you align with Democrats to stop his agenda like Massey does, you're going to lose. If you align with Democrats to drive him out of office like Cassidy did, you're going to lose. I disagree with Trump on President Trump on occasion. He endorsed me. It's been enormously helpful to me. Thank you, President Trump, for endorsing me. It's helped me in my primary. It's just a reality, and it's a good reality. I think President Trump's doing a hell of a good job. And if you try to destroy him, you're going to get destroyed. That's the takeaway.
All right, Senator Lindsey Graham, thank you so much for being here in person.
AKA, you cannot challenge Trump in any way, shape, or form, or you are gone. Because Thomas Massey didn't even vote to get that man impeached. He just said, yo, I disagree with you on a couple points here. And he's like, oh, well, yeah, you need to lose your seat over that. I'm like, whoa. That kind of proves the Dems' point on, there's no checking Donald Trump. I hope you guys know this, like through your rash actions.
To discuss a very busy week. We really appreciate it. When we come back, Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen joins me next.
I swear to God, that girl looks like a female version of Vivek. Like, swear to God.
Welcome back. And joining me now is Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland. Senator Van Hollen, welcome back to Meet the Press.
It's great to be with you, Kristen.
It's great to have you back. We really appreciate your being here. Let's start with President Trump's summit in China. He returned without securing a commitment from China to help broker an end to the war in Iran. I'm curious, do you think that the U.S. needs China's support in order to bring an end to the war with Iran?
I don't think we need China's support. I think the fastest way to end the war in Iran is just to stop digging a hole even deeper. And that's what we should do right now. After all, Donald Trump was the candidate who said he was going to keep us out of wars and he was going to focus on bringing down prices. And of course, he's done just the opposite. Gas and other prices are going through the roof. He says he's not thinking about American finances, and he's gotten into this in this war that's making us less safe. So no, we don't need China to get us out. We just need to end it.
Well, you've made it very clear you agree with the.
But the problem is, though, Trump ending it now, he just walk away a loser. Like, think about it. If Trump was to walk away right now, as much as I would be in support for that, and as much as I would be forgiving, you got to understand the left, he's going to be Taco Trump. And the neocons on the right, bro, they're going to call him Taco Trump too. They're going to say he gave up and he sold out on the Iranian people. They're going to say he's a terrorist supporter. He should have went harder against Iran. Like, bro, both sides will turn against Iran. I mean, not Iran, but will turn against Trump if he walks away now, which is sick to say, but that's just the reality of the situation. So it's almost like he is politically stuck.
Premise of the war, which is that Iran should never obtain a nuclear weapon. Based on what you're saying, that it's time to just get out of Iran, do you think diplomacy could actually bring about another Iran nuclear deal at this point, Senator?
Well, I know if we had people who are willing to negotiate, we could get it done, because we got that done when President Obama was in office. We had the JCPOA. The JCPOA prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon.
Facts, bro. Not only did it remove over 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium out of Iran, but we was able to assure that they stayed at that 3.6% enrichment. So if you understand like what we're complaining about now about the enrichment program, you could see how like, all right, well, if you're complaining about this today, then why'd you get outside the JCPOA when that solved all of our problems that we're dealing with today? Like, what was the point of that? And I mean, and also here's the other revelation is like, what's wrong? I mean, you could tell now there's a whole lot of misinformation sold around the JCPOA because it was always the Zionist agenda to get rid of it, to push us into war with Iran, because they understood that the JCPOA was the only reason why they can no longer bitch about Iran's military capability. And they knew it wouldn't be enough for them to bitch about, oh, their missiles and their proxies, because, well, that's kind of outside of America. Like, we're not seeing that as an imminent threat. You can't sell that to the American people. So what they got was they got the Zionist lobby to push Trump into getting outside of the JCPOA, taking a hawkish stance against Iran, pushing Iran to 60%, pretty much watering the seed of war with Iran. So this all started when Trump got out of the JCPOA, because if we'd have stayed in that, we wouldn't be here today.
Dramatically contained its nuclear enrichment program. And it had the world's most intense inspection regime, so that if they cheated, we could catch them like that. And of course, just last year, Donald Trump told the country that he had obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment program, taken care of it. And his head of DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, testified that they have no evidence that Iran wants to resume it. So the president got dragged into this war. Prime Minister Netanyahu said that he'd been waiting 40 years for somebody to go to war with him in Iran. He found a president stupid enough to do it. I blame Donald Trump for that decision, but here we are.
All right, let me shift gears now, Senator. I do want to ask you about something that unfolded this week on Capitol Hill. This was your heated exchange with FBI Director Kash Patel. It was during a Senate hearing this week where the two of you sparred over reporting about Patel's alleged drinking habits. We have to stress that Patel has denied all of the allegations against him, but I do want to play.
I mean, bro's even suing the article that came out with the story of that. And if you don't know, I can go ahead and give you a quick little summary of it. So apparently, Kash Patel pulled up one day, very drunk, very erratic and very disorganized, to the point where he couldn't even find his badge. He thought that the administration fired him because he was already under hot water. He was already in hot water with these guys. So he had a complete meltdown, texting people, going like, yo, am I fired? What's going on? This, that, and it also seemed like he was drunk as well, going through this erratic period where he was just hitting everybody up because he lost his badge and he couldn't get into the FBI, headquarters or facility. So yeah, that's pretty much a synopsis of what the article was saying, that he was pretty much crashing out over the fact that he couldn't get into an FBI facility because he thought he got fired. And he may have been drunk or inebriated during that moment.
From that hearing and get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
So there have been no occasions during your tenure when FBI personnel were unable to promptly reach you?
Absolutely not. You can ask my entire workforce. They hear from me at every single hour of the day, as do these great gentlemen here, as do the men and women of the interagency and state and local law enforcement and the White House.
And so there have been no occasions when your security detail had difficulty waking or locating you. Is that right?
Nope, it's a total farce. I don't even know where you get this stuff, but it doesn't make it credible because you say so.
Do you believe that the FBI can function?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that also, where is this stuff coming from? You're telling me there's FBI detail or the guys who surround him is busting in Cash's hotel going like, yo, boss, you got to wake up, man. He's like, oh, bro, come on, man. I'm still hungover from the banger we had last night. We solved the case. We had a rager, man. Come on. Let me sleep a little bit. Boss, come on, we got stuff to do. Get out the hotel room. Bro, can you imagine that being the back and forth between Kash Patel and his security detail?
Effectively with Director Patel in charge?
Oh, I don't. But it's not simply because of this issue. The fact that there's so many reports that indicate that his drinking has meant that he's incapacitated at many times. As I said, Kristen, I really don't care what he does on his free time, so long as he's not putting the public at risk, so long as he's not compromising his important mission as director of the FBI. But beyond this, we also have the fact that he has completely weaponized the FBI. He went after agents who were helped investigate the January 6 rioters. More recently, he went after agents who were part of the investigation of Trump's taking classified materials to Mar-a-Lago. They didn't decide to do that. They were following their orders. And by the way, many of them were part of the counter-espionage unit with respect to Iran. So he fired them at the very moment we need them most.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, think about it like this. He also stopped the head of counterterrorism, Joe Kent, from investigating any type of foreign ties into Charlie Kirk's, unaliving. So that's also weird as well. Kash Patel's kind of had a problem with anybody who tries to investigate any type of foreign influence.
Have this conflict with Iran. So
weird, huh?
I think he needs to go for a whole host of reasons.
Well, Senator, you took the alcohol use disorders identification test. You challenged Director Patel to do the same. Do you have any indication that he's actually going to take that test, or do you think that that was a challenge that to some extent you did just to prove a point?
Well, he said in public testimony that he would do it. He's also under oath automatically in the sense that lying to Congress is a crime. So he said he's going to do it. My sense from Patel's conduct overall is he may or may not do it, but I unfortunately won't be able to believe the results because in that hearing, he did lie several times.
All right. Well, I do want to turn to the redistricting battle where Democrats have faced, as you know, Senator, a series of recent setbacks in the courts. Do you believe that Democrats are in danger of losing their fight to win back the House?
Nah.
I do not. I think the Democrats will win back the House because there's so much momentum. People are extremely upset, as they should be, with the fact that Trump has handled the economy in a terrible way. Prices are going through the roof.
No, let's be real though. The Supreme Court striking down their whole redistricting plan doesn't automatically mean that the Dems are kind of screwed for midterms. Like I said, it still depends on the governance of the Republican Party. Like if they're doing bad in their districts or as congressmen and senators, nothing can save them from a bad performance. Even the Supreme Court striking down the Dems redistricting plan, which I'm happy that the Supreme Court did, by the way. I'm actually happy they did that because now the Dems actually got to come up with some effing policies instead of trying to cheat the map.
Life is unaffordable for millions and millions of Americans. He started a war that he promised he wouldn't. And so I think the momentum is very much there. Now, obviously, these decisions, including the more recent, attack on the Voting Rights Act, which was a huge, infamously bad decision, provide some setbacks. But I think the political winds, Kristen, are blowing strongly enough that Democrats will win back the House.
Senator, Maryland is actually considering redrawing its state maps after the Democrat-led state Senate previously rejected measures to redistrict. And these new maps would, in fact, eliminate the state's lone Republican representative. Do you support redrawing the lines before the midterms? What do you say to the charges? It's hypocritical.
Oh, I do if it's...
Oh, guys, I'll be right back, guys. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat that in, or you can send it in on a Venmo. Of course, I'll go ahead and read it out loud once I get back. Just a quick little 5 minutes. But all right, guys, I'll be right back.
Possible. Look, here's my view, Kristen. I've always supported nationwide, nonpartisan redistricting. We should put on a blindfold and we should draw congressional districts in nonpartisan ways. But Republicans have blocked that legislation at the federal level. Meanwhile, Trump has ordered Texas to engage in redistricting, which they did. So I am very much opposed to unilateral disarmament. I want to thank California for what they're doing, the Virginians for what they did despite their Supreme Court decision. And Maryland and other states should do what we can, because the future control of the House is at stake right here. And we need to do everything we can to prevent a continuation of what is a complete rubber stamp for Donald Trump. You heard Lindsey Graham. He said this is the party of Donald Trump. It is. It's a personality cult. And we need checks and balances, not a personality cult of rubber stamps.
All right. Senator Chris Van Hollen, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you.
And when we come back, former FBI Director James Comey joins me next. Welcome back. And joining me now is former FBI Director James Comey, author of the new novel, Red Verdict. Director Comey, welcome back to Meet the Press.
It's great to be with you.
Great to have you here. Congratulations on your novel. We'll talk about it in just a moment. I do want to start with this extraordinary moment in which you find yourself, you're facing a second indictment by the Trump administration, trial in just a few weeks, potentially. I know you're not going to comment on the specifics of the case, but I want to ask you a big picture question. The charges against you stem from this Instagram post of seashells that spelled out 8647. You see it right there. The indictment says it was, quote, a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the president of the United States. Has being under this microscope changed the way you live your life, Director Comey?
It's made me want to spend more time as a grandfather, pushing my grandkids on a swing and not talking to awesome people like yourself. But it hasn't changed how I see the world or my life.
Well, I interviewed the acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, earlier this month, and he said, quote, this is not just about a single Instagram post. This is about a body of evidence that the grand jury collected over the series of about 11 months. Do you know what he's talking about? Evidence over the series of 11 months?
Yeah, I saw that. As you said a few minutes ago, I don't talk about the case because the federal court rules require you not. I would urge the acting attorney general to bone up on the rules.
So, but do you know what he's talking about with?
I don't want to comment on it because then someone would say I'm commenting on the case. He ought not to be talking about it. I can't talk about it. That's why we have a judicial process in a courtroom.
Fair enough. In an interview with Stephen Colbert last year, you did address what you were thinking when you and your wife were walking on the beach. You said you saw the shells in the sand. I want to just play a little bit of what you told Stephen Colbert.
She looked at it and said, why'd someone put their address in the sand?
All right.
And then we
8,000
stood at it,
so,
looked at it,
Yeah.
trying to figure out what it was. And she'd long been a server in restaurants. And she
Yeah.
said, you know what I think it is?
Yeah.
I think it's a reference to restaurants when you would 86 something in a restaurant.
Right,
I
it's off
said-
the menu.
Yeah. I said, no, I remember when I was a kid, you'd say 86 to get out of a place. This place stinks, let's 86 it. And so I said, I think it's a clever political message. And she said, you should take a picture of it. I said, sure. And then she said, you should Instagram that. And boom.
Just big picture, Director Comey, what do you say to those who would argue the former director of the FBI shouldn't be putting political posts on Instagram or social media?
Yeah, I'm a private citizen. I saw a shell in the fall of 2024 where someone wrote an endorsement of Kamala Harris in a big seashell. I took a picture of it, thought it was very clever. And I think I wrote, Ariel understands the assignment, a reference to The Little Mermaid. I'm a private citizen. Again, I'm not going to talk about that particular post, but I use Instagram the way any awkward, nerdy dad would.
Well, in the past, you've said you have faith in the legal system. As you face this second indictment, are you confident that you will be cleared one way or another?
I have complete faith in our judicial system. It's the genius of our founders. It's frankly, the only leg of our three-leg stool that is still standing in the US government, but it's standing tall and straight. It is the guardian of the rule of law, and I believe in it. And so let's make use of it.
And you've publicly posted you haven't done anything wrong, you haven't done anything illegal. So are you confident that at the end of the day, you'll be cleared in one way or another?
Yeah, all I can do without making my lawyers angry at me is repeat what I said in my initial statement. I'm not just not guilty, I am innocent, and so let's go.
All right. You have, if we look back, been in the crosshairs of politicians in the past. This is not new, from Hillary Clinton, the email investigation, the Russia probe. Looking back, Director Comey, is there anything you would have done differently over the past decade?
Anything. Yeah, lots of things in my
Anything
life as a father and a grandfather
Oh, there you
and as
go.
FBI director. There are all kinds of things that I screwed up. The major decisions that people often talk about, I still see them the same. But yeah, I would be better in all kinds of ways if I had a magic wand.
Yeah, well, let me be more specific, because you've wondered out loud whether your decision to reopen the Clinton email investigation 11 days before voters went to the polls may have helped elect President Trump back in 2016. Knowing what you know now, would you have made the same exact decision again?
I think so. The only thing I've wondered is whether I should have dumped that very difficult decision on the Attorney General on October the 28th. She declined to speak to me, but I could have just sent her a memo saying, here's what I think we have to do. But I decided then, and honestly, 10 years later, it feels the same. That would have been a chicken blank thing to do. It was a decision that I had to make because I had testified all summer that the investigation was done, and now it's not done. Do I really conceal that from the American people, from the Congress? I can't. And it would have been a chicken thing to do to dump it on the AG. But sometimes when people are unhappy with me on the street, I think, I should have left it for Loretta Lynch.
Well, 10 years later, now that you've had all of this time to think about it, do you think that decision did play a role in the election of President Trump?
I hope not. My goal all of that year was to stay out of politics. And having seen two elections after that, where, as they said, the difference the FBI made was late deciding voters broke for Trump in 16. But then they did again in 20, and then they did again in 24 when I was home in my pajamas for both elections. So I don't think so. But again, we made the decision because it was the least bad option. Both options sucked, honestly, but this was the one most consistent with the values of the department. So as painful as it is, I'd have to do the same thing again.
President Trump was indicted twice by the Justice Department. As you know, in public posts, he's now justified going after his political enemies because of how he believes he was treated. Do you view the prosecutions against you as political payback?
Well, I can't talk about the shell case.
Talk
One
about the
before
first
that
one.
got dismissed. Absolutely. And we made a motion to have it dismissed as a vindictive prosecution. The President of the United States cannot use the Justice Department to target people because He wants to retaliate against them. We just can't operate as a republic if that happens. And so there's a...
Sorry, guys, I accidentally pressed that mute. But what I was pretty much trying to say was, no, it's not because that, let's be real, the Democrats were going after Republicans, you know, through the DOJ as well. So let's not play that game. The real reason why Comey and Letitia James were let off is because Pam Bondi is an incompetent idiot, and she was very incompetent as AG. And the problem is that she put in a prosecutor who was never confirmed by the Senate, aka that prosecutor was illegally prosecuting James Comey and Letitia James, and they had to drop the case. It's not because they were innocent, it's because Pam Bondi's an idiot. That's why. And there you go. Hopefully you guys can hear me.
To retaliate against them. We just can't operate as a republic if that happens. And so there's a powerful argument to be made that's illegal. We didn't get to that because there are all kinds of other problems with the case. But absolutely, going after John Brennan, after Jim Clapper, after Adam Schiff, all of these things are not about the merits. It's about retaliation. And that is not just wrong. It's a way in which our system cannot operate and be effective.
Does it make you and your family fearful?
No, because I know what I'm dealing with. Someone who's announced he's now the hunter. Okay, let's go.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche told me earlier this month the evidence that was presented to a grand jury in this latest case, not the government, not the Department of Justice. He said, quote, "It's not Todd Blanche that returned an indictment against James Comey. It's the grand jury, part of the judicial process."
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and we've heard enough about James Comey. Let's get back into some international news when it comes to Iran, because U.S.-Iran tensions escalate as analysts warns of possible renewed conflict, because they've concluded Epic Fury, and now they're about to change the name to a new operation to start strikes back again, probably rerunning that clock back on the whole 60 to 90 days, probably. No, well, but that's what they're going for.
This Trita Parsi is speaking to us from Washington, D.C. He's the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Thank you for speaking to us here on the program. Now, Donald Trump earlier warned of the calm before the storm. What's your reading into his latest warnings, and also the messaging you're getting from all of this? Is he likely to follow through, do you think?
I think the president is seriously considering taking additional military action. It is in and of itself a clear indication that despite the rhetoric coming from the administration, they recognize that not only was the previous war a failure, but also the blockade of the blockade, which was supposed to break the Iranians and avoid this scenario, was also a failure. There is a reality right now in which on both sides there are views that increasingly are becoming dominant, in which both sides believe that one more round of fighting will give them the benefits, the advantage in future negotiations, particularly on the Iranian.
Yeah, that does seem to be it. America thinks that, well, maybe we, destroy Iran enough, they'll start capitulating to our demands. They'll stop asking for reparations. They won't ask to control or they won't demand that they will be controlling the strait. Maybe if we just bomb them a bit more. And, Iran is thinking, well, all right, if we can drag this out on America longer, then they're going to be more willing to accept our, maximal demands.
Inside, even though I don't think they're looking for it. Those who made that argument earlier on believe that.
Oh, yeah. See you, man. And guys, make sure to go ahead and follow me on Kick like my man Bill did. So, yep, go ahead and if you can, follow this link to Kick. Go ahead and follow me there, guys, because YouTube, once again, shadow banning me, and I'm low-key tired of it. So in order to make sure that they can't shadow ban me and keep me away from you guys, go ahead and follow me on Kick or Rumble where they don't shadow ban. And you can find me on both platforms.
They were proven right, given how this war has been conducted, and as a result are very bullish right now.
Right, that's an interesting perspective, especially when you said when it comes to Iran. Now, Donald Trump, wants Iran to make a deal, he says, on his terms, really. He's given it time, but is it enough time? And is his expectation realistic in the first place within that time frame?
I don't think time necessarily is the main problem. The main problem is that both sides, or at least on the American side, there's a very strong desire to make sure that any deal, even if it entails significant American concessions, are perceived by the world as the Iranians caving to the US side, particularly caving to Trump himself. It is understandable that both sides want to have a narrative of victory. The problem, I think, is that from Trump's perspective, he is trying to have a narrative of victory that negates the other side's narrative of victory. And that's part of the reason why they're not capable of breaking the deadlock, because both of them have a strong need of making sure that they look as if they came out of this as a winner.
Right. So speaking of caving in and looks, as you say, on who's winning in all of this, a big factor in this war.
Here's the thing, the standard for Iran to win, they just got to still be here. They just got to still be control of the Strait, still have the regime in place, and that's considered a win for them. But for us, a win would be regaining control of the Strait, doing a regime change, getting Iran to accept all of our maximalist demands, and it doesn't look like we're any closer to getting any of that done. But Iran, I mean, like I said, people see them as winning because their goals is just to stay in power and control the Strait, which they are doing still, regardless of our military might.
Of course, is Israel. Israel started this war alongside the US. Netanyahu, very much the prime minister there, cares a lot about public opinion and showing that he has been able to get rid of Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and what he believes is an existential threat to Israel, which, of course, is Iran. Now, they have spoken, Trump and Netanyahu. How much of an influence and how much caving in will Trump be doing for Netanyahu?
Undoubtedly, Prime Minister Netanyahu has played an absolutely critical role in all of this. There would not have been a war had it not been for the pressure that he put on President. Of course, there wouldn't have been a war if President had not made that decision. But nevertheless, Netanyahu was a critical factor in all of this in the beginning. He continues to be so. The Israelis have made it absolutely clear their preference is a return to war. They were not in favor of the ceasefire in the first place. They want the United States to go in much harder and longer. There also appears now to be...
not them, by the way, but us. Not them, but us. And they have the most to gain if Iran is to fall. That's the crazy part. But you would think they'd be more evolved. You would think. But why do that when you're low-key manipulating an entire country to do it for you?
A much more explicit view in the Emirates, in the UAE, in favor of more war as well. And this is creating a significant split within the GCC itself, in which many countries, Qatar, for instance, Oman, are dead set against this war. They work very hard to prevent it, and they want to end it as quickly as possible, whereas the Emirates is taking Israel's side and is seeking to have renewed warfare.
And I will come to the UAE in a moment that you just mentioned there in the Gulf countries. But, we know that there are midterm elections coming up in the US, but also elections in Israel. Do we think that Netanyahu, it works in his favor to continue this war with Iran?
Absolutely, because the alternative would be that there actually would be a breakthrough in the negotiations. And that breakthrough undoubtedly would entail sanctions relief from the US side to Iran. This would be a huge blow to Netanyahu, but because of the election, he would likely be very limited in his ability to criticize the United States and Trump.
Because son of a bitch, man, my bad, guys, my bad. One again, excuse my language, but son of a bitch, I accidentally pressed the button again. But what was I pretty much saying here? Oh, I was pretty much saying that, well, here's the problem. Here's the problem is that when it comes to Iran's whole threat to Israel, yeah, the main problem would still be there. They would still have their missiles that they're claiming is a shield to protect their nuclear program and all this good stuff. And I mean, you know what? That's actually a valid argument. I'm not going to sit here and deny that they can't use it for that reason. But you do understand that the main reason they have it is for protection, just like every other country. So it's kind of crazy to sit there and tell them to water down their missiles when, Israel can strike them whenever. They have long-range missiles. Israel got nukes. We all know Israel want Iran to be pretty much destroyed and destabilized. So why wouldn't that country, the opposing country, Iran, also want, a nuke and ballistic missiles? Thank God all they want is ballistic missiles and not a nuke. Because trust me, if they wanted to go towards that goal, they could have. Especially when in 2021, where there's really nothing we could have did to stop them in that moment, without stretching ourselves too far between Ukraine and Iran.
Trump remains a very, very popular figure inside of Israel. So Netanyahu would not be able to afford to have that confrontation with Trump publicly. But if there is renewed warfare, then he doesn't have to worry about a scenario in which the U.S. lifts sanctions on Iran. So clearly the elections is, as always, a very significant part of the of Netanyahu's calculation here.
Right, and speaking of calculation, going back to what you were saying there about the Gulf countries, we know that there have been drones that have targeted the UAE and Saudi earlier. They say they have a right to retaliate. One of those drones was near a nuclear plant in the UAE. What is the calculus for the Gulf states right now? And will Trump take any of that into consideration? We know that the UAE, for example, seems to have been in favor of doing something about it, perhaps in terms of attacking Iran.
So the Emiratis most likely already have been involved in attacks on Iranian soil. The Israelis had reported it early on. The Emiratis denied it, but increasingly appears that that already has happened. I don't think that was in the beginning of the war. It most likely came later at a time when the Emiratis themselves already had been attacked by the Iranians. I think the Emirati calculation is very similar to that of the Israelis. The Emiratis and the Israelis are very close right now. They're strategic partners. They refer to each other as such as a result of the Abraham Accords. And as a result, they believe that essentially this war has to come to a winning conclusion. And that.
Wait, what? Straighter for Moose. No entry. Dogs and Americans. Ha! Yo. All right. I guess I see where they were going with that one. Islam don't really approve of the whole keeping dogs as pets, but they're okay with freaking falcons, by the way, which is kind of cool. So it is what it is.
That means that Iran is completely defeated and that the Islamic Republic more or less is toppled. This is what they hope to achieve, but I don't think many other countries in the region believe that it is achievable, mindful of the fact that the United States more or less gave everything it had and did not achieve any of these strategic objectives in the first round of the war. And there's very little to suggest that the second round of war will make a significant deviation from that.
And still not clear, of course, from other GCC countries whether they would be in favor of going back to war. Now, just shifting before we go, true to Parsi, please. Iran's military has warned of surprising methods, is what it's called it, of warfare if attacked again. Well, we know they've had enough time.
I mean, surprising methods of warfare. Yeah, they said they're going to start pulling out some other things. So I think one of the most concerning things they was talking about was cutting the internet cables in the Strait of Hormuz. So yeah, they can start cutting off the internet and controlling internet access through the internet cables that's under the strait, and they can start controlling internet access or just shut it off altogether in that region, which would be absolutely insane.
To recalibrate during this hiatus when it comes to the ceasefire.
Yes, and I think, again, we see over and over again that a lot of the statements coming out of the Pentagon about how much damage they inflicted on Iran have proven to be false. The Iranians retain far stronger capabilities.
Guys, make sure to like the video by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. We got about 25 of y'all in here, so let's have 25 likes. Like I said, man, we got to beat that shadow ban. And also, please help me go ahead and grow the Kick channel so we can go ahead and beat the censorship, because you can't censor nobody on Kick or Rumble. So follow me on Kick or Rumble, guys. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
Abilities than they did, according to the Pentagon. And this is according to U.S. intelligence itself that is leaking information that shows that a significant amount of Iran's missile capabilities have either been restored or were never fully damaged in the first place. I think the Iranian calculation is that if there is renewed warfare, just as much as they believe that the United States is going to try to go even harder at it in the hope of being able to turn the tables in this war, the Iranians will likely retaliate much, much harder this time around than they did in the previous time. And the previous time was pretty hard in and of itself. So I think, if there is a renewed warfare, it's going to be quite devastating for the region as a whole, and of course for the global economy that already has suffered tremendously from this war.
Of course. Thank you very much for your thoughts speaking to us here at Al Jazeera. Trita Parsi from the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft in Washington, D.C.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into, you know what? I think I want to close the stream, but you know what? You guys been pretty loyal. Y'all been following along. So you know what? I'm going to do a couple more videos. I'm going to do, let's see here. We can either do a breakdown of the conflict of the Middle East in its entirety, or we can go back to the, what was it? Steven Crowder versus Nick Fuentes debate. And then what's the last one right here? You know what? I guess we can get into Fetterman while you guys figure out what y'all want.
To govern with very little support from Democrats. On Wednesday, the Senate blocked the War Powers Act for the 7th time, with all Democrats except Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman voting in favor of the measure to curb and clip President Trump's ability to confront Iran militarily. And then later in the day, the Senate voted to confirm Kevin Warsh as chairman of the Federal Reserve, with once again John Fetterman, one of the few, joining Republicans in support of Warsh's confirmation.
Yeah, at this point, bro just votes so much with the Republicans, he's literally a dino. Shout out to the dinos, Democrat in name only. Just like we got our rhinos, they got dinos. So, yeah, bro might as well be a Republican. Actually, I think there are people pushing for him to flip to Republican so they can have more seats in the, in the House, which is a smart move. But I think strategically, Fetterman would be better on the Democrat side, strategically, to let them know, let us know that they have sensible Democrats.
5 Democrats opposing Warsh. Joining me now in the Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is the man himself, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. Senator, it's good to see you this morning. Thank you so much for being here. How tough is it for you to go against your colleagues and vote with your principles?
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's hard, but I mean, I think in a sense that it's freeing. I mean, as a Democrat, but when I'm confronted by things that I happen to agree, I'm going to vote for that, or I'm going to support those kinds of a thing. The Iran situation right now, I'm very much aware how damaging it is as a Democrat to vote with the president or vote through this kinds of thing. And this the 7th time that I've done that, because I fundamentally believe that Iran should never acquire a nuclear bomb. And that used to be all of every single Democrats had held that view as well too. This isn't a crazy idea. This used to be a thing that we all used to agree. And now when President Trump
but here's the problem though. Dems still agree with that. The problem is that the Dems also agree that Trump should have stayed in the JCPOA, because that ensured that Iran never got towards a nuclear bomb, especially with all the inspections and all that good stuff. So the Dems still got a pretty good argument. It's like, all right, look, we don't want Iran to have a weapon, but then why'd you pull out the JCPOA that made sure Iran didn't have a weapon, and we removed tons of nuclear material out of there? Like, if this was y'all goal and this is the argument y'all using against us, then what was the point of pulling out the JCPOA? I think that's why a lot of Dems are kind of a bit confused right now, because like we nipped this, well, not we, but they nipped this in the butt, and for some reason we opened it back up as a problem.
Confronted that, and that puts us in the cusp. I'm never going to vote to say, yeah, let's walk away. Let's abandon that right now. And now when someone says, like Trump says, I really think about that Iran can never acquire a nuclear bomb. Hey, that's the space where I'm in right now. That's why we're here. That's why we showed up. That's why whether Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris in the Democratic Party always put military kinds of actions right there on the table. They've been very clear they're willing to do that.
Well, you had 2 Bushes, you had Clinton, you had Obama. I mean, you had several presidents even before President Trump, and several secretaries of state. I mean, like 10 officials say that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Do your colleagues, are they not aware of that?
Yeah, but this is the confusion, though. Remember, Dems were saying this before. I mean, they were saying this before the JCPOA. Be honest with you, once Obama put in the JCPOA, that shut all the Dems up. But for some reason, the Zionists did not like it. They was able to convince Trump to get out of it, and that's what completely led us down this path toward Iran that we're here today. So I'm sorry, but sitting there talking about how the Dems were like, oh, well, they were saying the same things we are. Yeah, they were. But Obama came through and solved that problem with the JCPOA. Now, they're not even saying that no more. They're going like, well, what was the point of getting out the JCPOA if this was going to become the problem again?
Yeah, I mean, I hope, but right now though, it's become it's people like it's America's the good guy. Iran is the bad guy. I mean, of course, nobody likes to see gas at this prices right now. I blame Iran. I don't blame Iran. I don't blame.
You blame Iran. You blame Iran for closing the strait, which they said they were going to do if they attacked us. You blame Iran for pretty much doing what they said they were going to do, even though we were in talks with them. Like our second time attacking these guys when we were under negotiation, or when we were, doing negotiations. Like, it's their fault. Man, I don't know about that, man. Look, like I said, I'm not trying to sit here and cheerlead for Iran, but let's be real here. It's our fault why this war popped off, and Trump started this, and he's having a hard time finishing it. So we're gonna blame it on the person who started it. It's not like Iran struck us first, and we're having high gas prices because of that. No, we struck Iran first, and they shut down the strait, and we got high gas prices because of that. And they're gonna blame Trump because, well, before this war, Iran wasn't doing any of that.
The administration, because I happen to agree as a Democrat that we should make sure that Iran can't build a nuclear bomb.
You're saying you blame Iran. You blame Iran for the spike in oil prices, not this administration, is what you're saying. But I mean, I'm wondering if the overall theme within the Democrats is just hate on Trump. I mean, some of the things that they're bringing up, I mean, they're talking about what? They're talking about the pool at the White House. They're talking about the ballroom. I mean, we're in the middle of a war here. We've got serious issues. And yet, they don't want the president to have a venue to host other world leaders. Is that the topic of conversation right now?
Yeah. And, I blame Iran because Iran is an evil regime. For the last almost 5 decades, they've been the world's leading underwriter of terrorism. They were behind 10/7. They've
evil regime for sure. But let's be real here, bro. Like, they're an evil regime before, but leading sponsor of terrorists, I'm sorry, but we got them beat. Remember, we were sponsoring the Taliban at like $40 million like a week. So, and then of course we supported Al Qaeda to take over Syria, and of course we were supporting warlords in Somalia. So, no, the leading sponsor of terrorism would be America. Actually, would be America. But we're not a brutal regime like IRGC at least. But we are most likely the leading sponsors of terrorism. I'm like, bro, we spend billions. We give billions to these guys in dollars and weapons. Iran cannot hold a candle to us on that note.
Powered Hezbollah and Hamas. Yes, I blame Iran for that. I blame why they just don't hold over all of their nuclear materials, and they'll make sure that that's not going to build a nuclear bomb. Then everything works out. So that's why I blame Iran at this circumstances. I certainly don't blame America to hold this regime accountable. And like the reflecting pool in the ballroom, I don't care about those things. I think it's entirely appropriate. I mean, I think I've seen a picture, assuming that it's not AI. So far the reflecting pool looks good. But if that's $13 million, that's small. I think President Obama correctly, he invested $34 million to make some upgrades. I mean, America's turning 50 years old. Why wouldn't we want to make sure everything looking great? Right. And now we do need a ballroom. We do. I mean,
look, everybody's cool with the ballroom as long as it's not being paid by taxpayer dollars. That was the agreement. Y'all was going to have y'all going to have corporations pay for it. You're going to have the billionaires pay for it who were sponsoring you guys all through the election. Now you're over here talking about, well, now we want it twice the size with an underground bunker and we're going to need taxpayer dollars. Yeah, you're going to have to kiss our ass on that. Like, yeah, no.
I think we have, much bigger fish to fry. So I'm saying build it or not. And that's where I'm at. But not just because the president asks for one doesn't mean I'm going to oppose it necessarily.
Well, we're going to be talking about America's 250th birthday coming up with Jeff Sprecher. But real quick before you go, are there any catalysts on the horizon right now in the week ahead or the next 2 weeks for the Senate that we need to be aware of? Real quick, Senator.
Well, I want to be clear, like the World Cup and all of these things, it's like a convergence, here in our country. And that's one of the reasons why I ended up being the only Democrat to refuse to shut the DHS down. We have tens of millions of Americans and tens of millions of foreign citizens coming to our country right now with the World Cup right now. And now, whether my friend Mark Wayne or anyone could confirm that this stupid shutdown set things back and made us less safe.
That's right.
We never walked away with any kinds of reforms and ICE that, we all maybe would have wanted those things.
Yeah.
But that's why I refused to shut it down and make us less safe.
It's a great point, and you were the only Democrat there, too, to vote for Mark Wayne Mullen as DHS Secretary. Unbelievable. Senator, please come back soon. We so appreciate your time this morning. Thank you, sir.
And all right, then. Let's see here. All right. Yeah, we're a bit over time. I am going to come back later on today because, hey, it's an off day today. So I'm going to come back later on today to test out the extent of this shadow ban. Hopefully we didn't beat it, but we'll see. We'll see, guys. But like I said, make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. In the meantime, I'm going to do I'm going to do a monologue on this one. I'm going to do a monologue. In the meantime, you can enjoy this nice little video right here while I get the monologue set up.
Iran made a video about Charlie Kirk. I didn't even know that was in their wheelhouse. It was literally a video. You have this Iranian general just sitting in a chair with his face blurred. He's speaking in English, which means it's to me, okay? But he has an Iranian accent. I know it's an Iranian accent because I lived in LA for 10 years. Like, let me tell you about a Charlie Kirk. I'm like, what do you got for me, General? And he's like, did you know Charlie Kirk was killed by your government? I was like, yes, I did know that. I did actually. He's like, well, while we were hacking Cash Patel for funsies, we got into your FBI's mainframe, no big deal. Apparently the password's Valhalla123. And we found documents that revealed that your government plotted the murder of Charlie Kirk, and it didn't go according to plan. What? Our government botched an assassination attempt? We would never. He says, well, did you know Charlie Kirk was not killed by a bullet. He was killed by an explosive device planted into his microphone that was clipped to his shirt. I know. Mind blown. Better choice of words? Sure. I'm sure a lot of people are asking, what? Who could even plant an explosive device in a small piece of technology and detonate it remotely? Who would do that? But it's a thing, and it is real. 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 And it's Israel. They did it with pagers in Lebanon. By the way, where did we get this? Trevor? Best Buy? What is it? Tel Aviv Tech? Okay. He said the device was supposed to explode downward into Charlie's chest cavity to make it seem like a clean gunshot wound to the chest. So we would all be like, oh my God, he was shot. And they'd thumbs up the fake Tyler on the roof. Be like, good job, buddy. We'll see you in Valhalla. But it didn't go according to plan because the device misfired. Like, where have I heard that before? And a piece of shrapnel shot through Charlie's neck and it came out to the place that we were supposed to see the bullet going in. Now, this was the part that he said that blew... Okay. This was the part, he said, that really opened my eyes. He said, because it misfired and because it exploded in all sorts of which ways, a bunch of pieces of shrapnel flew everywhere, and a lot of them went down and lodged themselves deep into the concrete where Charlie Kirk was speaking. And this is why, the next day, a bunch of people came to repave the entire area. So Charlie Kirk is shot, and the next morning, a bunch of random guys from God knows where in Israel come and start repaving the entire asphalt. It's like you could have chose a better time to do that. This is literally the weirdest, most eerie part of the Charlie Kirk case, aside from Erica. It is the second strangest part about the case. Like if you were watching a crime drama like CSI Orem and somebody gets shot and then like moments later like, oh, nothing to see here, we're just repaving the whole area. That would be like a 10-part series where they're trying to figure out like who the are these contractors? And so then the Iranian general was like, and this is how you know that it was your government who killed Charlie Kirk. Like and subscribe to my page. Hit the bell. I was like, do you have Lego content? The Iranian intelligence, they understand the American mind because they know that Charlie Kirk is a very sensitive issue in the United States. They understand that even better than I did. Because after Charlie Kirk was shot, I honestly didn't even know that much about him. I was like, oh my God, that's horrible. But I still did a stand-up routine because that's what I do. I would do it to any of you. Don't take it personally. I posted it on YouTube and YouTube took it down instantly. That's never happened to me in the history of my whole career. And you've seen some of the things I talk about. That's how many people flagged it saying no, they were upset. They were very sensitive about it. I didn't know you can't make jokes the same day. All right, that was stuff on my part. I should have at least waited for the cement to dry.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and start off this monologue with, well, we're going to get on to the Iran war since that's like the most pressing topic. And oh, guys, like I said, any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in while I'm going through my monologue, and I'll look at them once I'm done. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. All right, so the Iran war, like I said, is not going the way we expected it, huh? 4 to 2 weeks, 4 days to 2 weeks, right? And where we are, 70 days in, a stalemate with a ceasefire, both sides giving their maximalist demands and not getting a goddamn thing out of each other. It's like, didn't I go over it already? I mean, I feel free to go over it again for you guys. Let's just go over both the demands right here. And let's start off with the U.S. demands for Iran. Now, the U.S. demands from Iran. So pretty much zero compensation. So what Iran's been asking for was pretty much for compensations for a while now, aka reparations for them and Oman. And also they want to control the Strait of Hormuz in order to receive reparations and also give reparations to Oman as well for the damages that they sustained during this war. Yep. So, and hand over 400 kilograms of enriched uranium. That's the 60% that we've been, saying we turned into nuclear dust. We want them to give it up. But the problem is, though, is that we kind of vindicated why they need to be at 60%. Like, I just want to let you guys know this, because the more we aggress towards them, the more they enrich. I keep telling you guys, and I keep explaining the timeline of 2018 to 2020, because it gives you that importance of why Iran is at 60%. Because when we pulled out the JCPOA, invoked the sanctions, made the IRGC a terrorist group, and then killed General Qasem Soleimani, those are 3 acts of aggression that let Iran know that, yo, I don't think these guys even care about the JCPOA. I think we just need to go ahead and enrich because of all these aggressive actions towards us. So by 2021, they're at 60% enrichment, according to the IAEA. Yes, the same guys we had inspecting them are now pretty much telling us like, yo, since you guys went outside of this deal, these guys are now enriched close to a weapons grade now. And what does that go to show you? The more aggression we put on these guys, the closer they get towards a nuke. So I'm not understanding why we have this idea of, oh, well, if we just keep on striking them, that will scare them away from it. No, we're only vindicating why they need it, why they want it. And with this 60% enriched uranium, this is why they flipped it on us. They're pretty much saying, we're going to keep this 60% enrichment because you're proving that we need it. And if, we'll give you 5 to 10 years, we'll keep it at the 60%. If you guys behave and don't attack us, we'll go ahead and water it down. Now, I know most Americans are pretty much saying like, oh, hell no, who are they talking to? But if you want to come down to a peaceful diplomatic means, then honestly, you might want to take them up on this. Now, only one nuclear facility allowed. You know what? I mean, I'm down with that. I wouldn't be too mad if Iran just dwindled down their nuclear facility to 1, but then let's be real. That means that not Iran, but the US and Israel is one day going to double strike that one facility they have. All right, so no frozen assets released. So we're not giving them any money because Trump doesn't want to look like he's giving them the JCPOA 2.0. That's the last thing you want to do is look like Obama right now. So he's going to do everything he can to avoid that fate and pretty much say, look, I'm not giving you guys a damn thing. Obama gave y'all 1.9 billion, but you're asking me for 10 billion? Yeah, my man. Yeah. I mean, they kind of got a good amount of leverage to ask you for that because you gave it to them. So yes, Iran's asking for about 10 to 20 billion dollars in pretty much unfrozen assets. And we're not willing to do that. And here it is. Ceasefire only if talks go well. You see the maximalist demands I'm talking about. Basically, so once you submit and kiss the American ring, then we could talk about a real ceasefire. Then we could talk about a peace deal once we pretty much gutted you guys of all military capability. Yeah, I know. Crazy acts right there, but it makes you think that we got all the cards. But let's go to Iran's demands. Because if you think that if we're asking Iran of this, then you're thinking that, all right, Iran must be losing. But then here comes Iran pretty much having their own maximalist demands, like right here, where he says full ceasefire everywhere, aka Israel. They're pretty much talking to Israel on this because the only front we're fighting on is with Iran. Israel's fighting Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Like, they're fighting 3 different groups. Well, actually, they're fighting 3 different countries, basically. Well, except for Gaza. Gaza's not a country. But you get what I'm saying here. And the problem with that is that, I mean, let's be real. Well, not only are they stretching their own military, but they can't even help us in the conflict fully that they dragged us into. But they also don't want to be told what to do by us or Iran by quitting their little campaign in Lebanon and quitting the bombing in Gaza. I mean, here's 2 things I know Iran will want for sure. They want to ensure that Israel will never attack Lebanon again and leave southern Lebanon alone. And they want them to come, and they also want Israel to come to an understanding with the Palestinians of either a 1 or 2 state solution. So off that alone, I'm sure Israel's going to do everything they can to make sure a ceasefire or a peace deal is never reached, especially if it comes to that right there, a full ceasefire everywhere, because Israel wants to keep attacking. All sanctions lifted. Yeah, they want all sanctions lifted so they can pretty much conduct business in the world again. All frozen assets released, the one in Qatar, the one in UAE, and of course in America. They want their $10 to $20 billion back. And war damages paid. They want reparations. And Lord knows that we don't want to give them that. I mean, bro, they want $1 trillion in reparations. Bro, we could barely find $1 trillion for our own people. That's the fucked up part. And U.S. recognized Iran control over the Strait of Hormuz, which you know damn well we don't want no parts of that. None at all. I mean, like, bro, when I read that, like, I'll just be real with you. There ain't no way we're doing it. Even I read it like,
really, nigga?
Like, really, bro? You think they're going to go with that? Like, Iran. Like, come on now. Come on. And if they can get it off, then that'll be the biggest loss ever that we've ever taken. When we've hopped into a war and an enemy gains a strategic stronghold over a waterway. Like, what? It'd have been better if we never got into this war. If that's the case, if we leave with Iran controlling the strait, then come on now. At that point, we can all sit here and say with certainty that it'd been best if we'd have never got into this conflict. With certainty, we can say that. All right. But let's get over here to these gas prices that just tend to tick up and then tick back down. But the problem is they'll keep continuously do this. Why? Because this hasn't changed. This right here has not seen no change. Really, you want to look at Brent crude. That's really the big determiner of what everybody look to when it comes to gas price. And the fact that it's over 110, yeah, that's a little concerning. I'll be real with you. Like, it's what you don't want to see. And WTI going over, like, look, it at $80 or $90 is a huge problem. But it going over 100, that's terrible. Brent crude going at 110 is terrible because if it wants to hit 120, oh God, that's a real crisis right there. 120 is when we hit a real crisis and we're $10 away from it. And it's steady going up. Like, do you see the problem here? Do you see why people are saying that, yo, you guys telling Americans that, oh, you should take this one on the chin for Iran not having a nuclear weapon that they don't have? It's like, you see why that's a bad idea? Because we're not getting anything out of it. Nor are we any closer to making sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. According to their demands that I just read, they're even closer to getting towards a nuclear weapon than they were before the war. So if that's what you were telling the American people, we basically are going through this for no reason. And these gas prices won't go down for years. And we didn't even get what you said that we were supposed to. And y'all wonder why we're telling y'all that, yo, you're putting yourselves in danger of losing the midterms, Republicans. But apparently y'all don't give a damn. I mean, y'all just gonna blame it on Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson anyway, right? Taking no accountability whatsoever, right? I mean, you already putting that writing all over the wall. And then, of course, when we go to the whole MAGA Trump, man, MAGA has turned into a very toxic thing. Let's be honest here. I mean, the fact that y'all willing to follow anything this man does is a bit concerning. Like, walks us into war with Iran, even though he said no new wars and y'all defend it. I mean, kind of, insults the religious leader and insults Jesus Christ. Y'all supposed to be Christians. Y'all go along with it. I mean, I just don't get it. Like, what can this man do that'll pretty much make y'all say, all right, yeah, we do need a low-key, like, speak up. And here's the thing. Y'all should have been spoke up since the Iran war popped off. I'm sorry, but if you're speaking up, like, well, if you want to wait till then to where Trump just completely destroys affordability for Americans, you're kind of too late. You should have been speaking up during the Iran war, and maybe if enough of us would have spoke up, we could have got a redirection here. But when he's hearing a whole bunch of loony ass people on the internet talking about oh, I support the war even with higher gas prices, or oh, I support Trump no matter what, even if he did break a promise, because I'm just so scared of the Democrats, just living in fear like a coward, then of course we're gonna have these bad results, guys. Because you guys are resorting to a very cowardly way of, like, honestly holding up to y'all values. So you're pretty much saying that, oh, because we're so scared of the Democrats, we're gonna let the Republicans do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, that's even more pathetic than a guy saying, oh, well, I'm so afraid of my girlfriend, I'm gonna let her walk all over me. It's like, what the fuck are y'all saying here? You're saying you're just gonna let them walk all over us because you're afraid of the Dems, so you can let your girlfriend walk all over you because you're afraid to be alone? Like, what type of pathetic shit is that? Like, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Exactly. And I'm weak. Shout out to my man Jay. He said Iran lost me after the first demand. Not for real. Yeah, even I was looking at that like, bro, man, get y'all asses up out of here with all that. But you guys understand what I'm talking about when you guys cannot be what the Democrats pretty much played y'all out to be. Y'all turning into everything the Democrats played y'all out to be, which, I mean, the worst is the cultist thing. The second is low-key a bunch of racists, in a way, a bunch of bigoted racists, which I always keep saying that. I'm never going to be inside of, oh, hating Islam, hating Muslims, hating Arabs. Why? Because I see the pattern recognition on how that propagates more conflict in the Middle East that we voted that we don't want no more. And it's kind of crazy how we don't see the pattern recognition of, oh, if they get us to hate Muslims, we're going to think it's okay for them to constantly get into conflicts in the Middle East with these Muslims. We're going to think it's okay for us to kill these Muslims and all this good stuff. And that's what it's led to, the complete dehumanization of an entire group of people that I will never be down with no matter where I politically lean. That's just a moral and ethical thing that you will never get me to choose sides on. It is what it is. I'm always going to be on the side of human life. I'm always going to be on the side of no new wars because I'm seeing that wars only hurt our people, especially in the Middle East. Apparently, in the Middle East is just the worst part to have a war in for pertaining when it comes to our history, because we just never get any good results. I mean, we get good results in Latin America, we get good results in the Caribbean, but Middle East, I mean, come on. How much bad examples do you need? How much? But apparently, y'all don't want to learn no lessons. Y'all just want to go right off the bridge into insanity because it's Trump. Right? Right. But let's get into China and Taiwan. So, bro, I ain't gonna lie. Because we couldn't end this war with Iran, because we couldn't take their oil like we did Venezuela, and taking Venezuelan oil didn't really hurt China that much. Surprise, surprise. They only get about 4% of their oil from Venezuela. And most of their energy is coal, by the way. So, no, I just learned that a couple of days ago. Yeah, most of their energy production is in coal energy, which probably leads to a decent amount of that pollution that they be dealing with. But yeah, we're no longer on a strong foot with China. And I know what Trump was trying to do was pretty much trying to control Iranian oil and pretty much squeeze China. But it didn't work because Iran turned out to be a little bit tougher than we thought. And I always go to this map right here to kind of show the facts that, yo, these guys don't even know basic geometry when it comes to carrying out this conflict. Because if they understood it, they would understand that, one, this blockade was hopeless because here's Pakistan right here that they can just go right into China through. And of course, you got this little body of water called the Caspian Sea that they can head right into Russia, or of course, hit the railway into China through Kazakhstan, which is basically, if I remember, I'm pretty sure Kazakhstan is like Russia, but with a whole bunch of Arabs. So, yeah, guys, why do we think that this was going to work again? Oh, because a lot of us are just going off of Trump and trust me, bro, because Trump said it. When it's so easy just to look at the map and be like, yo, yeah, this is not going to work. What am I thinking? I mean, just do a little bit of critical thinking when it hurt. But as far as China goes, guys, yeah, we kind of lost our strong footing on that one. And then, of course, what we try to do with Iran, I mean, yeah, trust me, China's kind of looking at us sideways right now. It's like, yo, you just try to take away one of my biggest oil exporters, and now you're over here trying to ask me for help? Bro, what? Like, dog, you just tried to hit me with the craziest fatal blow. You didn't succeed. Now you're over here asking me for help, asking me to step in, and then you're going to get mad at me if I don't. And then here's the crazy thing. China's going like, God bless you for doing this, because now you didn't weaken yourself. Because now if I want to now run this whole reunification campaign against Taiwan, I can now. And there ain't a damn thing y'all can do about it. Why? Because you sacrificed war with China or a conflict with China for war with Iran. Now you're low on ammunitions. Now you're ready billions in on military spending, and you can't really do any more. What, you're going to spend billions more while dealing with Iran and China? Please, please. And they're already fighting you on this war. So trust me, Xi sees everything I'm seeing. And if I was Xi, I'm telling you right now, I'd be a savage right now. I'd be like, I told Trump right there and then, hey, look, prepare your people, because I'm taking Taiwan. I don't care what you got to tell them. I don't care how you got to spin it. I'm taking Taiwan because you can't stop me. And I know you won't stop me. But China does have a very decent policy of not really getting into military conflicts because they kind of see the danger in it. And they understand that, yo, look at what these conflicts have done to these other superpowers. And think about it this from China's perspective. Look what it's done to Russia. It destroyed the Soviet Union and it's now destroying Russia now. War. I mean, United States, constant war has put our financial or our economic stability in jeopardy. Why the fuck would they want to repeat what two superpowers are doing when it's destroying them? Like, why would they want to repeat that cycle of war when they see what it's doing to us and Russia? Like, come on now. Of course, China's not going to want to get into any type of conflict because they see what it's doing to us. And they want to maintain at the top. And if they see their enemies making mistakes, running their ass down to the bottom, why stop them? Just going to be real with you. I wouldn't stop them. If I was Xi, I'd be like, bro, keep cooking. Keep going, bro. I believe in you. It's like, I'd have been a dumbass with it. But, all right. Now let's get on to, bro, the sensitivity, guys. The sensitivity that's been coming out of both sides and now the right. So apparently, what was it, the roast of Kevin Hart? Did you watch it? Did you see it? Did you like it? Because I did. I enjoyed every bit of it. I'm a huge fan of comedy, and I don't care if you're being overly like, if your dark humor hits the left or your dark humor hits the right. I will laugh at both of them. I don't know why, just the way I'm built. And be quite fair with you, I'll be real with you guys. The roast always been like that. So you've always been a sensitive person, then you shouldn't watch any roast. You should go back to the past ones because they've always kept up that same format of just the most effed up jokes ever. Like jokes that you kind of feel ashamed for laughing for, but you still do it anyway. That's a roast. So to be honest with you, there were very effed up jokes, of course, about the unloading, the Pete Davidson joke about unloading into Charlie Kirk's neck. And then Tony, what's it? Hengefield, what's his name? Kill Tony, the Kill Tony guy. Be real with you, best set. Bro had the best set. Go look it up. Go look up Tony, Kill Tony's segment for the roast of Kevin Hart. Bro killed it, completely killed it. Every joke landed. So shout out. At least the guy on the right came out the best. Okay, guys. All right. So at least you can be happy about that, instead of crying about the jokes that the left were saying. And guys, we can't be sitting here crying about jokes that the left were saying when we were over here doing our own effed up jokes ourselves. Okay. All right, then let's sit here and be fair and understand that comedy is comedy, and let's not try to be sensitive about it. But they totally a joke about Kirk. S.E.T. Yeah, I know. I didn't feel too good about it either, but it is what it is. All right. It's comedy. Get over it. But all right, though. I'll make sure I didn't miss any super chats or anything like that. All right. It looks like I done answered. Oh, guys. I am going through that shadow bin again. So, yeah, like I said, make sure you guys double tap that screen, like the video, all that good stuff. But all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and catch you guys on the next one. Make sure I check everywhere. Oh, yeah, and appreciate you guys for pulling up and all that good stuff. Is there any more topics that I had? You know, I did want to touch on something pertaining to my community and all that good stuff, but I'll wait till tomorrow. But all right, guys, this is S.E.T Media. I'm gonna go ahead and close out on this one. I appreciate you guys for pulling up. Whoops. Actually, let me go ahead and check that Venmo real quick. All right, then. Good. All right. Yeah, we're safe to close down. All right. This is S.E.T Media. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and double tap that screen on your way out. Peace. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people, kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use SETmedia to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from SETmedia, and shout out to Kalshi.